Welcome into the CHGO Blackhawks Podcast. It is Draft Day Live, presented by PointsBet. Use promo code CHGO when you sign up to get 2 risk-free bets up to $2,000. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a mostly fun night.
Why? What happened?
First of all, I feel like I'm on an episode of Saved by the Bell right now.
It's really great.
These graphics are fantastic.
Graphics are outstanding.
And worn my Kelly Kabowski shirt.
Oh, that'd be fun. Thanks to Lawrence for getting all the graphics together for the draft party today. I'm Jay Zawaski with Greg Boysen and Mario Tirabassi. And we know why you're here.
Yes.
And
it's not
draft day is very exciting for everybody. The draft is in Montreal. They've got the number 1 overall pick. That's exciting. The Hawks, if you somehow missed the news, have traded Alex DeBrincat. They are in the first round. They got the 7th overall pick from Ottawa, the 39th overall pick this year as well, and a 2024 third-round pick. All that from the Ottawa Senators. DeBrincat goes. He is a Sen.
There's another. Wait, I've worked in graphics before. There's another one of these, right? Because there's only so much space on where it says Blackhawks received.
No, sorry, that's it.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
I was hoping the paper that was ripped on the screen there had a name underneath it, like one of the several Ottawa Senators prospects that would have made this trade feel a whole hell of a lot better. And before we begin, I think I speak for the three of us, just to state, we didn't do this.
Yes. I did not trade
This is not our fault.
Don't be mad at us. And if you've been following along on social media and on the podcast, you know that we've qualified everything we've said about trading Alex DeBrincat with if it is a massive return. I think the three of us agree this is nowhere near a massive return. It's nowhere near enough. And, fine. You're only going to get 1 first-round pick, and great, a top 10 pick, wonderful. Where's the prospect? Where's the person that's going to help you in a year or two? None of that was made in this trade. Now, the night is young. Other things can happen, yada, 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 all those qualifiers. But all we can do right now is to react to what has happened already. And this is a failure for me. This is a total failure. They did not get enough for Alex DeBrincat. There is absolutely no reason they had to make this trade right now. And you look, they got less for Alex DeBrincat than they got for Brandon Hagel. And maybe that's Tampa's fault, but hey, like we've said all along, if the offer's not enough, Kyle Davidson, hang up the phone.
Well, and he said, we don't want to force anything, and this absolutely feels like a forced trade.
Yep.
It feels like they got to the point where, and Elliot Friedman said this on NHL Network, and we're going to reference him. I'm going to reference him in a few seconds here too. He said that it came to a point where, to him, it seemed like the Blackhawks became so fixated on we are trading Alex DeBrincat that they couldn't not trade him, and this ended up being the best offer available, I guess, on the table for him. And what he said a few weeks ago when talking about the Alex DeBrincat trade on 630 Ched, he said that a trade offer to get an Alex DeBrincat you would think would ruin the future of a franchise. The Ottawa Senators are not ruined whatsoever. They kept every single one of their prospects.
They still have Pierre Dorian as their GM, so
sure, but they kept every single one of their prospects. And I guess we miss out on the 7th overall pick and the 39th overall pick. Yeah, you got Alex DeBrincat for it. Like, this didn't do anything to hurt the Senators.
No,
and if anything, Kyle Davidson came into this week with so much leash from Blackhawks fans and from us because everything he's done up to this point as interim and permanent GM has been fine to good.
Yeah.
And he comes in and makes this deal. And I said on Twitter, this is his first loss, and it is a major loss, in my opinion, as Blackhawks GM because it's just not – the return is not worth what Alex DeBrincat could bring to the Blackhawks or will bring to the Senators.
Yeah, well, all right. I'm going to try and put a positive spin on this. I'm going to try. I'm probably going to fail, but I'm going to try. First of all, we've been telling you since literally day one of CHGO Blackhawks, there's a lot of pain coming. Welcome.
Yeah.
We all knew something like this was going to happen. Trading Alex DeBrincat, I'm fine with. Trading him for what you got, that stings a little bit. However, I am not ready to declare Kyle Davidson he who shall not be named. I'm not ready to declare the rebuild a failure or his tenure a failure or call for his job, because we're not going to know how really good or bad this is. Immediate reaction, it's not good. But we're not going to know how this is until 5 years, 4 years, how this plays out. If the end game is to be so bad this coming up season that you get, at the very least, one of those top 3 picks in next year's draft, and hopefully number 1 in Connor Bedard. If trading Alex DeBrincat gets you the number 7 overall pick this year, and you're bad enough to get Connor Bedard, it's a win.
You're right. However, you would still have sucked just as bad this year if you also got a prospect from Ottawa. That's the thing.
Right.
For me, and I think for everybody, it's not the fact that DeBrincat was traded. It's that they got not nearly enough back. We mentioned yesterday's show, which feels like 3 days ago when Phil Thompson was here, that in the Athletic fan poll, something like 73% of Blackhawks fans said they're on board with a full rebuild. Hawks fans are ready. They know this team needs a major reshaping. And if you had most of them saying like, yeah, you know what, if they can get a king's ransom for Alex DeBrincat, it's going to suck, but yeah, go for it, do it. They absolutely did not do that. Yes, maybe they do get Connor Bedard next year, and maybe Patrick Kane's on the phone right now, like Denny Lemieux and Slapshot. Trade me right fucking now and hang up, right? Like that could very well be happening with Patrick Kane.
Maybe that was part of the plan.
Fine, but again, all these things still happen if you bring in Jake Sanderson with the trade too, or whatever other Ottawa prospect you want to talk about. That's the thing. And meanwhile, Matt Murray could have solved your goalie problem. There's a sweetener.
Yeah.
Okay, now we got a goalie too. Nope, that didn't happen either. It's like, to me, it just feels, the thing we had faith in was Kyle Davidson from jump said, I'm not going to force anything. And it feels forced to me. Greg, Mario, Elliot Friedman said it was forced. Everybody is saying they absolutely did not have to make this deal.
And me.
And they did, and absolutely blew it.
Me too. Forced. Feels forced.
Yeah. No,
And Lawrence agrees. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
I just
not
I just don't. I don't know. They say that they're not going to approach Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane and say, "Do you want to waive your no movement clauses?" The only way that they're going to do that is if those two come to Kyle Davidson and say, "We want out of Chicago."
Now they might.
If you're trading Alex DeBrincat and you're getting this kind of return for it, and the rumors are Kirby Dach's name has been thrown out there trying to get a top 15 pick in this year's draft. I don't know what team is going to give you a top 15
if that's what you got
pick.
for Alex
If you got
DeBrincat,
7 for DeBrincat, yeah.
There's no chance you're getting
Right. I don't know what you're going to get, but if they end up moving DeBrincat and Dach on top of it, I would not be surprised if, the first phone call Kyle Davidson takes, first 2 phone calls he takes tomorrow morning is Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane calling
Looks like
him.
we're getting the number 1 pick, Martin Lafleur, the son of Guy Lafleur, who recently passed away. That's a nice touch.
Yes, if you're watching along at home, along with us, Montreal is on the board with the first overall pick.
Are they actually? Is this just
Is
like
he
the
making
welcome?
the pick, or is he just
Bettman was
talking?
just talking for a while, so I think this might just
Gary
be
Bettman was doing his
welcome, bienvenue situation. I don't know.
I thought maybe they were having
shtick.
him make the pick.
He's
probably saying
Travis
whatever
Miller in the
Bettman was saying
chat
is in
has a
French.
question for you guys. He says, "Any
Travis.
chance there's a second shoe to drop in the next 15 minutes?"
Of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
could be the first link in a chain reaction of trades.
And like we said,
Maybe 7 gets shipped to New Jersey for the number 2 pick.
and that's the thing. And remember, we talked about this yesterday. New Jersey could be waiting to see who goes number 1 before they decide to trade that pick. If Shane Wright falls to 2, maybe the Devils say, nope, no longer are we willing to trade number 2, right? We want Shane Wright. Who knows? It's just really hard to predict. Yes, of course, things can happen. But again, regardless of whether or not the Hawks trade up again, they could have added more from Ottawa. That's it. And I don't know how they're going to get 2. Maybe they package 7 and something else for 2. I don't know. But to me, the whole reason the Devils wanted to move from 2 was to get immediate help, and they've not gotten immediate help. All right, let's slow it down for a second before the pick is made. A couple things to tell you about. We're going to be joined
one
by...
is Greg's flip flops are a big hit in
Oh,
the
Yeah,
chat.
it's already
shit.
causing a stir.
The second
I told
shoe
you
to
I was
drop.
gonna. I told you I was gonna do something for the feet
Second shoe
guys
to
out
drop
there.
is
Greg,
Greg's
show
flip
feet.
flop.
Those
You got my text earlier.
you feet weirdos are getting your fix tonight. It's July, damn it! I can wear whatever the hell I want. We're gonna be sitting in this studio for 3 hours. I want to be comfortable.
Yeah,
leave me
alone.
This sweater choice is becoming.
See,
I wore black
bad-
because I'm
a
already
bad
damp.
decision.
All right, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to be joined in the next hour by Joe Brand, the pre- and post-game host of the Blackhawks on WGN Radio. We're going to talk to Dave Melton from Second City Hockey. We're going to talk to Jack Bushman from Locked On Blackhawks. We're going to be live for rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. We'll talk to James Naveau, my old host from the Madhouse Podcast, and a host of other guests.
Never heard of him.
On set, we have a few guests. We've got Alex DeBrincat, the
Collector's
bobblehead,
items.
and Alex DeBrincat and Dylan Strome, the salt shakers. Spaceballs, the flamethrower. You can see the little salt shakers underneath the CHGO Blackhawks logo on the table there. I opened those today, and now they're collector's items. So
Yes, we're going to have to get little mini senator logos to put on it.
Yeah,
Senators should totally
we might
qualify.
need a whole new lineup of bobbleheads by the time
You guys
next
are
season
quickly
starts.
turning into the Cubs. Most of our Cubs bobbleheads are guys that are not here.
They're all obsolete now. I can't wait for next season when we get the Sam Lafferty bobblehead.
I've got a whole line of them in my basement window in my office, and every one of them is gone except Taves and Kane.
for now.
And the week isn't over yet.
Yeah,
All right.
right.
Yeah, seriously.
Well,
I always had to get, do they sell just the base of the bobblehead? Well, when Jonathan Taves breaks, I'll just take the base and I'll fill my whole shelf with bases and
There you go,
add them
yeah.
literally.
Every Jonathan
down the
Taves
road.
bobblehead we have, or piece of merchandise we have, has gone through some sort of in-office injury.
it's breaking down.
Yeah.
Sometimes bobbleheads imitate life.
Lord. There's just so many chat comments in the chat. It's really hard to keep up with it. We're going to do the best we can.
Hey, we got over almost 250 people in the live
Yeah,
chat
thank
right
you
now.
so
guys
much.
for showing
man.
up.
That
This
is
is
awesome.
great.
So much.
It's officially a CHGO Blackhawks show because shirtless cigarette guy had his smoke already
Yes.
at the beginning of the show.
Our friend's
Our
back
neighbor.
patio, yeah.
I thought apparently it's not just an 11 a.m. thing. He must watch us and be like, I'm going to go say hello to the Blackhawks guys, take my shirt off, and smoke a dart, as they say in Canada. So
He's having himself
it's going to be a fun ride. We're about to get a pick maybe sometime soon. I don't know.
I honestly think they're just cheering and
Yeah, the
whatever.
Eagles are
and,
gonna
you
take
know,
some
This is
time.
the
I don't even
opening
think they're on the
15
clock.
minutes.
I mean, the
Yeah.
Canadians are going to stroke themselves for an hour and a half,
Les
not having won
habitants.
anything in 30 years. Way
Les
to go.
habitants.
I don't know what's going on here.
A little bit more news.
Martin St. Louis is on the screen.
Oh,
so
there
that
he
is.
is.
That is
He's
why
gonna
he
make the
is
pick.
being a standing ovation. Sorry, Jay. Go ahead.
Marc-Andre Fleury, 2-year deal with the Minnesota Wild, $3.5 million cap hit. That
Yeah, how
feels
about
good.
that?
That feels good,
He
too.
went from nearly retiring mid-season in Chicago to saying, "Hey, maybe I'll play 2 more years for the Minnesota Wild." It's interesting how playing for a good team changes the dynamic of a player.
Yeah, well, no Kevin Fiala there, so
Yeah,
maybe no
that's true.
Kirill Kaprizov either. Who knows what's going on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary, yeah.
Yeah. What is it with old dudes getting multi-year contracts today? 2 years for Fleury, 6 years for Chris Letang. When did he who shall not be named get hired in
Seriously.
Pittsburgh? What a freaking terrible contract that is. Hey, we even got him in the new draft and stuff.
be
A 41-year-old Chris Letang who's spent the last seemingly 41 years being injured. Look, he's a good player when he plays, but that's a guy whose game is a lot of speed. When you hit your late 30s and 40s, the speed goes away. That's a very Brent Seabrookian deal.
Yeah.
When you look at it.
That's a
Hey,
contract
maybe-
in 2 years. They're gonna be like, what did we do here?
Maybe that's an opportunity for Kyle Davidson to redeem himself and take a bad contract off Pittsburgh's hands in a few years.
Get that last year. Get that last year of Sidney Crosby. Sell those
There you
87
go.
Blackhawk
Yeah.
jerseys. Trade them to the Wild.
Yeah, we saw
All part
also.
of the
Hey,
plan.
we had Paul. If it could happen to Paul Coffey, it could happen to Sidney
There you
Crosby,
go.
Wendell Clark.
a post from Pierre LeBrun. I saw this was floating around that the Hawks didn't think they'd be able to re-sign Alex DeBrincat to a new contract. The
to his $9 million
yeah,
qualifying.
that he would not accept the $9 million qualifying offer. I don't believe that to be the case, and I've gotten over the
Absolutely
last
not.
24 hours. I've gotten a couple Facebook or Twitter conversations with people saying that this is Rocky Wirtz going on the cheap.
No.
They've always paid to the cap. They've often paid over the cap.
How many young players have we had to get rid of because we were over the cap?
Yeah, there's
So
no
let's
indication.
knock that off.
There's no indication that it has anything to do with the owner
What it is more
not wanting to
of,
spend.
do I really want to be paying Alex DeBrincat $10 to $12 million a year on a bad hockey team, and then when we're finally good again, he's 31 and not as good?
Right.
And these are all fact. Kyle Davidson is not thinking about 2023. He's thinking about 26, 27, that area. Again, we're not used to this in Chicago, having a general manager that actually thinks beyond the week on the calendar currently. So
I'm going to go ahead and say that Montreal's on the clock, by the way. I'm putting the graphic up. I've got a lot of graphics to deal with tonight. I apologize to break in here, but we're going to say they're on the clock. Marty's done talking. I think we're on the...
I believe we are officially on the clock because Gary Bettman is
getting
back
booed
at
and
the,
saying,
at
Yeah,
the podium.
the draft is about to start.
Gary's up there making bad jokes.
All
and
right,
twitching
sorry, Greg. Sorry, I just, a lot of graphics over here.
Yeah, I
He's
cannot,
very red.
I cannot believe that the line of thinking from the Blackhawks was, oh no, we might have to pay Alex DeBrincat more than $9 million. We should get rid of him now. That I can't think that is the line of thinking, because you essentially have one or two $10.5 million contracts coming off of your books. So what would be the problem in investing, if you don't trade him, investing in Alex DeBrincat for the long term, as like, because we've talked about this before. Who's going to be on the roster? Who's going to be in the lineup? You need people to be able to play, and Alex DeBrincat is a veteran at 24 years old, and he's shown leadership qualities, the ability to be kind of like the face and of the team a little bit, be able to be promoted and used on social media and sell their merchandise and all this stuff. Why would you, if you didn't trade him, why would you not look at him and be like, we need somebody to be in that role, someone to be the leader of the locker room of younger players and be around as the team goes through some tough times and gets back to contention? Why would you not think that Alex DeBrincat could be that player if you ended up not trading him? And just to say we didn't want to pay him $9 million. Well, yeah, you pay him 10, you pay him 11.
Right.
You're not gonna have multiple double-digit $1 million contracts on your books. You're gonna have Seth Jones, and you would have had Alex DeBrincat. That would have been it. You're not paying anyone else $10 million.
You were able to contend for Stanley Cups with two $10.5 million on your deals on your books years ago, when $10.5 million was way more then than it is now.
When it was the highest contract in the league, which
Yes.
it's not anymore.
And you were able to fill out a competitive roster with those two things on it. So I don't buy that. And just to be clear, I think that concept that Rocky Wirtz wants to go into cheap, I think that's tinfoil hat stuff. What's going to really hurt Rocky Wirtz is lack of attendance.
Yeah.
So a move to not keep Alex DeBrincat, look, if it was a Rocky Wirtz money move, he'd say, let's hang on to this guy as long as we can to get the revenue through the gate, right, and then trade him at the deadline. It wouldn't be a trade today to make that happen. So no. I think that's a little bit of a kooky thought. I understand a lot of people are frustrated, and understandably, we're all frustrated too, but let's try to zoom out, not completely overreact and make any grand declarations about things right now, because it's one move. The draft has not even begun yet. Other things could be happening.
Yeah.
We don't know what the full plan is for this summer. We've got free agency starting next Wednesday. There's a lot to play out here, but the first move, as we currently understand it, is certainly not enough, and it's frustrating. We should, before the Hawks make a pick, start talking about some of the options they might have at 7. It's funny, we all sort of speculate, maybe they'll get in the first round, but maybe not. We kind of had to do some catch-up on some draft analysis
We were
today.
thinking maybe the second pick, maybe the fourth pick. We weren't thinking 7th or 8th.
Right.
Or, So, yeah, we should probably get to know a little bit of the players that might be in play here.
So when I got here, first thing I got here very early and started going through a lot of the draft projection guides, and I started making a spreadsheet, and then got tired of doing that and got bored and said, this is useless, and I could do all this work and it won't matter. Corey Pronman, Chris Peters, Scott Wheeler, and Bob McKenzie all have Joakim Kamel, the right winger from Finland, 5'10", 170, as their 7th rated prospect. Elite Prospects has Pavel Mitnyakov, and Sam Cosentino from Sportsnet has Cutter Gauthier, the best name in the draft, 6'3", 200 pounds. If he's there at 7, yes.
Per
yes,
Bobby
please.
Margarita, Uncle Bob McKenzie, Slavkovsky is about to be the number 1 overall pick of the draft this year.
All right.
Really?
Well, I guess
according to Bob
if
McKenzie,
we're going to agree with
he,
Bobby Margarita, then I could do that
I think
if you'd like.
Yeah,
we're going to say that's for sure.
I think if Bob McKenzie says it, even if he's semi-retired.
Okay. Well,
yeah, that guy.
that's the way
his
to
his
go.
word is as good as gold.
All right, well, here goes. Let's
My
see if this
hero.
works.
So I feel like in the 7th pick position.
Oh, got to make the official pick. Got to do the first one.
Oh yeah.
There he
He's
is, Yuri Slavkovsky
Yuri
from
Slavkovsky.
TPS.
Well, it's not officially official yet, but it's as good as official. If Bob McKenzie is saying
It's crazy to me that we're now at this point where Shane Wright was the consensus number 1 pick for years in this draft class, and just in the last few months, it just everyone talked themselves out of him being as good as people said he was. And Yuri Slavkovsky has a big, world championships, a big Olympic performance, and
missing that whole OHL
Leapfrogs him.
season for Shane Wright, I've definitely hurt him because he wasn't
Had
quite
to.
the same player this year.
yeah.
But you can understand that not playing hockey for a year. But I have been a big fan of Yuri Slavkovsky for quite some time. Even heading into this season, I was a fan of his and was like, oh man, it stinks that the Blackhawks won't have that 5th or 6th pick. That's right where he would have gone. And now here he is, number 1, and rightfully so. He is what you would consider your mix of your modern day player and your old fashioned power forward. He's got size at 6'4" and 218 pounds
Big
at
kid.
18 years old. That's big. And left-handed shot, plays the left wing. Of course, he played for TPS in Liga this past season.
Is that an Office Space reference, that team? TPS reports?
Maybe. 31 games for the pro level, just 5 goals and 10 points, which, again, we say it a lot, and if you're not familiar, the European leagues, you could play on the top level team as a 17, 18-year-old, but you're playing 4th line minutes no matter how good you are. It's a veteran league, But according to a Western Conference scout in March of 2022, you don't often see a player his size handle the puck as well as he does. His wall protection is some of the best you'll see from a kid. Still has some hiccups in his own end, and isn't the most gifted skater, but the upside is as big as he is. We're going to be doing a lot from elite prospects. I am using their draft guide for a lot of this information, so tip to the cap to Elite Prospects. They put out an amazing, almost 1,200-page draft guide. So go check them out. They're the first place I go to when I'm looking up prospects. So he's ranked 3rd overall according to Elite Prospects. He has a 5 ranking for skating, 6 shooting, 6.5 passing, 7.5 puck handling, hockey sense 6, physical play 8, and that's on a scale of 1 to 9. So I don't know why they can't do 10 like everybody else, but it's a 1 to 9 scale.
Amazing.
There can be no 10 players.
We run on a scale of 1 to 8.5.
The number shall be 3.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm going to go on record and say Montreal should have taken Shane Wright. Too much time passes and people start talking themselves out of stuff. There's a reason the kid was ranked number 1 for so long. I think Slavkovsky's going to be a great player. Huge guy, obviously, and big power forward, works well off the boards, can play a little bit of center too, but this is the classic Stan Bowman overthink, and a lot of people though, like Corey Proman and others, had him as the guy. Did I say his name?
You did.
I did?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I'm up to like $5 tonight already.
It's at least 4. Yeah.
Damn it.
He who shall not be named.
Does it count if I'm ripping him? I guess so.
Yes. Should count double.
Shall not be named.
Because not saying his name is
is
kind
the
of
true
ripping
rule.
him
Yeah.
in the first place.
Lawrence, you got to keep my tab running. I'll just fill it at the end of the night.
I got too much shit over here to deal with. You got to do it yourselves.
All right, we'll get a little tally mark.
We'll get a tally,
I know
yeah.
I'm up to at least 4.
Well, and what's wild is that now you get the New Jersey Devils at the 2nd overall pick, and they have Nico Hischier, they have Jack Hughes, and do they go their next best 2 options on the board are Shane Wright and Logan Cooley. Do they need a 3rd center in that lineup? Like, yeah, it'd be great to have a glut of centers. Chicago doesn't have anything like that. It'd be great to have that, but I think that they might have been hoping that Slafkovsky would have been available at number 2 to have that young, big scoring winger to play with either of those two centermen. And now you look at Logan Cooley, you look at Shane Wright, and the Devils may. And this is what makes me upset.
Maybe they'll trade the number 2 pick to Ottawa for Alex DeBrincat.
This is what makes me upset about the.
Quick question: the Blackhawks just tweeted this little clock emoji.
A clock emoji.
Does that have anything to do with anything else?
I don't know.
I'm
that's
tired.
another
I'm tired
thing.
of them and their
Another
eyeballs.
thing.
Dude.
Your eyeball tweets are adorable when like it's free agency day, not when you're trading your best effing player and asset for picks.
And that's another thing. Why
I'm
do you
sorry.
get off calling
that
me
irritated
Nick?
me today.
Yeah.
Get off my lawn, Blackhawks, for today.
Get off my lawn, 19-year-old Blackhawks intern. How dare you?
Yeah, how dare you?
Well, it's just this. Yeah, it's trying to be cute, and when you're doing it with information that you know is that well you don't know, but where you're doing it with information that is likely going to piss off 90% of your fan base, it loses its luster.
According to Elliot Freeman a couple of minutes ago, not sure of all the particulars, but he believes there is something brewing between Vancouver and the New York Islanders. Maybe they're trading Trevor Linden again.
Nice. Shane Wright, by the way, you're mentioning the Devils centers. 6'1", not huge, not small,
6'1" at
but
18 years
they're
old.
pretty lean down the middle.
Yeah, you're good.
You know, maybe they're looking to move a center out. I don't know. That's why it just made so much freaking sense.
That my point was going to be that it makes me so upset that the Blackhawks made the return was what it ended up being from Ottawa to trade DeBrincat when maybe you could have just rolled the dice on Slafkovsky being the top pick, and then you go to New Jersey and say, hey, we know that you're not interested in one of these two, centers potentially. What about this offer for DeBrincat that we talked about earlier? What does it look like now? What can we do? Like it just that option didn't end up being on the table.
Well, do we get
it's frustrating.
Do we get 2 Slovakians, 1 and 2 here? If Jersey doesn't want a center,
that's
do
true.
they go Simon Nemec on the back end? That wouldn't be a bad pick right there.
That could happen.
We could have Slovakia 1 and 2, and Marian Hossa can do shots of Malort.
Still waiting
In the
for his
sunshine.
role with the team to be announced, by the way.
He's replacing Alex DeBrincat on the second line.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm
there
just
you
getting
go.
too agitated about everything. I already told people to take a step back and just breathe.
And you're not
look
even
at everything
taking
in a
your own
vacuum.
advice.
I'm not taking my own advice. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
You are embodying every angry Twitter follower I have right now. It's like, Jay, I get him on my phone. I don't need him sitting right next
I
to
know.
me.
Part of it is like as soon as it happens, everyone's yelling at us. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm mad too.
I didn't make the trade. I had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. I would have had a better return if I was in charge.
Someday you will be. I'm confident that you will be the GM of the Blackhawks someday, Greg. And then someday we'll call you he who shall not be named after you butcher a draft.
I'll be the first GM to wear flip-flops to the draft.
There you go.
Oh yeah,
That'd be a scene.
You guys can call me Captain Flip-Flops.
I like that. It's like Captain Serious, Captain Flip. It's the complete opposite
Yeah.
of Captain Serious.
Yeah.
The other thing we should mention is a name that was popping up throughout the day, Blackhawks-wise, is Kirby Dach. Apparently the Hawks are shopping him. Talked to a source yesterday who mentioned, I was trying to check in on the DeBrincat stuff, and they said, well, I haven't really heard too much about that in terms of return, but Dach's name is out there big time, which is not terribly surprising, but I don't know. Especially after the DeBrincat trade, I'm not ready to give up on a 3rd overall pick from a couple years ago that has literally every excuse in the world to get off to a slow start in his career. Injury, COVID-shortened seasons, another injury, rush to the NHL, on and on and on. Bad coach fired midseason.
Yeah.
There's so many reasons for Kirby Dach to not have panned out, honestly. Now you've got a real head coach. We don't know what his coaching staff is going to look like, but safe to assume it will be a professional coaching staff. I'm not ready to give up on Kirby Dach, and who knows what's going to happen tonight, but to see that name out there, it feels like you'd be selling really low.
Well, and
Is that the theme of
what,
the night?
what has been
really.
said is that they're looking for a top 15 pick in the
You ain't
draft,
getting it.
and I don't know who is going to give you
If
that.
you only get number 7 for DeBrincat, you're not getting a third round pick.
So yeah, I really don't know what the return would be, and if it's not a first round pick, it's not worth it. 21 years old, he's had, bumps in the road in his development path. Give him another season. Give him under a coach that, for all intents and purposes, we believe that he can be the right coach for a young player to build confidence and go forward with. I just think that's the route that they need to go. They don't need to just cut bait on people just because maybe we can get a good pick for him, but maybe he can turn out to be better than what you might get.
Yeah. I'm willing to bet on another, I'll take another shot on Kirby Dach's development rather than trade him for a mid first round pick, and especially in this draft, which isn't super full, isn't super serious.
Martin Brodeur, Uncle Daddy.
The pick is in for the New Jersey Devils.
sounds
Martin Brodeur is going to be announcing it, and it
he's
looks
gonna-
like it might be a defenseman.
Yeah, and then he's gonna marry this pick's sister. And then divorce her and marry her.
You gotta
sister.
explain this to people.
Not
Not everybody
you
knows.
gotta explain
not
some of
everybody
this.
knows Uncle
The
Daddy.
Martin Brodeur Uncle Daddy reference is because he divorced his wife and married his wife's sister and has kids with both of them. So his children can call him both uncle and daddy at the same time, and neither of them will be wrong.
Well,
It's
there you
both
go.
disgusting and impressive at the same time.
It's very odd.
It's like a common theme on those documentary websites we freaking sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Hey,
Like
we got three.
stepsister, stepfather. Like, what is with this?
He was a pioneer in that field.
Brodeur hub.
Oh my God.
And
Well,
There it is. Simone Nemec.
Simone Nemec.
I might know what I'm talking about
Is
every
your
once in a
newest
while.
New Jersey Devil.
unbelievable.
All Slovakia so far. That's crazy. When was the last time we've had a draft where a Canadian wasn't picked 1 or 2?
That's a great
In
question.
a little bit.
To the research department.
It's been a little
I'm sure
bit.
somebody's going to tweet that out soon. Simone Nemec, again, another Slovakian-born player. He is a right-handed defenseman, 6'1", 192 pounds. Played in the Slovakian Pro League last year. And HK Nitra was his team. That sounds
like
cool.
Those are delicious.
That's metal.
Have you ever had
That
an
is
HK
metal.
Nitra?
He had 1 goal and 25 assists in 39 games.
Good teammate.
According to this little tidbit here from Elite Prospects, Simone Nemec just put together one of the most productive draft year season from a defenseman in Tipos Extraliga history. In fact, Marian Hossa and Marian Gaborik are the only 2 other players in league history to ever have more than Nemec's 26 points in 39 games for a first-time draft-eligible skater.
Those are,
That's a pretty good company to be in.
those
Those
are
are good
two
players,
names.
yeah.
If you're in the
Marians
same,
and Nemec.
if you're in the same sentence as Marian Hossa and Marian Gaborik, you're doing something right.
Yeah, and here is the little scouting blurb on Mr. Nemec from Elite Prospects from a Western Conference scout in January of 2022. He's the type of defender you build around. He skates very well, has a great brain, and is starting to show his offensive game at the pro level. He can get pushed around at times, and he should be able to handle that more as he grows and recognizes how to get out of trouble sooner.
I love great brain. In our scouting process, we sawed his skull off and took a look at his brain, and it's fantastic.
It's a beautiful brain.
By the way, can you go back to the player card there?
Yeah,
I've never seen
let's do
the accent over the S.
I got to be honest.
The
Oh yeah.
So
what sound is that?
I don't know. I did not
Simon.
make these player cards. These were sort of already all these accents and everything
Yeah.
were already made. So if you notice the other thing that I have, the where's my
I just need to know what sound that makes.
let's see. I got to
Like
publish.
fine, is it like
I
a
don't
speech
think
impediment?
it's definitely not just plain old Simon.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's something.
Well, I think if it was Simone, wouldn't it be over the I?
Or the
Or
O.
Neil B in the chat says it's actually pronounced Jeff.
like
Yeah, maybe it's Jeff.
like
Maybe
for,
that's
for
it.
what we do in Shadows. Jeff.
Yes, Jeff.
Hey, that show comes back next week.
I
Let's
can't
go.
love
wait.
that
Good
show.
stuff. Also, according to Elite Prospects, they have a little box here that says shades of a current player.
I love that.
Shades of Morgan Riley for Simone Nemec.
Okay.
Ooh,
I like that.
not
My
a
only
bad
favorite
player.
thing is he's a big time goal scorer and a playmaker. He reminds me of Wayne Gretzky. Thank you. Very helpful analyst. Great. So what you're telling us is it's an X-Wing Gretzky.
What I really liked was the a player comp I saw for Yuri Slafkovsky. I know we've already moved past him as the top overall pick, but was Rick Nash, and I was just like, if there's a player that you want to be compared to that is in this day and age, like a prime Rick Nash now would be amazing, and he was amazing in his own time, and that was not too long ago. But that is a player that I would be very excited for.
Slafkovsky's player shade of is Valerie Nishkushkin. So,
All right. There you go. All right, quick
like
question
Rick Nash
before it happens. Shane Wright is there. So let's just play funsies. Let's do funsy time.
Funsy time.
Would you trade Seven and Dach for Shane Wright?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Shane Wright can play center. Dach cannot.
How dare you?
What?
Maybe his 20% face-off percentage will improve someday.
What? He can't. He should be a wing.
I mean, the Coyotes are on the clock, so anything can happen. I mean, let's be honest.
Shout out to our friends at PHNX for falling ass backwards into Shane Wright. Like,
seriously,
great job.
And
Great
Shane
job,
Wright,
guys.
Is Shane Wright just sitting there
amazing
like,
scouting job.
and Shane Wright's on his phone. The pick's in. The Coyotes select Shane Wright. I demand a trade.
Congratulations,
Immediately.
Shane Wright, from going to the OHL to the NHL and playing in a smaller arena next year. Nice job.
Yeah, that's
Oh my God.
that's not gonna be great.
Have fun in front of those 9 rows of bleachers.
It's gonna be cool though.
No, it's not. It's
No,
embarrassing.
So it's
I'm all
cool
for
to
it.
watch.
It's freaking embarrassing.
Nah.
It's embarrassing.
I feel
It's
like the
not.
coach
Don't get
from
me wrong.
Letterkenny.
Yeah, I was gonna
I'm gonna
say,
kick
yeah.
a garbage can.
Yeah, I think it's cool though. I don't know. I mean,
No, it's cool for a
I
game,
want
not 3 seasons.
I want Greg's chaos of the Stanley
Oh, I
Cup.
totally
The
want them to
Stanley
make the
Cup
cup now,
final
yeah.
has to go to Arizona
And those
while they're
and the
playing.
the tickets are $9,000 a piece because they can only let 18
while they're
people into
playing
the building.
in the college arena because you can only fit 4,000 in there. My God,
It's an embarrassment.
it's not good. It's not good. It's just.
but shout out to our friends at PH.
But
we
yeah,
love
shout
them.
out,
Who are-
shout out to them for
Craig
having
Morgan's in
to deal with
Montreal.
that.
Yeah.
That's not
They're
their
having
that's
fun.
not their fault. It's not their problem. Just like it's not our problem that Alex
it's not our
DeBrincat's
fault.
return was terrible.
Exactly. We're not. It's not our fault that they play in a baby arena, and it's not our fault that Alex DeBrincat is in Ottawa.
Okay, so Adam in the chat says the little mark over the S is pronounced like SH, so it's Shimon.
Shimon
And Region Rev says that's correct. She speaks Slovak.
Well, there you go.
There
So there you go, Shimon.
Shimon.
Or Shimon.
Shimon.
Hello, my name
Shimon?
is Shimon.
Shimon.
And I like to do
Isn't
boring
what
Shimon?
Michael Jackson song was he kept Shimon.
All of them.
all of The correct answer is all of them.
All of them.
He needs to have Dirty Diana as his goal song,
okay,
or
so
else I quit.
I don't think the Coyotes, it says the pick is in. So I
Coyotes are
haven't
making
seen-
their pick.
All right.
All right, here we go.
guess
Let's
there's
see
a
what
fade.
let's see what Bobby
Mark
McKenna-
Derrida.
Oh, you know what? Miroslav Shatan, Satan, has the same thing over his
there
S,
you go.
and that's correct. SH.
I
There
friggin'
you go.
love that guy, and I love that he played for the Devils.
Yeah, it's cool.
Pick
That's
is
perfect.
in.
It was natural.
La Coy Esfat. That's
Boy,
Pick
I
is
feel
in.
real bad for Shane Wright.
What if it's Logan Cooley?
What
Well, that was my guy.
What if Shane Wright
That would've
drops
been
to
nice,
number
yeah.
7?
Hey, I mean, we poo-pooed on Corey Pronman for saying that Shane Wright was going to go 4th, and he may very well go 3rd or 4th now. It's
All right, well,
oh my goodness,
Bob McKenzie is dropping lobbing Bob bombs,
margarita bombs.
and it is indeed Logan Cooley
Oh my God.
at number 3.
What?
This is like
Logan Cooley, number 3 to the Arizona Coyotes.
this is like Aaron Rodgers on
Dude,
draft
get
night.
on the phone to Seattle
Trade
immediately.
up. Do
Immediately.
it now. And this is another thing. Why not wait to see it unfold
Right.
before you make the trade? Oh my gosh. All right, Logan Cooley. This is a guy I really had my eyes on just because he has an awesome name. Let's be honest.
It's
I
pretty
hope
cool.
He's related to Mike Cooley.
There you go. That's
Love
a
that.
reference for me, you, and one other person.
Yes. It's a drive-by truckers reference.
Yes.
So all 6 of you can.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do we know about Logs?
He plays hockey.
Logan.
All right.
He's
That's
from
a
the
start.
United
That's a good
States. He is a 5'10", 181-pound left-handed center. Played for the U.S. national U18 team this past year. He is a very good puck handler. Probably the best in the draft. His stock really rose this year. There was a lot of time A lot of people thought he might go number 1, and he very well could have.
Chris Peters had him as his top prospect.
He is amazing to watch through traffic. He can the old hot knife through butter is definitely a good analogy to make here. According to let's see, this past season for the U.S. U18 team, he had 27 goals, 75 points in 51 games. And he played 24 games for the U.S. team on the USHL level. And there he had 13 goals, 36 points in 24 games. Also had a monster U18 World Junior Championship with 3 goals, 10 points in 6 games. He is committed to the University of Minnesota. And his little blurb here, from an Eastern Conference scout in May of 2022, he projects down the middle and has speed and skill package you look for in a top 6 center. His safety is what makes him so appealing. Shades of Robert Thomas.
Okay.
So he can sing
Smooth. Oh, by the way, Carlos Santana.
He's okay though.
He's all right.
He's all right.
good?
A little heat exhaustion.
That was scary.
I was going to say my Robert Thomas reference is you won't be able to push him around very easily on that.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, so the top 3, Yuri Slafkovsky, Simon Nemec, and Logan Cooley. And Shane Wright is
Simon
still
Nemec.
on the board. We got a couple
Shimon.
super chats we got to get to.
Yes.
Hey.
Dr. Horror Show says, best Hawks talk around. Cheers. Thank you. Here's
Appreciate
cheering
that
you
there.
with my
I just
lukewarm water.
I took the last swig of my fake beer, but I will be refilling shortly.
I am drinking Omission Lager. It is a beer that is brewed to remove the gluten.
Omission of a prospect.
Yeah,
In the trade.
Mission of
And then
a
we had
goal
another $10 super chat up a little bit there, Lawrence. I'm sorry
it's
to...
Andrew, I got it here.
There we go.
Tell
one
me-
was
I got you,
$9.99,
guys.
one was
I got you.
$10 flat.
Yeah, we prefer the $10 flat, but we'll take it all. Thank you very much. Helps us design our set and get
helps
better
pay for
graphics
these
and everything.
awesome graphics.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And he says,
Go ahead. Andrew says, can someone tell me why we trade Alex DeBrincat, a building block for the future, for a draft pick that might never pan out? Well, that's kind of what we're talking about. And the whole reason that we wanted to even consider it was because the thought was you would get a ton back in return. And they didn't get a ton back in return. So I think we all agree, as of this moment, that Kyle Davidson absolutely blew the trade.
Yes.
I mean, there could be more coming. Shane Wright's still on the board. Maybe they use 7 to trade up again. I don't know. But at this very moment, with the Kraken on the clock at 4, it is a lost trade. And there's no other way to shake it out.
yeah, I mean, you can say, like, give it time, but honestly, like, Alex DeBrincat next season is going to score 35, 40 goals with the Senators. Like, yeah, he's not going to be playing with Patrick Kane, but also, like, he has the ability to be a player on his own that can make that kind of impact. I don't think
just
I really
too
don't
good
think
for
there was
Blackhawks.
I don't think there was any question that Alex DeBrincat could produce on his own at a high level click and be able to be a superstar. Like, he is a superstar in the NHL, and so losing Alex DeBrincat for what wasn't a king's ransom, as Phil Thompson put it yesterday, it's a miss. And unfortunately the ripple effect is going to be the pressure that's going to be put on whoever is drafted at number 7 to be an immediate superstar, and people are going to throw this some way, shape, or form back at Seth Jones because he's making what Alex DeBrincat would have made or a little bit less than, and he's not a player that the fan base is going to welcome. Whether he could win a Norris and they'd be like, overpaid.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Well,
not a good
We might have a
situation.
trade here. We
Oh,
might have a
Lord.
trade.
Might have a trade, you say, as Gary Bettman is at the podium, rather than the Seattle Kraken.
The Canadians have traded Alexander Romanov and the number 98 overall pick to the Islanders for 13 overall.
There's a team trying
So
to make some moves.
okay.
Yeah, that's a move up. That's a move.
Romanoff is a good player. That's just what the Islanders
Good
need,
young
more
defenseman.
defensemen. They need to get that team needs to get more defensive.
Yeah.
Our buddy Phil Thompson, by the way, tweeting Shane Wright is looking a lot like Aaron Rodgers right now.
Just
Yeah,
said that.
for real.
Yeah, he's obviously watching.
He's
and
probably watching.
do you
yeah.
think he's
I-
got the
he's-
same
he's
terrible
simulcast.
tattoo? Does he have the
Gotta
same
be.
bad tattoo that Aaron Rodgers just got?
I'm trying to find a way to say, like, I wish I could think like half as highly of myself as Aaron Rodgers does. He thinks he's so cool. No.
A lot of people in the comments.
I think a lot of people are guessing
Montreal,
that's what's happening. I'm not seeing that.
Elliot Friedman is just now
Oh,
saying
yeah.
number 13 and number 66 to Chicago for Kirby Dach.
Wow.
So now the Blackhawks have 2 first-round picks in the top
13
15.
and 66.
And now
Dach.
all the picks tomorrow. So basically tomorrow is going to be all. How do you get the 13th overall pick for Kirby Dach and only the 7th overall pick for Alex DeBrincat?
Different GMs. It's a lot. Like, this is a very difficult show to do because you're trying to like
You're telling me.
analyze and think about what's happening and like try to figure things out. And you got the 13th overall pick for Kirby Dach, but it's a draft that is not really loaded.
13 and 66, though.
That's,
I have 0 issues with this trade. Zero.
I don't know.
That's a first.
What are we
and-
going to do without those 22 points next year?
That's a
for
that's
Kirby?
a
Who
first.
is going to play?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter, guys.
They're not
Sam
trying to-
Lafferty, number 1 center.
They are obviously.
Go.
Kyle Davidson is obviously not trying to win next year.
Holy smoke!
What if they trade
You're-
7
you're-
and 13 to Seattle for Shane Wright?
No.
Do it, coward!
Do it immediately. Let's
I'm
friggin'
losing it.
go.
I swear to God.
We're not even in
crazy.
the 4th pick yet, Jay.
I'm gonna have
Relax.
to take a walk. I'm telling you
This
guys.
is insane.
I'm gonna go walk the cockroach and come back in a little bit. Walk the cockroach, by the way, is not a
That
euphemism.
was a Matchbox 20 album.
Oh my
Holy
Lord!
shit.
Real quick, I just want to shout
It's
out.
off the rails. We're not even
yeah.
4 picks in yet.
A
I'm
super
sorry.
chat from Gary Rockrose, $10. Thank you very much, Gary Rockrose. I know this guy. Thank you very much. He says, buy your producer a beer. I agree.
You know
buy
what?
me a beer.
Lawrence, you can take 2 of any
Lawrence,
kind
there
you
are,
want.
There
from
are
the fridge
so many
right
in the
now.
fridge right
Help
now.
yourself.
You can take them all. You can take as many as you want.
Thank
right
you,
now.
sir.
Yes, you can have as many of those beers
Grab
that I
me
didn't
another
pay
one
for.
while you're at it.
All right. I think that if anyone listened to the old Madhouse podcast and listened to the early days of this one,
is
I might
insane.
be the last believer in the world in Kirby Dach. You talk about getting bigger. You talk about adding speed. You talk about all these things. He's got it. And like I said earlier in the show, he's had every reason to have developed the way he has. Terrible coaching, an absolute fiasco going on off the ice, never given any time in Rockford to develop, multiple injuries, a COVID season, all those things. The guy I saw in Edmonton, I think he's still there. The guy I saw in the bubble, I think he's still there. I think some team's going to unlock him. Probably the Montreal Canadiens, and yeah, maybe, and
Or
maybe I'm wrong.
he's bad there too, and this is a great trade.
Well, that's why we can't. I'm trying not to complete. Look, let's be clear. I'm not freaking out about the fact that Kirby Dach's been traded, and it's a hell of a lot more than I thought they would ever get for Kirby Dach. That's for sure. I'm just a little bit afraid to give up on a 21-year-old who has shown flashes, maybe not as many as we'd like to see. But I go back to Kevin Fiala, right, with the Wild, and I'm going to pull up his stats here. And a lot of people had the same thoughts about Kevin Fiala. Okay? This guy had 85 points last season, as the internet fails me, as it always does when I need it to happen.
He was a mid-40s point guy for a while.
Yeah.
And
11th overall in 2014.
Yep.
Last season, 85 points.
And Shane Wright is officially a Kraken.
Oh, man.
Matty Beniers and Shane Wright down the middle.
Ooh, that's fun.
That's a heck of a way to start a franchise right there.
All right, how relieved is Shane Wright, though, that he's not a Coyote?
Very. Very.
I mean, it's a downgrade in Jersey. I'll say that. But
Logan Cooley is a perfect Coyote. If there is such a thing,
Yeah, he sounds like somebody he sounds like a president of a frat on Arizona State campus.
he looks like the kind of guy that would wear a jersey like that, unironically.
Yeah.
His Logan Cooley's clothing matches our draft graphics.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
All right, so there's Shane Wright, the guy who we thought for probably a year and a half was going to be.
You see that? You see that on his shoulder? You see that giant chip on his shoulder?
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah,
He's
that
like,
is a
I'm gonna
massive
show.
chip.
Well, good for him.
I'm gonna show you that I should have been number one.
I was listening to the SiriusXM draft coverage on the way in just to make sure I didn't miss any news as I was driving in. And they talk about how big of a competitor he is. And he's drawn comparisons to two Bruins, Patrice Bergeron, David Krejci. that he just wants to be good at everything he does, and I guess he kind of sucked at golf. And then took it upon himself to get good at golf, too. He just likes to challenge himself. He likes to work hard. And it's a shame that he loses that OHL season last year and loses his draft status. But, look, he's going to do the Kraken have to be thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
It's huge. I mean, that's huge. He is probably the most NHL-ready player in this draft.
You go from thinking, oh, maybe we'll get Logan Cooley. Or, maybe Shimon Nemec is our fifth pick or our fourth pick, or David Urasek is our fourth pick, and then it's like, oh, hey, Shane Wright's there. That's amazing. Like it's crazy that he dropped to this point. But I just go back to Corey Pronman, and I guess he's just a wizard because he has now picked the first 4 picks completely right.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, he also said the Hawks are going to get defensemen with those first 2 second-round picks. Now, if they do that, that's fine.
yeah.
If those were their first 2 picks in the draft, I would have been like, come on. But now that you've got 2 of the first 15 picks in the draft, at this point, they may have 4 picks in the first round. They may overpass the Coyotes here. Let's do our little Shane Wright scouting report, shall we?
Yep.
Let's do it. 6 foot, 198-pound right-handed center. Played for the Kingston Frontenacs in the OHL this past season. Scored 32 goals, 94 points in 63 games, and they said he had a bad year, but okay. He is not that dynamic Connor McDavid type player, but he could be that Patrice Bergeron really, really good player for a long, long time. This is a quote directly from Shane Wright from this past March. I take a lot of pride in doing everything right and being able to play in all situations, just overall being reliable. Go wherever the coach wants to put me, and that's been a strength of my game, doing everything right. I like the center position and the defensive part of that. His shades of Patrice Bergeron and Mika Zibanejad. Okay. So if you get either one of those guys, that's nice guy to have on your team.
All right, Hawks are 3 picks away as it stands right now. We should probably go over some of the guys who might be available at that spot now.
Yes.
And there's a lot. Obviously,
there's many.
I'm still high on Cutter Gauthier.
Yes. I like him. He's big. He's mean.
Yeah,
his name is Cutter.
The way that things have shaped out in the first 4 picks really makes me feel like, and as I wrote about it on allchgo.com, Gauthier being a potential fit at the 4th overall selection for the Blackhawks because they need size, they need someone who can skate, they need forwards, and he checks a lot of those boxes. And he produced away from being Logan Cooley's line mate when he was with the U.S. program, so that was even more of an indication that he can do things on his own. I love Cutter Gauthier if he's there at 7, and the way the things have played out, there's a real chance that he's going to be there.
That would be insane.
Wasn't Gauthier that song that a couple years ago? Didn't have to turn.
Yeah, spelled differently though. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, good.
It's no Train, but it's still pretty good.
Hey, nice reference. That's a good callback.
Hey, Frank Nazar is still there.
Yep.
Grab him. Good player.
David Urasek is still there.
Yeah, if you want to go to the defenseman route.
I don't want a defenseman.
I don't
the
either.
13 pick could get interesting because then you got guys like Marco Kasper, who I'm a big fan of.
Yes.
He's that high energy, check you into the 3rd row and then score a goal on you type of guy.
Yep.
Brad Lambert is an interesting guy. That's a guy that
Brad Lambert at one time was the number 1.
Yeah, he was going to be him and Shane
prospect,
Wright were 1 and 2, and then COVID happened. He went to Finland and didn't have a great year, but he's again playing pro as a teenager.
Sorry to interrupt you, Greg. Frank Saravalli, subject to change, of course, but plan is now. Wait, never mind. Go ahead, Greg.
That's no. It's not. You misread. Plan as of now isn't for the Blackhawks to package 7 and 13 and move up.
Yeah,
read it wrong.
Well, Bobby Mack just beat us to it. Cutter Gauthier will be the pick of the Philadelphia Flyers.
Should have traded with the Flyers. Damn it.
There you go.
Again, another guy at 13 I like. I love his name, and he also is said to have the best actual shot in the entire draft. Jagger Furcus.
Good name.
Jagger and his brother, his name's Slade. Slade and Jagger Furcus. Those are guys I want to party with.
You know what? I don't like
guys,
them now.
Those guys definitely are playing in the WHL, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
definitely.
Their
Yeah,
dad
and
definitely wears affliction shirts.
Their mom has seen Bon Jovi 18
Oh,
times.
she has bedazzled jeans on
she
right
is
now.
who John Bon Jovi wrote. She's Gina from Living on a Prayer.
There you go.
Oh, that's
There
true.
you go.
All right, Cutter Gauthier a flyer. That's a good fit, man.
We're sorry,
Yeah.
Cutter.
That he is just like Logan Cooley is a definite Coyote. Cutter Gauthier is a definite flyer.
Or Bruin. He would have been
Or
a good
Bruin,
Bruin,
yep.
too.
Yep.
Hey, that's...
I believe he's going to one of the Boston schools.
we've
too.
got two... Of course he is. We've got two of the top 5 picks from the U.S. National Team Development Program. Go USA.
There you go.
This is a good part, by
We
the
only
way.
have one Canadian picked in the top 5 so
Yeah,
far.
take that,
Suck
Canada.
it, Canada.
And he dropped.
I'm not your guy, buddy.
And that's your
Good
buddy,
reminder
pal.
to go see the Steel.
Yes.
They play the U.S. NDPH, whatever the U.S. National Team Development Program
Yes.
team a lot.
Team
you see a
USA.
lot of top
Yeah,
picks.
you
A
see a
top
lot
3
of 'em.
pick next year will come from the Steel. Go see the Chicago. They're not sponsors by any means. They're friends, but they're not sponsors. Don't be dumb like me and wait to go see a Steel game. Go see the Steel next season. You're going to see great players for Chicago and great players around the league. So definitely a good hockey money spent there.
All right. Cutter Gauthier is a 6'3", 201 pound left-handed monster. Plays both center and left wing. For the under-18 U.S. national team, he had 34 goals and 65 points in 54 games. For Team USA in the USHL, he had another 19 goals and 28 points in 22 games, so well over a point per game average. At the under-18 World Junior Championships, 3 goals, 9 points in 6 games, committed to Boston College. This is a quote directly from him, or I'm sorry, a quote from the development team U18's head coach in March 2022. They didn't give him his name, but we gave Gauthier 3 things to be a power forward. Ask yourself every game, am I moving my feet? Am I playing physical? And am I getting to the inside? Narrow the focus on those 3 things. When you watch him now, I think he nails those 3 things. His shades of box include Max Pacioretty and Thomas Hertl.
Not
bad.
Not bad.
No, again, good player. He's your old school, prototypical power forward with the speed. With the speed you need to win today. He was Elite Prospects number 11th overall ranked player, so a little higher up on the board than they would have had him. So.
All right, before we get to the next pick, I want to remind everybody the best way to support CHGO is to download the PointsBet app and use the code CHGO when you sign up. Do it now, and you'll get 2 risk-free bets up to $2,000. But with a $50 or more first-time deposit, you'll receive a free CHGO membership. That unlocks all of our great web content, and you'll even get a free shirt of your choice from the CHGO locker. I'm wearing a very damp one right now. That's $2,000 in free bets, a free CHGO membership, and a free T-shirt from the CHGO locker. I don't know what that sound was. All for making a $50 or more first-time deposit at PointsBet. It's your home for live in-play betting, and it just got even better. Bet along with the game you're watching. You think your team's primed for a comeback or a blown lead? Place that bet mid-game, and you are good to go. Download the app right now and use that promo code CHGO. What are you waiting for? It's time to elevate your live betting game. Once the game starts, don't just bet. Live your bet life with PointsBet. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER for crisis counseling and referral services. And I want to shout out the great Bob McKenzie for just killing it during this draft. The guy who is semi-retired. He's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come out of retirement for draft night and break every draft pick.
I'm going to ruin the suspense for everybody. Why? Because I'm Bobby Margarita, damn it.
He's my hero. I told him that once. I tried to get him on the score one day, and I called him like, I was all Chris Farley, like, hey, remember when you were my hero and you break draft picks? He's like, who is this? Why are you calling me, sir? I'm calling the police.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, here come the Columbus Blue Jackets in the pick that was originally supposed to be the Chicago Blackhawks, and then the Blackhawks
Well, hey,
will pick.
they got 7, so it's close enough,
yeah,
right?
I mean, it's not like we had to give up anything to get that 7
Nah.
pick. Yeah.
Nah. Small potatoes.
Killing me. Killing me.
It's all right.
Greg.
All right. We got to think big picture here. It's okay. It'll be all right.
Well, and I think when we're looking at it as, Kyle Davidson has not been shy in saying this is a full-on rebuild. Yes, it is very painful to lose an Alex DeBrincat for the return that it was. It is a little head scratchy to lose Kirby Dach, but the return is actually good.
Yeah, more than I thought they'd ever get.
More than would think that it
you
would
could
have
argue
been.
that that's almost as good as what you got for DeBrincat. Way more value.
Probably
way more.
Yeah,
value.
pound for pound. I think it's
So
I
you
think
so
it's
you
a
got
lot
more
better.
for Kirby Dach and Brendan Hagel value wise than you got for DeBrincat. So that kind of eases the pain of the DeBrincat
A little
haul
bit.
when you go think about how much more you got for Hagel and Dach than you probably should have, and that kind of evens out how
Right, when you put
what
everything
you didn't
together.
get I mean, if you package those 3 trades together, and that overall return is pretty good.
And you have nine
picks in the first 3 rounds.
100 selections of this draft. And
That's how
you
you
have
rebuild.
2 first-round picks next year.
Yep, at least, and 2 first-round picks the following year.
Yep.
That's
So
how you
it's-
rebuild.
You could have all that stuff and a prospect from Ottawa.
Let it go.
Can't.
Let it go.
Jake Bratherson stinks,
Let it
man.
go.
No way.
Jake Sanderson,
I'm
Eric
not ready to let it
Branson,
go either.
Ridley
I'm-
Gregg, Tyler Boucher,
Eric Brandstrom's not an NHLer.
any of those guys.
I'm with Jay.
Ridley
I'm not
Gregg
letting
would have
this
been
go.
I
nice.
agree, but nothing we can do about it now.
I hope Columbus.
Oh, that's
goes
last
for
year's
forward
trade.
so
I got
we can
nervous.
get David Urasek.
they show
Be
the
top
the-
defenseman.
they
Thanks,
sh-
Nate.
They showed the trade graphic from last year's trade, the Seth Jones deal. So I got nervous. Like, crap, they made another trade.
They
Yikes.
acquired Seth Jones again.
No, they gave him back for
Yes.
The pick is in for Columbus.
Bobby Margarita has not tweeted it yet.
Oh, no.
Step it up, Margs.
He only cares about
He
that.
had to-
All the glories in the top 5
He had
Yeah,
to go
he's-
refill his margarita.
He still thought it was Chicago's pick, so he got the wrong guy.
All right, we're watching live. We're watching in real time.
Dun dun dun. Hey,
He looks good, by the way, John Davidson.
Yeah, a lot less pressure in Columbus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
compared to New York.
Got a nice. We got to add that mustache to the collection
Yeah,
for Luke
the
Richardson.
JD, the
Good
JD.
mustache. I'm checking Bobby Margarita, see if he's going to beat John Davidson to the pick. Come on, Bobby.
As we
Don't
wait,
let me down.
he's got to do all the pleasantries of
No?
how Montreal is a fantastic city, and thank you for hosting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's done after 5. I'm
Congratulations
out.
to the Colorado Avalanche. And
Now to
here we
make our
go,
pick,
Jarmo.
Kekalainen.
That's a great name. It looks like a James Bond villain.
It is.
Yes, he does.
a defenseman.
Is it?
It
David?
is David Urasek.
All right.
All right.
It's a heck of a
All
pick.
right.
This is a kid that was supposed to be the number 1, but he got hurt at like the one World Junior game they actually played. The kid got hurt, but it wasn't serious enough. This is a fantastic defenseman. Elite Prospects had him ranked as the number 2 overall prospect. According to an Eastern Conference executive in May 2022, the creativity with the puck and shot are both really high end. I don't know if he defends well enough to be a top pairing defenseman, but he's still the best defenseman in this class. 6'3", 190 pounds, another right-handed defenseman playing in the Czechia Pro League for HC
Can I quickly
Pilsen.
say, when the hell did the Czech Republic become Czechia? I was very confused.
Right around the first of the
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
So that's new.
Yes.
Ish.
Yes.
Okay.
They prefer to be
They
called
would-
Czechia as opposed to the Czech Republic.
Okay.
So
That
I
was,
don't know the story behind it, but if that's what they want to be called,
I guess I hadn't
No
Czechia'd my maps lately.
Gotta get a new globe.
you,
it's been a long day for Lauren.
How long have you
And
been
it's
here?
still early. Well, I've been here since around 2 o'clock, but I was at home making some of these player cards this morning, and yeah, it's been a lot of Eastern European children that I've had to pick pictures of.
just got a good
appreciate you.
just got a good
Thank you.
suggestion on Twitter for next year, Jay. You want to know who we should play? Bring back Jeremy Morin. He's still only in his early 30s.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Why not? As long as he can
Someone's
be,
got to score.
as long as he can be free.
I will say the silver lining to this is they're going to have to be active in free agency.
Yes, they
Like,
need
they
NHL
need-
players.
Yes.
They need roster players.
So on the pro side, our show next
least
Wednesday
Wednesday
is
will
going to
be
be a lot
exciting.
more. Shirtless smoke guy is now shirtless barbecue guy. Just so you know.
Hey, you know what? Do you, buddy?
At least he's got pants on. We need a shirtless guy cam.
I don't know about the legality of that.
Just blur out his
spying
head.
on the
Well,
neighbor.
yeah,
That'd be great.
there was actually a moment on a Bears podcast where our great head of content snapped a photo of him, and then they posted it on the Bears show, and I was like, was that a good idea? I don't know if that
At least he's not hanging off the building trying to paint the roof.
No, that was interesting. Guys, the Blackhawks are on the clock,
Yeah, who do we
Yeah.
like? Who do we
Oh,
like?
that's right. We're picking tonight.
Yeah. Who's available? I haven't been
Matthew Savoy
paying attention.
is available.
Who's that?
Savoy,
Matthew Savoy.
Yeah.
The Savoy special?
Undersized center.
Joakim Kamel is out there, and that's who
Kamel.
everybody liked at 7.
Yeah.
I like Kamel. He's a good player. Finnish kid.
Brad Lambert.
I think
Frank Nazar, man, I like him a lot.
I do like Frank. Yeah.
That's
He's heading to Michigan next year, which is a good program to go to if you want to develop your game as a youngster. And Blackhawks should probably have a little patience, so they'll allow him to go there and play under a good program.
He can play center. He's a center and a wing. For both U.S. teams at the U18 and USAHL level, in 80 combined games, he had 40 goals and 105 points.
That's pretty good.
That's good.
And he's one of the they rank him as one of the best skaters in the draft. He's a good north-south straight-ahead skater. Give Sam Lafferty a run for his money in that department. But this is a guy that if you draft here, you're not going to worry about seeing him for a couple of years.
Yep.
And we've heard that send him to the AHL and keep him there, and so that's who I would do. Frank Nazar III.
I think if we really want to make Lawrence work here, they'll go with Jonathan Lakarimaki.
Love that guy's name. Great name.
I want Savoy. That's my guy.
Savoy?
Yep.
The Savoy special?
Savoy's good.
Is that the
Savoy
Naturals
truffle.
bat?
Savoy, close to Savard, maybe could be the same impact.
Savoir faire,
One
yeah.
could hope.
Yeah.
I just like Scott Wheeler's analysis of him. He's got him ranked at 4 overall. And now I lost it. Sorry. He said there isn't a player in this draft class whose game thrill more than Savoy's when he's done firing. So,
Okay.
exciting offensive
There's
player.
definitely some options to go there, and we're going to find out. Let's see if Bobby Margarita can give us a...
I'm telling you, checked out after 5.
Yeah.
it's
margarita time.
There's no glory after that.
The suspense is killing me here.
While we're sitting in the suspense.
Yeah.
Want to shout out 450 people watching
Yes,
us right now.
thank you.
You guys
Love
are the
it.
best.
Make sure if you're on YouTube-
CHGO fans, you guys are the best.
Those are Bears numbers
Love
right
it.
there. Like,
Hammer that like button
Yes,
for
please.
us, too. And make sure,
subscribe.
yeah.
even if
Tell
you're
all
even if
your
you're
friends.
lying, hit the like button.
Yeah.
Stealing a line.
There's
from
no
Steve
meh
Dale.
button. We're trying to get that installed, but until that's there, just hit the like button, and we'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a big crowd tonight. That is a record for a CHGO Blackhawks show, no doubt. So
The Blackhawks brass is moving to the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
it's Brian Campbell.
Here we go.
What are you
Wow.
There go our credentials.
Wow.
doing? I'm just.
Jay Zawaski.
I'm cutting.
There goes our interview with Frank Nazar III.
No.
Let's see who we got
Or is it
here.
Nate?
Hurry
Nazer.
up, kid.
Yeah,
Kids in jerseys that can't fit them.
Danny.
Connor
Wirtz,
Geeky's out there, too.
So-
kind of a stretch, but it is a
Connor
Blackhawks.
Geeky.
I mean, that name is ridiculous.
Brother of Morgan Geeky.
brother Morgan. He still
Yeah.
might be there at 13.
Let's be honest. Did Bobby
That's right.
Margarita...
They have the 13th.
They got another pick and 6
Yeah,
picks. I mean,
right.
this is like not how I
go
envisioned this night going
No,
at
not
all.
at all.
We're gonna be super busy tomorrow. It's gonna be every other pick.
Yeah,
as a Blackhawk
right.
Pick.
Seriously.
I don't think I'll have player cards for all those guys. I got to be honest.
Then
okay.
I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, well.
Yeah, you can
That's
work
all
on
right.
it tonight.
Yeah.
Who
You
needs,
don't need
who
sleep.
needs
Yeah,
to go
I'll
to
just
sleep, right?
make another 300 of
Some
these guys.
kid, some small child. Oh wait, that's Kyle Davidson.
Kyle Davidson is at the podium.
We'd like to thank Montreal for hosting.
And let's see how we go.
I'm glad this isn't being hosted in Chicago, so I wouldn't get booed at this.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Make the pick.
Oh, he's
For a guy that doesn't like to talk a lot, he's certainly talking a lot right now. Here we go. What do we got? We have. Oh, for crying out
Can anyone
loud!
read
this
lips?
is-
reveal it.
It's
that
that
guy.
guy
Who is it?
standing up. What's his name?
It is Kevin
Korchinski.
Defenseman from the Seattle Thunderbirds of the WHL.
Yay.
Kevin Korchinski.
That is a reach.
17th overall by Scott Wheeler. Left-handed defenseman, 6'2".
Yeah. Left shot. I mean,
Didn't we just do this last year?
Oh boy.
this is a guy that could have been there at 13 for sure.
Yeah. What are we doing here? What's going on? Did we forget? Did he think this was the 13th pick, and he because he made that trade?
Okay. Here we
after?
go. Let's read this and we'll feel a little better. Maybe. High risk, high reward. I think he needs to get a lot better without the puck to survive in the NHL. Don't scratch that idea.
Awesome.
But he does. But if he does, his offensive ceiling is huge. I think he's the only D in the region to have a true power play quarterback upside. Shades of John Klingberg.
All right.
Okay.
I'm not thrilled.
Yeah, look,
I'm not thrilled.
we have all said that, and it's not a unique perspective. The Blackhawks have a ton of defensemen. Their priority needs to be forwards in this draft to replenish your system. You can't go into next season with your top forward still being Lucas Reichel, in my opinion.
But we gotta remember, as Phil told us, what Mike Donahue said that they're in the forward group. If you're not getting one of those top 3 guys, you kind of the next 20 are kind of all the same. So,
But is
I don't know. I'm not a fan of what
Kevin
we're seeing right
Korchinski
now.
that much better than one of the
can't-
best available forwards?
I can't answer that. Probably not.
I don't want to crap on this guy.
No, it's not.
But
Again,
it's-
it's not his fault that
See,
he's picked where he's
I'm
picked.
falling into the trap of putting the pressure on the 7th overall
Yeah,
pick
okay.
because of how
Let's
they
make
got
that
here.
disclaimer right now. There's no need to compare Kevin Korchinski's stats to Alex DeBrincat's stats ever.
No,
okay, That's unfair to young Mr. Korchinski.
65
Korchinski.
points, 4 goals, 65 points in 67 WHL games this year with Seattle. That's
Skating ability,
Pretty good
puck
as a
moving,
defenseman.
great anticipation. Needs to improve on joining the rush. But as an
According to
18-year-old
ESPN.
defenseman, you could say that about every single 18-year-old defenseman on the planet.
Scott Wheeler wrote a piece on June 23rd why Kevin Korchinski's upside might be unparalleled in the 2022 NHL Draft. Again, nothing wrong with the kid. It's just you've got another pick at 13. There's guys that are out there that are ranked higher. Chances are he'd be there at 13. We don't know that. Of course we don't know, right? And Kyle Davidson has more of an insight on who other teams are looking at. They've had conversations, those sort of things. But again, when you're trying to rebuild from scratch, and with DeBrincat and Dach gone and Taves and Kane gone at the latest at the end of next year, you are starting from scratch. It's not time to get fancy. It's not time to try to outsmart everybody. And that's what this guy did that got the Hawks in the situation they're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Allen 2 years ago, or was it last year? Was a great example. Even like a little bit, Lucas Reichel was a bit, it was ish, right?
ish.
But there's a history of this in the organization to try to okay, we really like this guy. We want to make sure we get him. There's too many needs. You've got too many needs to be taking these sort of risks this early. So frustrating. Again, not the kid's fault. I hope he's great. If he's great, wonderful.
Wonderful.
That's what we all want, right? But it just, at this point, it feels like a bit of a reach.
We are watching the ESPN broadcast. We can't necessarily hear exactly what they are saying, but Nate in the chat giving us some insight. ESPN broadcast comparing him to Duncan Keith, LMAO. Hey, look.
Joe?
If he's Duncan Keith, great.
Yeah, wonderful.
Well,
Fantastic.
and nobody knew Duncan Keith was going to be Duncan Keith when they drafted Duncan Keith in the 2nd round. So
Duncan Keith didn't know he was going to be
exactly.
No, I mean, it's look, if the Blackhawks want to potentially
Yeah.
what?
No, go ahead.
Oh, if they want to potentially use some of their defensive prospects to maneuver any other kinds of trades or anything, they have a gluttony of them to move. That could be an option Kyle Davidson is looking at either now or down the road. But eventually, you have to have forwards. You have to have forwards in your system. So if Korchinski can be a difference maker, all the better. But you just, I don't know. 13 better be a forward, otherwise I'm flipping a table.
Yeah, we need a forward for sure. All right, we got a guest on the phone while we have the Red Wings on the clock. No one cares about them. Screw those guys. Our buddy Joe Brand from WGN, Blackhawks pre- and post-game show. has picked up the computer to call us. I don't know how you say this whole video podcast lingo. Joe, thanks for jumping on, man. We appreciate it. And funny timing, immediate reaction. Kevin Korchinski is a Blackhawk. What are your thoughts?
Funny timing by multiple regards, and it's an honor to silence the Detroit Red Wings news here on your show, guys. I'm with you. I mean, definitely deep in the draft that I was not expecting to see him. I wouldn't have been surprised if they were able to get a defenseman if it was some of the other guys like Nemec or the other guy that was picked up. But this Korchinski guy, it seems like everything that I've looked up, it always leads with him being a sleeper, which is a great thing, but seems also like kind of a bit of a stretch. Kyle Davidson was talking with Emily Kaplan of ESPN while I was waiting, and I got to say, she was able to ask like 2 or 3 questions, if that, to every player. She got 4 questions into Kyle Davidson, one of them being, what's the hardest part about trading Kirby Dach and Alex DeBrincat? And he went ahead and said how they're playmakers, but just kind of doubled down on the whole rebuild situation. The thing that sticks out to me the most, guys, is when Danny Wirtz was asked about hiring the new general manager for the Blackhawks, and they asked, why do you want to go with a general manager rather than a director of hockey operations? And he said, I want to hold somebody accountable. Kyle Davidson is making it sure that he is the only person able to be held accountable here. 6 first-round draft picks over the next 3 years, and really seeming to just blow things up. So it's going to be really interesting, and it's still going to be interesting for the next couple of hours. The Hawks, as you know, have another pick still.
Well, Joe, it's been quite the I'm sure your Twitter comments are the people yelling at you for trading Alex DeBrincat like they've been yelling at us. Why did you trade him, Joe? But overall, big picture, we got to keep thinking big picture. Yes, the sting of losing Alex DeBrincat and Kirby Dach, but as you just mentioned, 6 first-round picks in the next 3 years, including 2 in the top 15 tonight. They're going to have 6 picks tomorrow in the second and third round. I mean, Kyle Davidson has said you got to rebuild through the draft. He's certainly showing that this is what he wants to do. I know time will tell, but so far, what do you think of his plan here?
Well, yeah, timing's the biggest and most interesting factor of this whole thing, because everything has just seemed to go back and forth. It seemed like for sure Alex DeBrincat was going to get traded. Then maybe he wasn't. Then it was 50-50. And I think the most surprising thing about Alex DeBrincat getting moved is, and you guys mentioned this, when he got moved. 4 hours before the draft, you might want to wait out, make teams get a little bit more desperate. Then things start to make a little bit more sense when they make another move, actually moving Kirby Dach to get 2 first-round picks. So, Jay, you kind of mentioned it too. You got to wait for all this to settle out. You can't really assess all of it until all the dust has fully settled. And I really want to know from Blackhawks fans, okay, if you told them, let's say before Brandon Hagel got moved, if you were going to move Brandon Hagel, Kirby Dach, and Alex DeBrincat and received everything you did receive from those 3 trades, would you be a fan of it? There's a lot. It's very detailed. It's very layered. I understand it's kind of difficult to pose that question, but you do get a lot. So are Blackhawks fans appreciative of the overall product and the overall haul that Kyle Davidson got?
I just keep going back to the fact, Joe, that, and I know I'm repeating myself and I'm sorry, but I know this would all feel way better had they gotten one more piece from Ottawa, right? And when you give up a guy like DeBrincat, who is proven, who is probably only going to get better, who could have been a future captain, could have been the face of the organization, yeah, if you're going to, like Elliot Friedman said, wreck a franchise with the trade, sure. Everybody was on board with that. But now it's some picks, some lottery tickets, which is what draft picks are, right? When you're not in the top 3 or 4, it just, you're talking about the entire package of what you just said. No, it just doesn't feel like enough for me. And, of course, we have to let it play out. And if Kevin Korchinski is the next Duncan Keith or Klinberg or whatever, great. And that's wonderful. And we'll happily eat crow, right? But right now,
Corey Crawford?
Yes, I will devour Corey Crawford live on this show if Kevin Korchinski is the next Duncan Keith. You have my word on that. And I think Corey Crawford would be like, I'm down. Let's do it.
Yeah. He'd probably have a 2-word response, too, and that would be about it. No, that's totally fair, Jay. And believe me, I'm not trying to just throw sugar on everything that's happened. I think Blackhawks fans are totally fair to criticize it because I'm right with you. The biggest argument I would have to play devil's advocate is, where is Alex DeBrincat when this team can compete? And I understand, you got a lot more flexibility to keep him on the team, involved with the salary cap after next season. But when are the Blackhawks going to be competitive again? Is it going to be 3 years? Is it going to be 4 years? Is it going to be 5 years? If it's 5 years, Alex DeBrincat is 29, turning 30 years old. If he's got a career like Patrick Kane, okay, that works out. It's difficult to guarantee what contracts look like. I would never bring up the idea that, hey, maybe they could sign Alex DeBrincat after Ottawa, but you never know what type of impact the Blackhawks make on a player when he gets shipped out. But I'm with you. It's fair to criticize the return for Alex DeBrincat. I'm a little bit more satisfied with everything else that has played out today, but it's also that's gonna totally be decided, not totally, but that's going to be decided a little bit more with whoever they pick in that 13th pick.
Yeah, and I think the sting of not getting enough for Alex DeBrincat can kind of be lessened by getting way more than you probably should have got for both Kirby Dach and Brendan Hagel at the deadline. So I think, as you said, overall, sounds great. Sounds like a good return, but we won't know for 3 or 4 years till these guys, we know who the picks are and we see how they develop and if they get in produce in Chicago. So it's far too early to be so angry. That's all I'm saying.
I disagree.
Give it some time. Well, yeah, we know you disagree. Jay's gonna punch.
I'm full meatball tonight.
If you see me with a black eye at development camp on Monday, it's because Jay punched me by pick 14.
But that's what was so satisfying about the Brandon Hagel trade. Yeah, because it was a good return, but it didn't seem like Kyle Davidson pushed it. And then his words before this draft seemed to be the same regarding Alex DeBrincat. We're not going to make a move just to make a move. We're going to kind of play it stand pat and just listen. But then the return that he got and how early it happened leads you to believe that he wasn't just listening, he was really trying to make it happen. I really just think he's an ambitious guy that wants to make sure he's in control of the future of this team. He's the one making all these decisions, and he's going to live and die with all these decisions moving forward. And I guess that's the kind of tenacity you want from a GM.
Let's update people on what has happened since Joe joined us. Detroit with the number 8 pick centerman Marco Kasper.
Hate him.
And the Buffalo Sabres drafted, of course, center Matthew Savoy. So there you go.
Jay's guy, Matthew
There's
Savoy.
my guy off the board. So there's the two that have happened so far. Joe, let's talk about Dach a little bit. And I said earlier in the show, I kind of feel like the last guy in town that really believed in him. You got to spend a lot more time around the team than I did last season. I know Kirby flat out said, like, hey, the pressure was starting to get to him a little bit. I still think he's going to turn into a good player, but maybe that becomes a little more likely in a new market with a fresh set of eyes and a fresh experience for him. What do you think the future holds for Kirby?
I think that the pressure and let's face it, the biggest criticism that he had was kind of his body language. And when he would show spurts, it would be just that. It would be a spurt. It wouldn't be too many times where it was games put together. And how much of a difference and a improvement in his play when he just had his head up and he went to the net a little bit more. And I feel like, when they hired Luke Richardson, it was thinking, okay, maybe this is a guy that can give another shot in the arm, an extra jolt of adrenaline. But maybe they just are done waiting for Kirby Dach to turn that on his own. It seemed like people with the Hawks and people around the Hawks were just getting tired of trying to get him that motivated. I don't think it's all black and white, though, either. You never know what a change of scenery can do for the guy. It could probably do wonders. Man, I just realized we're never going to see Kirby and Colton Dach on the ice together.
Maybe they'll trade to Montreal.
Hey, night's not over.
Yeah,
You
right.
can get traded.
Well, we'll see trades either way, too. Maybe Kirby Dach will be coming back tomorrow,
There you
too.
go.
Who knows?
But yeah, I really think it was that. That was the deciding factor. And that was also interesting, too. I mean, Emily Kaplan was talking with somebody at Montreal, and they straight up said, we talked to the Blackhawks about where he was professionally and mentally. And the fact that they brought that up in terms of why we went ahead and got this guy, because, again, I think that's kind of been the biggest criticism of him moving forward. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of Kirby Dach's career pans out.
Well, if he thought he was under a lot of pressure in Chicago, wait till you get to Montreal.
Yeah.
Buddy. Yikes.
At least the expectations won't be there as strong
you wouldn't
for him.
think so.
Yeah.
You would hope not. But that's a tough city to play for. So best of luck to Kirby. Listen,
Yeah, super great
kid.
good kid, man.
Absolutely.
Things just didn't work out for him here, and a lot of it wasn't his fault. And it's it's. I hope he does great in Montreal, and but it didn't work. So
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of Dylan Strome, no?
a little bit.
Yeah, kinda.
Pick
Come
the
from
same
Arizona.
way.
It's like almost the exact same situation.
Yeah, except
Right.
we're not getting Nick Schmaltz back for him, but that's okay.
That's true.
I
gotta say,
one more
though-
note. Chicago's got enough Caspers. We already have our Len Casper. We didn't need a
Yeah.
Marco Casper.
And I think this Korchinski guy, he'll make a mean Italian
Yeah.
beef. It's a great Chicago name. We got that going
he's-
for us, which is nice.
Hopefully he'll win a cup and then he'll own some car dealership in about 20 years or something.
Korchinski Ford. Yeah, I like it. That's what JD. I got to see his last name. Kozlarski. Korchinski sounds like a name the score caller would say when mispronouncing another name. Yes, exactly.
There you
And we've
go.
got a super chat from Andrew. He says, "We traded Alex DeBrincat for Kevin Korchinski. How sad. We will suck bad next year."
Well, that's
yes. Yes, the sucking was definitely going to
obviously
happen.
appears to be the plan.
Yeah.
Lots of losses next year, not lots of points. As I said earlier, if the Alex DeBrincat trade gets you 7th overall, Kevin Korchinski, and possibly Connor Bedard next year because you're bad enough without him, I'm okay with that. But we got to let it play out.
Gotta let it play out.
Lots of ifs, lots of moving parts, and we get to cover it. So,
Yeah. Well, we've talked about, Joe, how, Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane are reacting to this, and we've speculated that a lot. And I think we know how Jonathan Taves / Chris Sale is feeling right now. What about Luke Richardson, who takes this job a week ago, looking at the roster and saying, like, all right, there's some young pieces here. And now he's watching this go down and thinking, oh, boy, this task got a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you go ahead and think that it's more difficult? I almost think, okay, this is his whole new regime. He's the guy in charge. Not nobody. There's going to be obviously some players from last year, but like you said earlier, Jay, who is going to play next year? There's less of that turnover from the previous head coach. As rough as last season got off to, I thought one positive thing for Jeremy Colleton was for the most part of the roster, a lot of those guys only knew Jeremy Colleton as their head coach, not as the guy who replaced Joel Quenneville.
Mm-hmm.
So now Luke Richardson is basically stepping into that role a little bit more significantly with guys like DeBrincat and Dach gone. And, who knows what's going to happen with Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane. I really thought with DeBrincat getting moved, that's just the first domino to fall, and it just makes a lot more sense for the Hawks to end up just moving on from those guys. So I almost think it allows Luke Richardson to just be the guy in charge, really turn the page for this next regime, and instill a different and hopefully better culture for the Hawks moving forward.
Anaheim makes their pick at 10. The pick is defenseman from Saginaw, Pavel Mintyukov. Mintyukov. That's exciting.
I'm trying to find him on my list here.
He was one. When on my list of sevens, the elite prospects had him ranked as their 7th prospect.
Yes, he is 7.
Unique puck skill for a defenseman. Easily beats defenders with sound form, hand speed, and projectable setups, but he doesn't overuse them. He plays a give-and-go style based on short and medium-range passing, constant movement, and nonstop pressure. So there is the elite prospects evaluation of Pavel Mintyukov. And I wonder, as the thing goes on here with the Russian players, teams got to be a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger on those draft picks because you never know. I think Anaheim might say, we've just drafted you. Here's your house. You're going to stay here until, we're locking you away.
Yeah, well, Pavel's already here in America. He played. He was in the OHL, Saginaw.
Right.
So,
Good point.
I don't think he's in any trouble yet.
Yeah.
Not tied to any KHL team.
All right, Joe, we know you've got a ton going on, man. Thank you for joining us. This night got a lot busier than we had planned, so it's always great to hear from you. Make sure you're following Joe on Twitter at Joe_brand1. Listen to him before and after well, not after, because we have a post-game show too. Get the old tape recorder out, record the WGN post-game show, and listen to it when we're done every game. Joe, we appreciate it, man, and I'm sure we'll see you at Prospects Camp next week.
Yeah, you will. Thanks a lot, fellas. Really
All right,
good.
take care.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe Brand of WGN Radio.
Great guy.
Good dude. Tall man.
Yeah.
Tall man.
Yeah, he's one of the many tall people on the beat.
Yes. If the Blackhawks beat ever had an intramural basketball team, they'd be pretty good.
Yeah, Ben Pope at center.
Carter Baum.
Maybe
Giant.
Carter Baum might be taller
I
than
think
Ben
Carter
Pope.
Baum's like 6'5".
Yeah.
Yeah. Colby's tall.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ben's tall. Joe's tall. It's a tall group.
By the way, we got to wish our best to John Steinmiller of the Blackhawks PR team. Blew out his ACL playing basketball.
Oof.
That's why I don't do stuff.
Should have passed the ball to Carter Baum.
Can't blow out your ACL playing Cuphead. Just saying.
That is true.
Achilles, not ACL.
Oh, it was Achilles.
Is it
Yeah,
not the same
it was
thing?
his Achilles.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
Not the
Well, I
same
mean,
thing.
I'm
but
stupid.
Still a
They're
lower body
still
injury.
Lower body
devastating
injury.
injury.
AC and L are all in the word Achilles, but
Yeah, that's why I'm
There's a
stupid.
couple L's in there.
Hey, we got
Andrew
another
with
super
another
chat.
super chat, by the way.
Woo!
Let Kane and Taves go. They deserve better than what's
Well,
coming.
it's not up to. It's up to
It's
them.
up to
the
them, but
man
I-
to go. Like they can't
would-
just say you are free.
Yeah, I'm thinking that at least Jonathan Taves.
Jonathan Taves is definitely on the phone with his agent.
By the way,
There's no doubt.
Pat Brisson is the agent of Taves, Kane, and Seth Jones.
Interesting.
Package deal.
That is a man who holds a lot of cards for the Blackhawks.
Package deal to Vegas for his son.
Yeah. So, interesting. It's going to be real, because well, I'm trying to think, when will Taves be made available to speak? Because that's not the kind of guy that, like,
Won't
most of
be-
the guys can go chat with.
Yeah.
Just text and get, he's usually made available.
Right.
I cannot wait to hear what he has to say.
That feels like it's going to be training camp. Because
And by the way,
he
I'm-
wouldn't be at anything
No.
before that.
Unless he makes a point of saying something. Right?
Right.
Like, I would like to say something.
Well, and
Check out his Instagram.
There are people who can be connected to him and have him comment on things. That's not uncommon. We haven't seen that. We haven't not seen that before. So, I mean, who knows? If he really feels compelled enough, he might come out and speak his mind and see what
Been
he
known
has
to
to
do
say.
it. He's not afraid to let people know what he's thinking.
Honestly, it's like, even if he comes out a little ticked, I really, this time I can't blame him.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't. By the way, the Coyotes have traded number 11 to the Sharks for 27, 34, and 45. So it looks like...
Sharks trade 11 to the Coyotes.
Is that what I said?
Did you say Coyotes trade number 11? Sharks trade number 11.
Their 11th pick to the Sharks. My bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So now the
Wait, what
Coyotes
just
have
happened?
4 first-round picks.
Wait, the Coyotes are on the clock now? Is that what's happening?
Yes, Coyotes are
Yes,
now on
Coyotes
the
on the
clock.
clock.
My God.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, the Coyotes have every other pick in the draft this year, so that's a good deal for the Sharks. I think a lot to do with this is because Kevin Krasinski was connected to the Sharks quite a bit. That was the guy they wanted to get in. A lot of Sharks people wanted him, and now that he's not there, might as well get more assets for it. If your guy's not there, Elliot Friedman had tweeted out a while back saying that if Chicago had earlier in the day, if Chicago was trading up, reports where it was to get Korchinski. He was their guy. So apparently there's a target there.
Interesting.
He is meeting the media now, by the way. Korchinski saying this is surreal. I didn't see it coming. And he said he models his game after Shea Theodore. That's
good.
fine.
Okay.
That's good.
I'll take a Shea Theodore.
Shea Theodore,
Take a Shea
Duncan
Theodore.
Keith,
Or
those
Shea
are
Weber.
Not,
Yeah.
not
Again,
bad
it's not
defensemen to
nothing
be modeled
against the
after.
kid at all. Absolutely
No.
not.
No,
And
it's not.
TSN had him projected at 11, so it's not a massive reach.
Yeah, it's not exactly Nolan Allen last year being picked at the end of the first round when he was a late second, sometimes third round projection. It's a player that was going to go in the first round, was going to likely go in the first 15 picks.
He was
to get
probably
there at
going to go.
7,
My
it's not
guess
bad.
is he was going to go to 11 to the Sharks. That's why they traded out of this pick. He was a guy that the Sharks wanted. We got a $20 super chat
Damn.
from our guy Neil B.
Want to party with you?
Bacon. Congratulations on the good job there, Neil B. Next round is on me, boys. We'll suffer together through the next few years. I would appreciate that. Make mine a seltzer water. You got yourself a deal. Another $10 super chat. We're raking
Heyo.
in the dough here. The
Lebowski's.
Lebowski, the dude.
5.
Is that like the Seattle 7? That was me and 6 other guys. The Blackhawks essentially passed on Bowen Byram for the 13th. Oh, man. All right.
We got to stop doing that.
We only read that because you paid for it. I hope it was worth it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's...
Yep.
Yes. And Bowen Byram, great player. He's also one more elbow to the head for having his career ended. So, you know.
Do you see the video of the cop trying to get him out of the parade?
Yes.
He's like, I'm a player. I'm on the team.
I actually retweeted that and said, wait, he who shall not be named is a Denver cop now? Because he had no idea who Bowen Byram was either.
Oh, Lord. Whew. Boy, it's been a night.
Oh,
folks.
our fearless leader, Kevin Kaduk, in the
We got a whole second half
chat
of this round to go.
made us all feel very old. Kevin Krasinski was 5 when the Blackhawks won the Stanley Cup in 2010. Thanks, Kev.
No, I don't like that.
Nice.
Don't like that at all.
Yeah. By the way, we're only like a third of the way through this first round. Is that
Yep.
correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
that
this
is
is true.
correct.
Yeah.
This is
The
true.
11th
Just
pick
checking.
will be, that's 1/3
Hey, but you
of the
know
way.
what? Yesterday at this time, we thought, what are we going to talk about? The Blackhawks
Yeah.
don't have a pick.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, remember there was people in like you guys tweeted out the link. and
Why are
you're
you
like,
in the
yeah,
first
what are
round
you
if
guys doing?
Blackhawks don't have a pick?
Well, we're here to have fun. Or
I think I know
Because
that
gets
person.
very angry at Kevin Korchinski.
Because we get paid to do this. That's why.
I'm starting to come around on the Korchinski pick a little bit as I've, been reading some stuff in between comments here. And, the projection is high. He is an analytics darling. And we knew when this new regime took over that analytics were going to be a big part of things. And if they're bullish on a guy, cool. And they've got a guy, Brian Campbell, in there who is got an eye for defense, right? Knows how to develop defensemen, knows how to work with defensemen, knows how to play defense very, very well, and I assume knows what to look for in a defenseman. So, look, it's a jump of 3 or 4, right? It's just with 13 there, you feel like maybe, just maybe he would have been there. But again, you said San Jose wanted him, so and there goes Connor Geekie to Arizona.
To the Arizona Coyotes.
Another guy that looks perfect for the Coyotes. They're
Connor
drafting a
Geekie,
type.
a center from the Winnipeg.
I think that guy was
Ice.
wearing a Roosevelt's. Nope, it's not.
Could be.
I thought it was one of the ones I own. Nope.
Well, and the thing with Korchinski being the 7th pick,
It's Riley and Jonesy going
And
to
as
the
they-
Coyotes.
Back check, forecheck, paycheck.
with Korchinski being at 7, it's a little bit of a stretch. But now at 13, the way these first picks have panned out, there's a few players that probably could have gone in the top 10 that are now falling
Frank
to
Nazar is
the
still
15,
there.
the
Yep.
15 range. So yeah, Frank
So
Nazar.
if you get the
is
guy
still
that
on
I
the
wanted
board.
at 7 still at 13, and you got the guy you really wanted, then okay,
Yeah,
I'll live with
then
that.
Then that works. So
Connor
we'll see.
Geekie, center, Winnipeg Ice, 6'4", 205 pounds, left-handed shot. That's a big kid.
Big kid.
Let's see. Last year, Winnipeg Ice, WHL, 24 goals, 70 points in 63 games. According to an Eastern Conference scout, thanks to Elite Prospects. I don't think he'll be that scoring power forward that teams covet so much, but he projects as a really smart two-way guy for me. Feet pretty obviously need improvement. If he could sort those out, he'll be a quality player for a long time. Shades of Ryan Johansson.
All right.
Shades of Ryan Johansson.
Okay.
Once again,
That's
2
all right.
picks away for the Hawks
All
here.
right.
What do we like, fellas?
Well,
You know what you like, Greg?
Yeah, I'm still rolling with the Blackhawks getting a forward, preferably someone who could play center. Frank Nazar is still on the board, so that is who I'm still hoping the Blackhawks can
if I
come
had to
away
do a
with.
top 3, it would be Nazar, it would be Joakim Kemmel, or Brad Lambert. Any one of those guys, and I'd be happy.
Yeah.
Kemmel projected at 7 on a lot of lists.
According to Elite Prospects, top 121, Frank Nazar, number 5.
Wow.
And he's still
So
out there.
either way, they're going to get a decent player that slipped here.
Yeah.
So
you would think, unless they reach again.
And Brad Lambert was a guy that was going to contest.
What?
just looking at which one I'm going to Chris Sale if they reach again. Which one's more valuable, the CHGO one or the
CHGO
Jordan?
Hawks jersey or the Jordan jersey?
I will not besmirch sweetness,
Take
my
your
friends.
pain out on the soccer ball that's holding up the points bet hat.
Hey, what do you got against soccer? Come on.
Football.
It's available. It's supposed to be kicked. That's my point.
That's true.
It was made to be kicked.
Don't Rob be in
Okay,
the chat,
that's
so
good.
they're gonna reach, right? Stop it, Rob. Let's be positive.
I'm going to reach for that block button if you keep saying stuff like that. Just kidding. Thank
There
you
are
for
a lot of
joining
great
us.
names in this draft, though. I gotta say, you know, Frank Nazar and Kevin Korchinski, they sound like two dudes that you would find at Al's Beef. There's just awesome names.
I got a guy.
Liam Ogren,
Frankie.
I love that one. Rutger McGroarty, that's a
Yes.
name.
Yes.
That's a kid who plays baseball for Ridge Beverly.
Yeah. Well, hey, by the way, right now, 441 people
Love it.
watching in the live chat. Again,
Love it.
thank you guys. Whether you've been with us since we went on air, you're just joining us in to see the madness that has been the last hour. We appreciate this. We couldn't do this without you guys tuning in. And
Spiral into madness.
while we have your attention, go ahead and if you're not already a member of CHGO, go ahead over to allchgo.com. Sign up, become a member for a very low price. You're going to get all the Blackhawks coverage, plus all of the great written content for all of the Chicago teams. We got a great set of personalities and writers covering the Sox, the Cubs, the Bears, Bulls. We got both soccer teams covered, Red Stars and Fire, and of course the only reigning championship team, probably for quite a while in Chicago, the Sky. We got it all covered. If you're enjoying the podcast,
They're playing the Fever right now. Darn it, I'm missing that damn game.
well,
I'll have
you
to- I'll
can
listen
give us
to the
updates after 13, though. Also, when you become a member, you get check out a free shirt from the CHGO locker. You can get the Chicago Blackhawks podcast. CHGO Blackhawks is right there. That's the design you get on your T-shirt sent right to you.
Beautiful
We've got
design.
a lot of really cool CHGO shirts.
Got one on here?
Jay's got one on. We got one with the script for
Dampening,
the Bulls.
dampening.
We got a brand new one that has the skyline and the bean on it. So lots of good stuff. Check us out, allchgo.com. Give us some memberships, and that's another way to keep supporting us here so we can keep doing these awesome shows for 400 of our closest friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate it. The pick is in for Columbus. As soon as we
Columbus.
get it, we'll let you know.
And before we get it, I just want to. There was another super chat that just
Super
came
chat.
through here. This was
Chucko
from
Mucko just wanted to give us money.
Shaka Mucko. No, he actually it was the second.
Oh, okay.
little- he said it was $15 super chat. Thank you very much. And he says, "Best part of my workday, thanks. Is this a Davidson revenge tour on Bowman?
It sure feels like it.
Ooh, that's 50 cents for
i.e. scraping every single fingerprint Bowman has on the Hawks.
Oh,
You
that's
said it
now
twice.
a dollar.
You owe a dollar.
for,
You owe a dollar.
Oh, no.
Chucko Mucko set you up brilliant.
Yeah.
To
He
get
was
you
who
set up.
shall not be named.
Well, you owe a dollar
got
to the
set up.
jar.
Damn it.
he
Chucko
he
Mucko.
set you up and you took it.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take it out of It's a $14 super chat.
Okay,
now.
there you go.
There you go. Take it out of the
Got a text from one of my scouting buddies. They
yes.
traded up to get Dach to pass on Byram when they've needed D, and then traded their best player for a higher pick to take a D man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what they
it's-
did.
Well, to be fair,
To be fair.
two different regimes there. You can't blame the sins of the past on the guy now.
Yeah, but you put it together. It's
Right. It's
not a good- it's not a good
frustrating
pass.
to
It's
say
not
the
a good
least,
look.
but
All right, the pick is in for the Jackets defenseman from Moose Jaw, Denton Matejchuk. Good name.
Matt Yachuk.
good player too.
Matejchuk.
Wow, so the Blue Jackets go
Blue Jackets go
two
defenseman.
defensemen, huh?
Did they go two?
Who was their first pick again?
Sixth pick was David Yursik. So yeah, two defensemen.
back-to-back defensemen, and
They got to replace Seth Jones.
That's true.
right. You can't.
By the way, Adam Boquist just signed a new deal.
3 years, 2.6 million AAV.
Very affordable.
Not bad for a young defenseman.
Yeah. Well, if we go by Elite Prospects rankings, the Columbus Blue Jackets got themselves the first and fourth rated defenseman of this draft.
That's pretty good.
So that is pretty good. Denton Matejchuk plays for one of my favorite teams, the Moose Jaw Warriors. I love that. 5'11", 194 pounds, left-handed shot. You can't see it on my iPad, but I'll show it to Mario and Jay. Looks just like John Mayer.
He does look like John Mayer.
So maybe he plays a mean guitar.
Does he look like he's pooping when he plays hockey, like John Mayer does when he plays guitar?
You ever seen that Twitter account where they take guitars and they Photoshop giant eels in their hands, or slugs?
When I saw
So
when I
good.
saw Dead and Company at Wrigley a couple weeks ago,
Did he have his headphones on?
he does wear headphones on stage, but he made
D-bag.
a poopy face, and they showed it on the screen, and the crowd went nuts. Everyone was happy to see the John Mayer poopy face at
All
the
right,
Dead
so
show.
John Mayer's hockey-playing illegitimate son, he had 65 games for the Warriors, 13 goals, 64 points. Not bad for a defenseman.
Really good.
Yeah, so there you go. Denton Matejchuk.
Denton
Welcome to
Matejchuk.
Columbus.
There he is on your screen for those
There he
YouTube
is.
watchers.
Yeah.
Like a mugshot.
Yeah, he definitely looks a lot like
They
John
need to
Mayer.
work on the lighting there in Moose Jaw.
Yeah. Well, it's a budget. Chris Sale went and broke those too. He's going on a tour of
He trashed,
minor league.
trashed all minor league sports radio,
Yeah.
locker rooms.
He's on a minor league rampage.
Hey, we got a little $2 super chat from Andrew Bajek. I believe he's already thrown in a couple super chats, so we'll give him credit for that.
13th, we pick Jeremy Roenick.
Yeah, we're going to pick Jeremy
down.
Roenick.
Sure.
As long as it's the NHL 94 version.
Yeah.
Sega.
Is it-
Actually, like a pixelated Jeremy Roenick to play. I'm down.
I'm down with it as long as the new Jeremy Rogue is not allowed to have a Twitter account.
Good call.
Well, if he's the 94 NHL,
All right.
then he
I have to
would-
say, though,
Twitter
now and
would
again on his
exist.
Twitter, he will find and chuck a rattlesnake because he lives in Arizona, so
Oh,
there's
yeah.
like often rattlesnakes in his garage, and he'll just grab them and fling them
He's-
over a
he's
fence.
psycho that just has no fear of animals that will kill you.
Hey, that's why we loved him as a player, right?
That's true.
Fearless.
Yeah.
I'm very stressed out right
Well, the
now.
Hawks
I
are
gotta
on
be
the
honest.
clock.
Hawks are on the clock.
What are we
Second
doing?
time.
The
Did
second
not
time that
expect
they've been
this.
on the clock and
Yeah.
the broadcast has gone to commercial, so that's great. Love that. Good stuff.
Has Bobby Margarita checked in recently?
I'm
Bobby
checking
Margarita
right
has
now.
clocked out
Yeah.
since
He
the
definitely
fifth pick.
checked
He
out.
had a little
I'm
bit on
outta here.
Matejchuk, something that he wrote about earlier, but
He's
he's
done.
just promoting his own stuff here.
Yeah.
On the clock,
Typical
though,
Bobby
Kamel
Margarita.
Lakari Maki, who is he projected as number 7, number 8, still available there for the Hawks.
I'm pounding the
Just don't
Pounding the
reach.
table.
Just don't reach.
Frank Nazar. He's right there. It's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
a simple
That
pick.
makes that makes
Best available forward. Get him in the friggin' system. Just do it. We don't need people to try and outsmart themselves here in this front office. We've had enough of that. Like it's a simple pick. You need a forward. You need a guy who can play center. You need a guy who's going to have some built-in patience. Have some built-in patience. He's going to have some time to develop. He's going to Michigan. Frank Nazar. He's right there.
Nathan points out in the chat, good observation. Second time tonight the Hawks have picked right after the Blue Jackets. So
Yeah.
traditions. Traditions.
Again, just making that Seth Jones trade, just kind of jabbing it every time.
Come on, make the pick already. There it is. Frank Nazar, best player on the board, followed by
I'd be happy with him or Kamel.
Joakim Kamel.
Yeah.
And then you got Danila
Danila
Yurov.
Yurov,
He's in Russia
Jonathan
though, so
Lakarimaki.
I don't know if I'd stay clear there. I'd be okay with Brad Lambert. I think that's a kid that has not hit his stride yet. But Nazar is the guy. Kemmel, I'm okay with that too. Either of those two guys. They're the
really-
best two guys available. Do it.
All right,
It's
You
the
just
easy
need to.
pick.
You're at a point now where you just need to get your best available forward.
You measure. I'm the
available
smartest guy.
forward.
This is my guy pick. Now just take the guy that's there.
Well, look, if it ends up being Nazar, you'd be happy with that outcome, right? If you just flip the two, if Korchinski was 13 and Nazar was 7,
Yeah,
cool. Makes
fine.
perfect sense.
Either way, it works.
So if that works out, I'm happy with a couple picks here, honestly. Nazar, Kemmel,
the pick is in,
Lekermaki.
according
Let's
to
see.
the broadcast. So we will see who the newest Blackhawk is with the 13th overall pick.
They're showing the Matejchuk highlights, and it reminds me a lot of the Kirby Dach highlights, where he is a man among boys, just like stick handling around everybody in Saskatoon.
Oh, I thought it was him like wailing away on a guitar. No?
Rutger McGroarty, though, is just a great name.
Rutger.
Maybe he'll drop to the second round.
He won't.
They're asking in the chat, make a reach pick call. I'm just going to randomly pick a
Rutger
name.
McGorty.
I'm going to go down to watch me be right. Oh, I just went to look for reach, and I found Korchinski.
Noah Warren. That would be.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The pick is in.
Oh,
pick
boy, here we
is
go.
in.
If you want to get back across the border, Kyle.
Let's have more
Make the
people on
right
the stage,
pick.
Hawks.
La
Honestly.
something. I don't speak French.
You don't have to thank Montreal or congratulate the
Yeah,
Avalanche. You've
done
already
this
done
already.
that. Just make the pick.
The child
The
is as tall as
selection
Kyle Davidson.
is. Drum roll, please.
That looked like 3 syllables.
Frank Nazar.
All right. I'm a fan.
Nice.
Big fan.
USA.
Big fan. All right.
USA.
I feel a whole lot better about this day with this
Let's
pick.
go.
This is a nice pick right here.
All right.
Just when I think you totally redeem yourself.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Frank Nazar the third, 5'10", 181-pound, right-handed shot, plays both center and wing. As from a Western Conference executive, you don't have to be big to be good anymore, and size shouldn't trump skill. You take the best player with the highest ceiling, and he's most certainly in the top 20 for this class by that measurement. As I mentioned earlier, he had 105 points in 80 games between 2 levels of the development program. He's going to the University of Michigan.
It's from Detroit, playing for Chicago.
That's
Suck it, Red Wings.
There's your Alex DeBrincat comp right there. So,
we have picked the next Alex DeBrincat after trading Alex DeBrincat.
right. So I'm a big fan of this pick. This is a kid
Yes.
that I watched a lot of, especially with that under 18 World Juniors. He had a big tournament. He skates hard. He skates fast. He's a north-south player, heavy motor skills, a good kid. I'm a big fan of this pick. I like it. I like this one a lot. Overall, with these 2 picks, it's a good start to a rebuild. It is. It's a good start. You got 2 guys with high upsides, good character kids. Let's see how it plays out.
The Blackhawks said they wanted to get speed.
They got speed.
There's speed.
Yeah.
There's speed right there.
One of the best skaters in the draft, and they got him.
Here's a little bit from Scott Wheeler on the pick, too. Nazar is one of the fastest players in the draft, not only in straight lines and winding up through his crossovers, but also adjusting tempos. This allows him to impact play both with the puck attacking in transition to turn defenders or creating breakaways, as well as without it, speeding in the lanes to get open for his line mates. He also constantly supports the play high in the offensive zone without possession when that's his role. He can be careless with the puck and try to do too much at times, but he's also capable of going right into coverage to make something happen. He's still got some work to do to add muscle, but he's an extremely gifted athlete who moves and does things on the ice that few can. So that is Frank Nazar. That's a good pick.
From ESPN, strengths are playing with pace, playmaking, creativity, getting to the scoring areas. Needs to improve on composure in traffic.
And here's some other more positives on the Elite Prospects Scouts poll for the entire draft class. He was ranked the 2nd best straight line skater in the entire draft, only behind Brad Lambert. He is also the 2nd rated at problem-solving skills.
Ooh.
So he's good at math.
How nice is his brain?
Only behind Shane Wright. And he also
How do you solve a problem like
the
Frank
highest
Nazar?
ceiling. So if a train leaves at 3 p.m. from Boston and but here's this. The highest ceiling scout poll, number 1 on that list, Frank Nazar the third. The
All
highest
right.
ceiling
Raise that
in
roof.
the draft.
And my scouting texting buddy, Nazar is going to be a flat-out stud.
Flat out stud.
Let's
go.
go.
There you go. All
Love
right.
it.
I like it. Hopping on. We're back on the ride.
The night has been redeemed a little bit.
Kyle Davidson,
Go.
you're
Kyle
our guy
Davidson,
again.
GM of the year.
We hated you for 3 hours, and now you're cool again. All right. Nicely done.
I love this roller coaster that
Yes.
today has been.
Isn't it?
That's why I love being live. It's just to get these
This is
reactions.
fantastic.
Jay was ready to just throw shit out the window and yell at shirtless cigarette guy, and now he's smiling again. This is what it's all about.
Well, just like what happened last time, it's going to happen again. We've got a guest joining us. Again,
Instant reaction.
Instant reaction from our buddy Dave Melton of Second City Hockey. Dave, thanks for joining us. All right, you have seen the trades. You've seen the picks. Talk about hockey.
I think the phrase roller coaster ride is probably the best way to sum it up with the way things have gone for the last few hours. Like you guys said, I think I was throwing things for a couple hours in the time between the DeBrincat trade and the number 7 pick. And then when they made the announcement for the Kirby Dach trade, I think that kind of turned everything around. I screamed out loud. I was genuinely stunned that they got a first and a third for Kirby Dach. And then it seems like these 2 picks are pretty good so far. So I'm still just trying to kind of wrap my head around everything that's happened. And I feel like it's going to take me at least the rest of the weekend to do so.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the trades as a whole, and it comes into getting 9 picks in the first 3 rounds of this year. You add some picks next year as well. You look at what Kyle Davidson's doing. He said full on rebuild, and they're really going in that direction. I know it's taken some time. It's going to take some time, but when you look at the direction of the team as it's now been laid out in the last few hours, your assessment of Kyle Davidson so far as a GM, where do you kind of rank it right now as he's going now, as we've gone through half of the first round?
Well, I like the approach of just getting as many draft picks as possible, like adding 9 in the first 94, like you guys said. Like, that's, if you're going to do a rebuild, not only having high draft picks, but also having a bunch of swings at potentially landing guys who could be future NHLers. That's the positive sign so far. I guess the bigger part of this for me, and I think this is something we're just going to have to learn as time goes on, is how well does this regime develop players? Because it seems like that's been the biggest issue with this team for the last 5 years. They've had the star players. They've had Kane. They've had DeBrincat. They've had Seth Jones. Taves has had some good seasons as well. It feels like they haven't had those second and third line guys, the second and third pairing defensive guys, those mid-tier players that turn you from a one-line team that's in the bottom 20s of the standings every year into a playoff team and maybe a deeper run. Like if you go back 10, 15 years, the Bolins, the Versteegs, the Bufflins, the Browers, like those are the kinds of guys that it feels like the Hawks have not drafted and developed in 10, 15 years. So if that's the part of the program that I'm keeping an eye on the most for the next 2 to 3 years, and that's when I think you'll have a better assessment of Kyle Davidson as a whole, because that seems like that's going to be the biggest key for this team going forward.
Well, I don't know if you can see the comments, Dave, but you're getting a lot of love for your thrice shirt. So there you go. Yeah,
wonderful.
Yes.
So a Violent Gentleman shirt. I don't know if it's hockey related too. So
sure, I have no idea what it is, but our fans are digging it. So rock it on.
All right,
and
we're already best friends. I'm gonna hop back in the chat afterwards. I've seen a few of the comments pop up, but not all.
There you go. All right. Well, see, that's how you win over the CHGO podcast audience, by wearing cool shirts.
Absolutely. I'm taking after you, Greg.
Well, yeah, I appreciate. Well, I mean, you're over at Second City Hockey now. You're wearing the cool shirts. You're getting
I know.
it. You're getting it.
I know.
It's the path to success, allegedly.
I don't think I'm going to match your hair, though.
Do you have flip-flops on, though,
time.
Dave? That's the
There's
question.
still time.
Do you have flip-flops on like Greg?
No, I actually got some slippers on. The AC was a little, it got a little cold in my house for a bit. I had to put on some slippers briefly. So
well,
maybe
if Dave Melton can wear slippers, and damn it, I can wear flip-flops.
I'm with you.
That's how it works.
I'm with you.
All right, so overall, Dave, it's been an insane couple of hours here.
Yes. Yeah.
But as we look at it, yes, losing Alex DeBrincat, it hurts, but we kind of expected that at this point. Not getting as much as we probably should have, yeah, it stings. But overall, after you look at the overall picture of combine Brendan Hagel, Alex DeBrincat, and Kirby Dach trades, and everything you got back for those 3 guys, it's not that bad, right? It's pretty good.
It's a lot closer to pretty good than I would have felt like 2 hours ago before the Dach trade and before these draft picks came out. So yeah, I said maybe like average right now, like maybe just like an even score is where I get it, a healthy C, just somewhere in the middle. I think like you said, the DeBrincat return was a little underwhelming. I don't know about you guys. I didn't think they were going to get anywhere near that much for Kirby Dach. So the fact that they got, a 13 and then the third rounder was a pleasant surprise. And the draft picks, that's I'm not a scout and I can't tell you I've watched a lot of WHL hockey or the U.S. development team. So I don't know what Nazar and Krajinski are going to be like in a few years. If they turn out to be good, then maybe I take that C up to a B or maybe even an A. But right now I'm less upset as I was 2 or 3 hours ago, and I do feel a little bit better about the direction of this team. But it's going to be it's going to be a long few years still on the ice as you wait for these young guys to develop, but hopefully they do.
Montreal has done a lot to help the Blackhawks because if you remember, not only did they kind of overpay for Kirby Dach to get us Frank Nazar, but you remember one of the 2 second-round picks we got for Andrew Shaw was Alex DeBrincat. So,
keep training with the Habs.
Those Nazar DeBrincat comps keep rolling in, guys. It's amazing. Got to stay positive.
I was trying to think of another Chicago-Montreal trade, but drawing a blank.
Philippe Deneau.
Can't really think of anyone.
Okay. I was going to say Jocelyn.
They owe us for giving us that bum Dale Weiss. That's what it's payback.
Shh, we don't talk about that.
What about Jocelyn Thibault? Was he in Montreal when he came to the Hawks?
Yes.
He was
Thibault
traded
for
from
Hackett,
Montreal.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've always liked Jocelyn Thibault. Wonder what he's up to. Let's get him on a show sometime in August when there's nothing else going on at all.
There you go.
We'll try.
Your guy Rutger McGorty is now Winnipeg Jet.
Yes,
in the
Rutger
division.
Rutger is a
Rutger
he is a
McGorty
Jet.
sounds like a guy from Winnipeg.
Yes, he does. Yes,
He's definitely a Manitobian.
Yeah,
He sounds like a character from Letterkenny, honestly.
Rutger.
Yeah.
Give your balls a tug, Rutger.
He looks like he could use that. He looks like he's 9 years old. Holy Christ.
They got to drop before you can tug them.
Oh, my God.
What was it, too much?
No.
It's late. Come on.
No, I'm not talking about your comment. This kid seriously looks like he's 11.
Yeah.
He's as tall as Emily Kaplan.
And there's Frank
When
Nazar.
they've been doing those
Frank
draft
Nazar, his
commercials,
buddy.
some of those guys look like they're 14 years old. Logan Cooley and Shane Wright on those promos they've been running, those guys don't look like teenagers. They look like middle school kids.
Yeah.
It's probably more the fact that I'm old and these guys are very young.
Yeah.
That's more
That
what it
might
is.
be more
But
of what
that
it
guy looks
is.
ridiculously young.
Yeah, we're just sort of reacting to how the night's gone so far, and is kind of like the shock of everything is wearing off. It does feel better now, like you said, Dave, than it did 2 hours ago. As we're sitting in, Mario walks in, let's have a fun show, and slams the beer down on the table, and I'm like, we're all kind of like losing our minds, and it's starting to take shape a little bit, right? It's just the Ottawa thing is going to sit in the back of my head because you can't tell me they wouldn't have thrown in one of those prospects.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe the Hawks can say, we'll throw in a third, give us one of your kids, and let's call it a day. But look, like if at the end of the week, if the worst thing that happens is you miss out on a prospect from Ottawa, I guess so be it. And the Korchinski pick felt like a reach at the time, but then in show as we're sort of researching the pick, that starts to feel better. And then you get Nazar probably later than he should have been taken. So all in all, it's fine. Like you said, probably a C. But look, like we're not going to know for 2-3 years, and we keep talking. Kirby Dach taken third overall a few years ago. We still don't know who he is, right?
It's not our problem anymore.
No one really knows who he is.
Yeah. It's not our problem anymore.
And I keep making the Kevin Fiala comparison, right? It took him years to really hit his stride, so we're not going to know. It's tough to judge, but at least we're sort of seeing what the Hawks see their needs as being, and I don't know, it's feeling a little less painful than it did a little while ago.
Yeah, like the idea of trading DeBrincat, I can understand it. I did like it because I really enjoyed watching Alex DeBrincat, but at least you can understand the philosophy behind it of trading your best value piece to get as much back as you can. It's the execution that might have felt a little bit lacking in that regard. But again, going back to the idea, and I think you guys might have talked about this on your show with Phil Thompson yesterday, when with the draft being, or with the last few years of all the levels of hockey being affected by all the cancellations and postponements, what have you, like there's a lot of unknowns this year more than in the past because some guys didn't have a season 2 years ago or had partial seasons or had to miss a month because they tested positive, whatever the circumstances may be. So I think having 9 picks in the first 94 might be more beneficial this year because there could be a guy lurking down in the 70s and 80s who may have been in the top 20 or top 10 and become a future NHLer, but because of those circumstances of the last few years, people didn't see him play and understand what he could bring to the table.
For sure. That's the beauty of the draft, and this draft is going to have more of that. And Jonathan Lecker-Miyake. That guy, yes. He's a Canuck now. Congratulations.
I wish we would have been able to have Lawrence have to put that on in real time, but he'll have some time to put that on the draft board.
Yeah,
there.
Give me a minute.
Have
on
fun
his own.
playing for Jeremy Collinton next season, kid. Have at it.
Ooh. That's
he
tough.
could. He's
Sweet
he's
drive-by there,
coming
Greg.
from Europe. He could come to the AHL right away if he wanted to.
Yeah.
17. Kid's not even 18
All
yet.
right. Well,
How about
Jeremy
that?
Collinton will be fired long before he ever comes to North America.
I think AHL is a good spot for him, I think.
Yeah, he can do far less damage there.
Speaking of that, Dave, while we have you, we haven't spoken since the coaching hire was made, and Derek King's future is sort of still hanging in the balance. How do you see that shaking out? You have any hope that Derek King's going to be back in any way, shape, or form?
I don't. I'm just as like usually when a guy goes to an interim head coach position like that, and then that interim ends, they go anywhere else. Usually, just that time with the organization is over. So I don't know if he could go back to the AHL. Like it's such a bizarre circumstance that he's being considered for a Blackhawks job. Like if he fits in somewhere, great. Like he seemed like he was a good morale guy. He kind of helped save the team from the downward spiral it was in back in October and November of last year. I'm glad that it seems like they made a really good hire with Luke Richardson. So I don't know if Derek King's on for an assistant coaching role or if he's going to go back to the AHL. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he stayed with the team, but I also think I feel like they made the right choice by going somewhere in a different direction with the head coaching job now, I guess I'd say.
It's just weird. I saw a lot of the coaches that were hired after Richardson have already named their full staff, so it's interesting to see the Hawks kind of taking their time with this. But maybe it's good. No problem. Interview people, pick brains, get the most people you can. But who knows? It's just you feel for Derek King, who's a good guy, but if it doesn't work out here, but good guys don't necessarily win cups. So you got to do what's best for the team.
And the business isn't always nice. It can be very mean at times. So that's just nature of the beast.
I'm sure he understands. He was traded more than once in his career. He gets it.
Many times. Yeah. Right. All right, Dave. It's been awesome chatting with you, man. I'm sure we'll see you at Prospects Camp. Yes? No? Will you be there?
Maybe. We're working on it.
All right,
TBD.
we're working. All right, cool. Well, one way or another, we appreciate you jumping on. Everybody make sure you're following Dave on Twitter. I apparently was not following you, and this is what happens when I let my daughter use my phone, is people get unfollowed and weird stuff happens. Follow him on Twitter at DMelt57. No, she does it all the time. She just noodles around with my phone, and I'm like, why am I following One Direction on Instagram? What happened here? And why are you commenting on people's things as me? Please stop. Yeah,
Jay, to be fair, I think you were following my original account. I had to switch because I had a situation on Twitter. I had an old account get shut down, which is a longer story for another day.
Secret Service finally found you, didn't they?
Yeah, I wish. It was a lot dumber than that.
Thanks, man. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Dave. We'll catch you later.
My pleasure, guys. It was a pleasure.
All right, Dave Melton, read his work at Second City Hockey. Great stuff there. This is it, man. Like the show's going to be like this a lot tomorrow, too. We got a lot of guests joining us. We're going to talk to Jack Bushman later tonight, too, of Locked On Blackhawks. And now that things are slowing down a little bit, we can kind of catch our breath.
For a moment, yeah.
Yeah. Do we have any, we need to tell people about anybody? I think we were.
Yeah, we could tell people about stuff.
And I got to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to do that.
All right, you go our first of many on-air bathroom breaks over the next day and a half here.
That's the bathroom break
horn.
noise.
Duh.
I don't know. Yeah, I needed something. I don't know.
Bathroom horn.
So, all right, Lawrence, if you can do me a favor and put that big board back up there.
Oh, sure. Let's
see who we.
Let's get a reset here where we're at.
See who do we miss here after the excitement of Frank Nazar. Rutger
McGorty went to the Winnipeg Jets at number 14. Number 15 was Jonathan Lekeri-Maki going to the Vancouver Canucks.
Rutger McGorty, 40th overall prospect by Elite Prospects, so maybe a little reach
pretty
there.
low.
Hey, does anyone need a refill out there on set? Anyone? Or are you guys? Do you need a refill? Can I bring you anything?
Well, I think Jay's going to start the trend and as soon as he comes back.
So like a little line change.
We're over the boards.
We're line changing
Great.
up here.
Okay. All right.
Grab a slice or two, get another fake beer, get recharged.
Giddy up.
We'll be all right. Our guy Rutger, another Team USA kid that was at 3 already in the first round. 4.
Cooley, Nazar, McGorty, and Gauthier.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
There you
4
go,
in the
4.
first 14 for Team USA. We are dominating the sport, Canada. Deal with it.
It.
6 feet even. 6'0" sounds so stupid.
6'0".
6'0".
6 foot even. On the
6
dot.
feet tall, 205 pounds, left-handed shooting center. In 87 combined games for the under-18 team and the USHL, he had 44 goals.
Pretty good.
And 113 total points. Not too shabby. Another kid going to the University of Michigan. So him and
They're restocking it up. Michigan is.
They basically they have all of Team USA and the Chicago Steel at Michigan next year.
That's
so,
not a bad strategy.
Yeah, so he's maybe a bit of a reach there, but if that's your guy, I guess go for it, much like the Hawks did. But this is way more of a reach for the Jets than the Hawks did with Krasinski. And our other guy, Jonathan
Lekkerimäki.
he was supposed to go much higher than he did. 5'11", 172 pounds, right-handed right winger. He'd be really silly being a left-handed right winger. He has shades of Mike Hoffman, according to Elite Prospects.
So don't team him up with Erik Karlsson, and it'll be just fine.
Just keep him away from his teammates' wives, girlfriends, or whatever. Keep his girlfriend away from the other wives. Eastern Conference executive, this is what he had to say about Lekkerimäki. He has a bit of a nose for the net, and he can also make plays. I know he's not big, and he's a bit of a project, but I like his game a lot. He's got the poise to find open ice and skill to shoot and pass. I think you're going to see him score a lot in the NHL. Last time I checked, scoring a lot in the NHL, it's recommended.
Yeah,
it's recommended.
It's a good skill to have. And the Buffalo Sabres just got their pick in. I believe it's pick number 16, and it is Noah Östlund. Centerman from I can't read it from there, but
Djurgården.
Djurgården from the Swedish Hockey League.
That's back-to-back Djurgården picks. Lekkerimäki was a teammate of his. So Noah Östlund. Where the heck is he on my list here?
Well, as you find him, I will tell you guys. You've heard it before, but our viewers, our watchers, our listeners, tell you guys about Athletic Greens and their AG1 formula. It is a formula designed to improve your gut health, optimize your immune system, and give you more natural energy. 1 scoop of AG1, you are absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens to help you start your day right. And if you have different dietary restrictions or anything like that, whether it's dairy-free, gluten-free, keto, paleo, whatever it is, with AG1, you're good to go. It's easy to incorporate into your life, no matter how busy you might be. It's just a small, once-a-day habit with big benefits. And right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with daily nutrition, with convenient daily nutrition. Just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you got to do is visit athleticgreens.com/CHGO Blackhawks. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/CHGO Blackhawks to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance.
I'm going to drop a name here real quick. Just got a text from my buddy Len Casper.
Ooh.
He says he may honestly be related to the Red Wings pick.
Really?
Yeah. And he is a huge Red Wings fan.
Yeah, that's Len's only flaw.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well,
I love me some Len
works for
Casper,
now,
but yeah, well, it's not his fault. Interesting. Maybe he can get him on the show when the Red Wings are in town.
Oh, he would love it. He would do that. He would do that in a heartbeat.
Right.
If you allow Len to talk hockey, he will talk hockey.
Well, it's a good thing.
We will allow Len to talk
it's
about
a good
hockey.
thing the White Sox won't be playing in October, so we can get him on the show when the season starts.
Yeah.
At least that's what I've been told. I don't follow.
Dom Lecision, I think I said that right, from The Athletic,
Maybe.
has graded the Blackhawks Kirby Dach trade. He says, the Blackhawks, woof. I could at least see why the team would trade Alex DeBrincat. They needed to get bad enough to tank the qualifying offer, being 2 years away from free agency and his age. But Dach, how do you not keep a 21-year-old center with size drafted just 3 years ago? For 13th, it's bad asset management an all too common trend for the Blackhawks on draft day these days. Well,
maybe wait till they make the pick to grade it. That's
well,
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's
well,
just
I think Dom also has not been watching the Blackhawks very closely. He's crunching the numbers as always, but Kirby Dach's not a center.
Does he have a cool chart with all different kind of colors to tell me how bad that trade is?
I think so. Yes, many
that,
graphics.
That
Lots of them,
write-up
yes.
is nearly not geeky enough for me to understand it. I found Noah Östlund. If you want to.
Oh
hear
yes,
about him.
let's hear it.
He is another center from Sweden. He only had 11 games in the Swedish Hockey League, no points, but he spent most of the season on the junior under-20 national team where he had 9 goals, 42 points in 32 games. Also had 4 goals, 10 points in 6 games for Sweden at the under-18 World Juniors. Quick little note, he's 5'11", 163 pounds. This is from David St. Louis of Hockey Prospects. Dynamic. This is how one could best describe Östlund. The center was flying all over the ice and taking control of Sweden's play for most of his shift. He was supporting breakouts by timing himself in the pockets of space to offer passing options to his defensemen and moving the puck out of his zone quickly. So, seems like a pretty nice pick there for
Buffalo.
The Buffaloes. And is that that was their second of 2 picks in the first round. They got Matthew Savoy and Noah Östlund, so they're definitely getting better up front, at least on paper.
Seems like a logical pick in the spot it was taken, which is probably how the rest of this round is going to go.
There's still
Unless
going to
the
be
Hawks trade up.
the
never know.
Coyotes still have 2 more picks, and you know that with 4 picks, they're going to try and do one of those crazy, like, does Shane Doan have another son they could pick in the first round this year? You know, they're going to do one of those. We're going to prove we're smarter than everybody picks.
Hey, I like their draft so far is really solid. If you had what the Coyotes had at the end of the day, you'd be pretty pleased, I think. I just still can't, now that like the dust is settled, we're halfway through the first round. The fact that Shane Wright fell as far as he did is quite
Surprising.
a thing. And I know we've been really focused on the Chicago part of the draft, and we'll continue to be. But boy, it was kind of like, is it going to be 1 or 2? Because even as we were speculating about the DeBrincat trade to the Devils potentially, we thought that Shane Wright was sort of the thing that held that trade up. And then he falls 2,
All the
3,
way to
all the way to 4 to Seattle. And boy, Seattle, they got to love that. That's big for them.
Not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's been a really, I'm trying to think of a draft that's been this sort of
Open
and unexpected and crazy trades happening with huge names moving.
Well, even in recent years, the drafts that didn't have like an Austin Matthews or a Connor McDavid, like you still had like, oh, this guy will be 1, this guy will be 2, or vice versa. Like you didn't have someone who was thought to be the slam dunk number 1 for more than a year fall to 4. Like I can't remember a time that has happened in recent years at least. Yeah, it's been a wild draft, and I think with a draft class like this where it was like you don't really it's not as top heavy as others or what next year is projected to be, how top heavy that would be. You have some value in the middle of the draft, and I think what we're seeing is some of these picks, they, you know, like a Korchinski, like might be a little bit of a reach, but he also might fit right there at 7 rather than in the mid-teens or 20s wherever he might have landed. And I think, you know, now we're going to see this draft kind of jumble up in the middle, and with the Blackhawks having 9 picks in the first 100, you got to think that they're going to find at least 2, maybe 3 good players out of it. You hope, having that many swings at it, and having a draft class that has the kind of talent in the middle to later rounds that this class does.
I've still got my eye on Lane Hudson.
Yes,
I'd like that pick.
That would be great.
Small puck moving defenseman. What are you doing? You're taking my table? Oh, Lawrence is taking my table away. Jeez.
Some live.
I was feeling very important with my
Some
dual
live
table
stage
action.
crew
We had the
going
full
on
screen
here.
going. You couldn't see it. Jay got so mad he kicked the table that was to his right,
table
clear
broke.
off the set.
There it goes.
Yes.
It is landing on naked guy's porch.
He's not naked. He's just shirtless.
You don't know that.
Well, it is dark out. He might
It
have
is
taken
dark.
his
He might
pants
be
off.
naked now.
All right. Well,
Just text him.
on that cue, it's my turn to exit stage left for 2 minutes.
Corey in the chat says, thoughts on Colton Dach and his future with the Hawks? Does he care how the Hawks traded Kirby? I mean, he's probably not thrilled with it, but
No.
I don't think Colton Dach holds enough weight in the organization to influence, to force a
Facilitated
trade or anything like that.
away.
Like,
Yeah, probably not. But I mean, that's kind of the risk you run doing the, we'll draft your relative, we'll draft your brother, your cousin, whatever. Like, if one of them doesn't pan out, the other one's gonna, feel a little, probably feel a little, jaded about it. And you go back to the Hayes brothers a couple of years ago. Jimmy Hayes and Kevin Hayes being in the organization or having a chance to be in the organization together, and things didn't pan out with Kevin. And I think there were some rumblings of Jimmy Hayes not really having the best view of the Blackhawks organization because of what happened with his brother. So it's an interesting dynamic that you have when you go into the realm of having family members on your team.
Yeah.
You got the Jones brothers in with Seth and Caleb right now. Caleb needs a new contract. See how that pans out. But yeah, as far as Colton Dach, I think he's a talented player. I think getting him in the second round of last year's draft was a good pick. He had a great season this year in the WHL. I think he'll play another season in the WHL. If he's that upset about them, getting rid of Kirby, fine. We don't know what kind of player he's going to be, and for him to be like, I don't want to be with this organization. All right, fine. You're 19, 20, whatever. Go live your life elsewhere. If they want to, keep him around, keep him around.
I would have trouble with them accommodating that because look, it is a business.
Right.
The Hawks have to do what they have to do, or what they think they have to do anyway, to build and maintain the franchise. And look, maybe they, if they were on the fence about Colton Dach and another prospect, they took Colton because they had Kirby. Right? Like, if it's a coin toss, let's take the kid. Let's take the brother. That's a cool story. But from that point on, they're of no obligation to keep either of them. Right? And it's the same thing with the Jones brothers. I think trading for Duncan Keith for Caleb probably made Seth a little more excited about coming to Chicago.
Yeah.
But I don't think not re-signing Caleb is going to make Seth pout, and you know what I mean? It's just, I don't think those guys come into the league with any expectation that they're going to be teammates. So I don't know if you have to worry about that and steer around. It's a good question, but I just think that when you start to get into that kind of thinking, you're not doing what's best for the organization. You have to look at every player as an individual, regardless of how many relatives you have on the organization. Like, how many times did the Sutter brothers get traded?
Right, exactly.
And some played together, some did. You know what I mean? It's just you just can't keep that. You can't keep that mindset, because it's dangerous when you start to act that way. Yeah. So,
part of the reason I wanted Kirby to stick around and prove that he could develop and be the solid player that I still believe he can be in the NHL was to have the opportunity to see him play alongside Colton at some point, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be in the cards in Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine being a general manager of a hockey team, taking a guy for the good PR of we already have his older brother, and then the new guy trades his older brother away right off the bat.
Yeah.
It's ruthless sports sometimes.
We got a pick.
The pick is in for the Nashville Predators.
Joakim
Kemmel.
There you go. There's a name that fell as I was starting.
Remember when you wanted him at 7?
Yeah, he was projected at 7 by well, maybe not 7, but the 7th best overall prospect from a lot of publications.
Within the top 10, yeah.
Including Corey Pronman, Chris Peters, Scott Wheeler, and Bob McKenzie, all had him as a 7th rated prospect. So, hey, every year somebody falls like this, and I'm sure Nashville is thrilled to land this player where they did.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, he might have the pressure of taking Philip Forsberg's place, because I'm not sure Phil is going to be back in Nashville.
Nashville's in such a weird spot because they seemed to have built up enough to make a run, and then but it wasn't enough, and now they're in this weird spot where it doesn't seem like their prospect system is as robust as it needs to be to have the next wave come through, and they don't have a superstar enough roster to really compete at the top level.
Yeah, I think they're kind of going to be regretting, those Duchesne and Johansson deals now.
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, Duchesne had a pretty good year this year, but I've never been a fan. And, signing Johansson prevents you from keeping Philip Forsberg. That's a big loss. And this is not to be mean to Nashville, because
you can.
no, and I will. But I mean, it's not seriously. How does David Poley still have a job? To be honest, he's been there literally since day one.
He got one third-place vote for the GM of the Year award.
For getting swept. But see, I don't know. I don't get the day. Like, he's made some pretty good. He built a pretty nice team there that made it to one Stanley Cup final. In the entire history of the organization, they've made it to one Stanley Cup final, have missed the playoffs a lot more than they've ever made it. I mean, I don't know. Job for life, apparently. No pressure.
Yeah, I guess so.
No pressure down there. They only get mad.
Call him Rick Hahn.
White Sox postgame coming up in a little while, by the way. I mean, I guess the only time they get mad in Nashville is if you wear a red jersey in their stadium, so why not keep them forever? Mm-hmm. Little scouting report on their latest draft pick, Joakim Kemmel. Is it Kemmel or Kemmel? Kemmel. I'm going Kemmel.
Let's go with Kemmel.
Let's go with Kemmel.
He's 5'9". He's 176 pounds, and he's a right-handed right winger. Regardless of how you say his last name, he's highly competitive and physical despite his average size. Best one-timer in the draft, according to an Eastern Conference scout. Needs how to learn how to make more plays for his teammates. He had 15 goals and 23 points in 39 games in Liga. JYP, no relation to the Junkyard Dog. He's got player comps to Victor Olofsson and Brock Besser.
All right.
That's not too bad.
I'd take either of those guys on my team.
Yeah, that's a solid. Again, when a guy ranked that high falls that far, you are thrilled when you end up with that pick. And I want Nashville, as they're projecting their draft pick, probably never thought that they would come even close to getting a guy like that.
Yeah,
So not.
that's
the beauty of the draft.
Yeah, with this draft, players move up, players fall, and it worked out for the Blackhawks at 13, and works out for Nashville here at 17.
Yeah,
I am going to
There he goes.
take my change before we get Jack Bushman here and refill and
We're
go to
gonna
the bathroom.
we're completing the line change.
it's pretty good that we got this far. We almost made it 2 hours into the show without a bathroom break. So
I mean, I haven't gone yet. I don't know how that's
going
to work when I
ice
leave.
cream.
Oh, there's ice cream?
There's ice cream.
I guess
flying
I'm gonna
around.
leave next.
Our guy Luke Stuckmeyer came through with the ice cream. The Cubs show is having a ice cream show social apparently, but
I'm just readjusting.
I thought you. I'm like, oh no.
I was not leaving for ice cream. I might just put the ice cream on my head. It is about 400 degrees over here right now.
It is
Getting warmer.
I made a bad decision with the jeans.
Yep. Who's knocking my flip flops now?
Yeah.
Yeah, made a bad decision. It's rough.
Well, hey,
it's rough.
Wear
it's rough.
shorts tomorrow because we're gonna be in here when the sun's out.
I might go with the Matt
yeah.
Peck look tomorrow.
Seriously.
I'll do it. I'll
no
do tank
shirt.
top.
Sun's out, guns out.
Jack Bushman is calling us. Do we want to wait
Yes.
for Maury? Do you want to bring him in right now?
Let's
What do you
bring
wanna
Jack
do?
into the
All right,
show.
let me take care of that. Hold on one second here.
Jack Bushman, the host of the Locked On Blackhawks podcast. Follow him on Twitter at Talkin' Hockey and at Jack Bushman 2. There he is in the palatial Locked On Blackhawks studios / his bedroom. It's our guy, Jack Bushman. What's up, Jack?
Hey, what's up, Jay? What a day it is, boys. How about it? Oh, my goodness.
It's a bit nutty. A bit nutty of a day. We're going to give you the floor, and what do you think, man? From the Alex DeBrincat trade to the draft picks to everything else that's going on. What's your take been on the day so far?
I think the biggest takeaway is just I think everyone has it. It's not getting enough for Alex DeBrincat. And look, we can wait and see what Kurchinski is going to be, but it's going to be hard to fill the shoes of Alex DeBrincat. And just based off of all the rumors that we heard earlier on in the week, and if the Blackhawks possibly capitalized on this opportunity when the rumors were first kicking off, it sounded like they could have gotten 2 first-round picks or something along those lines. And my biggest takeaway is the Blackhawks didn't have to trade Alex DeBrincat. They weren't backed in a corner. Their hand wasn't forced. They didn't have to do this. They only should have done it, I believed, if Kyle Davidson was in love with this offer. And it just kind of felt like, I don't know if you guys heard the Elliot Friedman clip from earlier, but he basically said that this was just a trade that they felt they had to do. And it was just like, based off everything that Kyle Davidson had been saying for weeks, that was the exact mentality they didn't want to have. So I was just a little confused because for that type of return, I would have thought Kyle Davidson would have been for it, would not have been for it, but ended up making the trade. And I know Chicago sports fans all around the city are not very thrilled, to say the least.
Well, that's the lesson Kyle's going to have to learn is like when you say something as quotable as we're not going to make a move just to make a move, right? We're not going to force anything. Then you do. People are going to hold that to you, you know? He didn't have to say anything. He could have said, oh, you know, we're going to be listening for offers. Everything's on the table except the guys with no movement clauses will be taking calls, and it's no secret we want to get into the first round, and we're going to try to find a way to do that. Boom. You know? And then you don't have that, quote, hovering over everything and influencing the conversations that we've had about this topic for weeks, for months about Alex DeBrincat. We all thought, I think, you know, around, 3 o'clock that a trade was definitely going to happen. And then all of a sudden, boom, it comes and we're all like, that's the return? That's what Kyle Davidson was holding out for? It just, like you said, it's a trade that didn't have to be made. And because of what he said, I think it really impacted fans' reaction.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's, maybe some of him being a young guy. I don't want to call him inexperienced or anything, but obviously this is his first time being the head honcho in the front office. So, yeah, it was definitely frustrating to see that. If he just didn't make that statement, it would have been different, but we were expecting him to follow along that path, and this just looks like they veered off that path at the last second because, hey, the NHL draft is starting in a couple hours. We want to pick. Let's just frickin' do it, And I think that's totally the wrong mindset in a situation, especially when you're dealing with a 2-time 40-goal scorer like Alex DeBrincat, who is also really developed all the other sides of his game too. I mean, how many 40-goal scorers are out there killing penalties and blocking shots? Not very many, and to seemingly trade him for pennies on the dollar, so to say, I mean, it just leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, and I know a lot of fans as well.
Well, it is pretty obvious that they'll never admit to tanking, but that's what's going on here. It's pretty obvious the Blackhawks want one of those top 3 picks next year. They want Connor Bedard, and if sacrificing Alex DeBrincat and Kirby Dach to get him needed to be done, obviously that had to be done. And if that's the long-term game plan here and it pans out, there's so many factors on how that can go wrong. But if you're taking your shot, I guess I'm okay with that. I would have liked more for DeBrincat, but if the end game is Connor Bedard in a Blackhawks uniform this time next year, then it's worth it in my opinion. But we said pain was coming and we were not lying to you. So.
Not at all, but I think we all probably have the same feeling about the Alex DeBrincat trade. I'm curious, how are you guys feeling about the Kirby Dach trade now that we know that Frank Nazar was the 13th overall selection? I feel someone that a lot of the guys were hoping that the Blackhawks were going to take.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the last believer in the world in Kirby Dach. So I to give up on a 21-year-old is tough, but at the same time, I didn't think you'd get number 16 overall for him. And I also didn't think you'd get an extra pick at 66 for him. So I can't really argue with the return. I still think he's going to pan out and be a good player. It's funny, as you asked that question, Greg Wyshynski asked on Twitter, who's going to get run out of Montreal first, Yuri Slafkovsky or Kirby Dach?
Oh, gosh.
70%. 70% say Kirby.
We can in 2 years trade Colton Dach for Yuri Slafkovsky.
Done.
Hey, let's do
There,
that.
see, it's all coming together. We got to think big picture, long
I
term.
like where your head's at.
Galaxy brain.
It's the long game. It's the long game here. Everybody's playing checkers, and Kyle Davidson's playing chess.
Yeah. I think with the Dach trade, I was in the boat of I don't know who's going to give you a top 15 pick for Kirby Dach at this point. I really felt like trying to trade him now was trading him at his lowest point of value, but apparently the Canadians really valued Dach at that time at 13th overall and 66th. Like that's
And technically Romanov,
that's fine
too.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, and Romanov too, going to the Islanders for extra picks there too. Yeah, I mean I didn't want to get rid of Kirby Dach just to get rid of him. To get a player like Frank Nazar at 13th, and then have another selection in the at 66th overall. If you're going to make a move like that, I think that's a really good return. I do like the pick that they ended up using at 13. We all did. And I still think Dach's going to be a good player. But if they are really, really going to tank it, you're taking away pretty much any of the players that you think were going to pan out and be successful in the short term.
Yeah, I think earlier in the day when there was that first tweet that like the Blackhawks, I think it was Scott Powers who said the Blackhawks are like aiming for a top 15 pick. I feel like most people are like, all right, who's actually going to give up a top 15 pick here for Kirby Dach? And to get that, it felt like best case scenario. And I feel like I'm dubbing him Frank the Tank. I'm officially dubbing him Frank the Tank first. Mario, by the way, I don't know if you've checked out Twitter yet, but there's a great GIF of you celebrating once Frank got drafted already. But I feel like, yeah, it's a good one.
Action.
Oh boy,
Kevin put it up on the show
find that.
account. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
It's a keeper for sure. But like I said, I think it was a really good trade, and I feel like, Kirby could still really be a good all-around player. I feel like he got the short end of the stick a little bit in Chicago with the management, coaching staff, and rushing him onto the scene. Breaking the wrist didn't happen. I feel like breaking the wrist didn't help, I should say. I feel like, he could still be a very good all-around player, but Frank the Tank, I think he's got a higher ceiling, better speed, and that's really what the Blackhawks were trying to get here, clearly. I mean, they took Korchinski, who's a big puck-moving defenseman, very good skater. Frank's the same way, so it's clear that the Blackhawks were trying to get that, and I don't mind this trade for Kirby. I don't mind this trade whatsoever for Kirby Dach. I think they got the player with the higher ceiling here.
Well, speaking of Montreal, want to get your thoughts, Jack, on the hiring of Luke Richardson, former assistant with the Canadiens, now the new head coach of the Blackhawks. What do you think of him so far?
I think he sounds like a perfect fit for what the Blackhawks are going through. A first-time head coach who's also, trying to prove himself a little bit and knows what it's like to have to build the team up. I mean, he's been at the AHL level. He knows how important that process is. And I think his demeanor, too, everyone that knows Luke Richardson has talked about what a well-respected guy he is and how he commands that respect. But at the same time, very player-friendly, talks to guys one-on-one, gets his message across directly. Like, he's not trying to play games or anything. I really like everything that I've heard about Luke Richardson. Obviously, time is going to tell, but from, my point of view, it seems like he's the right fit. And I feel like for the situation that the Blackhawks are in, he meshes well with what they're trying to do. So I was really pleased with it. Were you guys in the same boat?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good move. We had him here last week. He's got that presence. He commands respect. My biggest takeaway from Luke Richardson is that he talks like a guy who takes everybody on a case-by-case situation. He's not going to have a system and say, this is how we play here. You make it work. He's going to take each guy's individual talents and try and meld them into something that works, and that's what they need. So I'm board with that.
Yeah.
So far with Kyle Davidson, everything I've been on board with everything except the return on Alex DeBrincat.
Yeah, that's it. We got 2 draft picks to report real quick. Dallas takes defenseman Leon Bischel from Leksand in Sweden, 6'6", 225 D-man. He's a big boy. And then the Wild take left winger Liam Ogren, played with Djurgården in Sweden, 6'1", 201. So Leon and Liam go back-to-back to the Stars and to the Wild. And the Capitals are currently on the clock. And Nathan in the chat brings up a good point. Brad Lambert is still out there. I wonder if the Hawks package anything to get him. They have the ammo. They certainly do have the ammo to go get him if they'd want to. So we'll see. Kyle Davidson, if nothing else, he's been aggressive.
At this rate, Lambert could be there at that first pick.
Yeah,
of the
really.
second round
Yep.
tomorrow.
Right.
There's been a lot of questions about him for the last 2 years. His fall has been mighty, and I would not be shocked if he falls out of the first round completely.
Well, they have picks 38 and 39 back-to-back in the second round tomorrow. You could package both of those, get late into the first, maybe.
I think
don't
so.
know. We'll see what they do.
You never know.
Stay tuned.
Crazier
As they
things have
say.
happened even today.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Davidson is aggressive for sure. And I will say, but in general, hockey GMs are not. So if Brad Lambert's falling for a reason and other GMs start to see him falling too, that's going to cause them to get colder and colder feet. And that's when you start to see guys really, really tumble because, what do they know? Well, what do they know?
Right,
How's this guy still on the clock? Oh, my God, what's going on? and that's where teams can jump up and grab a guy with a tremendous value. So who knows? I think a lot's going to happen. It's a lot to go tonight. We're just barely halfway through the first round and a whole bunch more to go. But Jack, we want to thank you for joining us on the show today, man. We appreciate it. Make sure you are subscribed to the Locked On Blackhawks podcast. It's great stuff. Jack puts something out every single day. Follow his Hawks account at Talkin' Hockey on Twitter. Jack, thanks, man. We appreciate,
I appreciate
you.
it. Excited to see you guys at development camp next week, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there.
See you there.
Absolutely. I'll see you guys there.
All right, Jack. Thanks,
Yeah, Jack,
buddy.
thanks again.
Thank you.
A couple of people on the chat bringing up the free agency next week.
Yeah.
Because the Hawks are going to have to sign some people.
Yeah, it went from they're not going to do anything to, well, they kind of have to do something.
Yeah, they might get some random veterans to kind of fill out roster spots, but now you're going to need more random veterans.
You're going to get some Matthias Janmark type players to play some spots and then trade them at the deadline.
Should we go over some of the names that are available?
Sure.
Yes. Let's do
as
that.
unrestricted free agents? Evgeny Malkin,
Yeah, not happening.
Get him.
PK Subban,
Get him.
Claude Giroux.
Oh, no.
Remember when Claude Giroux didn't want to get traded to the Avalanche?
I do remember that.
Whoops.
Yeah, that didn't work out very well. My guy, Phil Kessel.
I
Yes.
love Phil Kessel. Bring
6
him
foot
here.
223.
Yes, I want Phil Kessel.
Right? In college, maybe. Bring us Phil
Dude,
Kessel.
I want Phil Kessel so bad.
He can't wear
Chicago.
81, though.
Patrice Bergeron is
Or
going
18.
back to Boston. That's pretty much done.
Yep.
Ryan Kessler, didn't he retire? Did I imagine
He's
this?
like medically retired, I thought.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. Johnny Gaudreau, that won't happen.
Nope.
Alex Radulov.
No.
I don't know if you want that.
I don't think you need it.
Igor Radulov spoiled me on all Radulovs.
And now we're getting into the yuckiness.
Yeah.
Philip Forsberg, probably
No,
won't happen.
not happening.
Not happening.
Dustin Brown, keep it.
Nope.
Andrew
He
Ladd,
retired.
been there, done that twice.
Nope.
Anton Strawman,
No.
Nick Leddy.
Yeah, sure.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
That would
That'll sell some tickets.
That's it. Well, I could wear my jersey again.
There you go. Andre Palat, he's gonna cash out
He
that
is gonna
dude.
be, nope.
Yep.
That's not gonna happen.
Max Domi.
No.
Nah.
You want to take a flyer on Max?
No. Would be the 9th team to take a flyer on
Maybe
Max?
ninth time's the
Yes.
charm. Nino Niederreiter,
I'd take him.
Danny DeKaiser,
Who?
Riley Smith.
Riley?
Yep.
Can we get Jonesy too?
There you go. Andre
We already have
Burkowski.
Jones. We got two
There you
of them.
go. That's true.
Vincent Trocheck's going to make some money.
Yeah.
Lots of teams. Colin White got let go by Ottawa. I saw a note yesterday.
Montreal, I thought,
14
was on.
teams are in on him. So that's interesting. Calvin DeHaan, our old buddy. Nazem Kadri. And speaking of
He's
guys going to
gonna
make a
get
lot of money.
Lots of
Make
money.
a lot of money.
Yeah, there's just not a lot down here that's really exciting, but these are the kind of names we're talking about.
Yeah.
And some of these might be even a little more ambitious than you think.
Give
so
me Phil Kessel.
that would be fun.
Just for
That would be
someone
fun.
who will get to talk to him on a fairly regular
I would,
basis.
I
Give me
would
Phil Kessel.
just love Phil Kessel.
I'm
to
just worried about
come
Phil
here.
Kessel in Chicago restaurants.
Nothing
Could be a
wrong with
problem.
that.
Yeah.
Could be a great thing.
I can get him on both my podcasts.
Think about Phil
Yeah.
Kessel on the. Yeah.
See?
We just need a photo of Phil Kessel in his Blackhawks jersey, holding a hot dog outside the Wiener Circle. That's all we need in
Beauty.
life.
Yeah. Give him a 2-year deal. Let him play here.
And the oh God, who was the guy that wrote that? The annoying Toronto guy.
Steve Simmons.
Steve Simmons. Yeah.
And he could sit there with the hot dog in the Wiener Circle, be in the Wiener Circle on the marquee, can put "Suck It, Simmons" behind
Suck
it.
it, Steve.
The Washington Capitals pick is in.
The pick is in.
I'm going to do my best.
Miro Shin.
Isn't that the guy
Schenko.
Rocky fought in Rocky IV?
Miro
Drago.
Shnichenko.
Yep, that's close.
This is actually a really nice pick
This
here.
is a good pick for Washington.
This is a guy that probably should have gone a lot higher.
Oh God, Washington.
the Russian factor.
I was
Yeah.
just gonna say the someone to play with Ovechkin.
He is they're gonna have to get the curve on his last name on the jersey to make it fit.
Change the font.
Yeah.
Here's something.
That's what I just had to
from,
do.
from Elliot Friedman about Miro Shinchenko. Had the diagnosis of Hodgkin's lymphoma in March, but
Wow.
is healthy enough to play through and be a first round pick.
Good for
So,
him,
hey,
man.
look at
That's
that.
incredible.
Hey.
That's very impressive.
he's obviously he's Mario Lemieux.
Hey,
There you go.
It
worked for
you
Mario.
know,
I didn't say it worked for Mario, but he was able to be
happened,
pretty
and-
good after that. 6'1", right-handed left winger. There you go. See, it can happen. 185 pounds, according to an Eastern Conference executive. Pretty good size, good drive, a nose for the net, a really good shot. He's still the best Russian, still in Russia for me. He played in the VHL, which is the KHL's equivalent to the AHL.
the very hockey league.
Yes, the very fun hockey league. 31 games, 10 goals, 16 points. He's was a player that probably without, obviously not a full schedule of games there, but and then the whole Russia thing right now is probably a factor. But that's a guy before the season started was talking top 10. So he dropped a little bit there.
Definitely remember his name being
being
pretty high up the boards.
There was a lot of people saying he was the best player out of Russia. A quality, a value pick, as they like to say in the business for the Capitals, who will not have Nicholas Backstrom for a while. Not that this
Yeah.
kid's going to go in and take Backstrom's
Not
place,
right away,
but
no.
that's a huge loss for them. Now we won't get a sequel to that commercial. That was the best hockey commercial this past season.
Well, we've got some news here from Pierre LeBrun. Asked agent Pat Brisson about his client Patrick Kane and his NHL future in lieu of today's trades by the rebuilding Blackhawks. Brisson said they're not, quote, going to make any decisions or comments at this point.
That's how you handle those situations.
Yeah, that's well done
That's-
by the agent for sure.
That is the line that Patrick Kane has been taking
Yep.
in this whole we are rebuilding phase. Is he's not really commenting on anything. He's just going to let things play out and eventually make his decision.
And I would assume those same comments would apply for Jonathan Taves, as Brisson is his agent and Seth Jones' agent as well. But it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. I mean, look, if you're Patrick Kane and you've played good soldier up to this point with the rebuild, and you see Dach and you see DeBrincat go, you start to get a little itchy. Your mind starts to wander a little bit of like, okay, like, yes, I have some hopes of breaking Stan Mikita's records, which are certainly in reach for him.
We can't get many assists on this roster.
Yeah, but the points aren't going to come, and like I could see him saying, all right, I'll stick around, give me a top line to play with, right? Keep Strome, keep DeBrincat, and I'll be happy. This is tough. This is a tough pill to swallow for Patrick Kane, and I couldn't blame either of those guys if they're like, you know what, thanks but no thanks.
Because it's
See
not
what you can get for us. We'd like to move on.
because now it's not only DeBrincat that's officially gone. The word is if the Blackhawks can't trade Strome's RFA rights, he's not getting a qualify offer anyways.
They're just going to let him walk.
So he's just gone.
Right, and if that report's out there, then you can't trade him. Why is someone going to trade for someone that
Exactly.
they know
That they know that they can- that they
I don't think
can-
the bidding war for Dylan Strome is going to be crazy.
I don't think there's ever been one, it seems. If he's been
Obviously not.
If he's been on the block for as long as they say that he's been and nothing has happened.
Well,
It's not going to happen
and again,
at this point.
this could be part of the master plan. Get bad enough to get into that top 3 next year. Get bad enough to where maybe Patrick Kane says, yeah, it's time for a trade. And then you get even more assets for him. Maybe it's something you make at the deadline when teams get more desperate. We saw with Brendan Hagel. You got more for Brendan Hagel at the trade deadline than you got for Alex DeBrincat in the offseason. So maybe holding on to Kane. Hopefully he can somehow still have Patrick Kane numbers on this beer league roster that they're going to skate this year. And then you get a team that's desperate at the deadline, and you then shoot. You might even be able to have 3 first-round draft picks in one of the deepest, most talented draft classes
Which
in
would be
modern history.
fantastic.
So they're going by, hey, it's Chris Letang making the pick.
Chris Letang.
That's cool.
And there's Brian Burke, sans tie and comb.
Oh, he just owns ties out of protest. He owns ties to not tie them.
Yeah.
I'll wear a
What
tie.
is-
It's
what
going to be
is that
draped
about?
over me.
Is there
He's a big guy.
Is there a story back?
He's a
about
big
that?
guy, and ties suck.
I don't know.
I call
And
him.
he just is just like, just screw it. I'm just gonna make this
He's
my
Brian
thing.
Burke.
Owen
Yes.
Pickering, Swift current defenseman, is the pick for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Another name that I think fell a little bit, right?
The Pickering pick.
Pickering. Yeah, I think he was a little bit higher on some boards, but I think this is what 21, pick 21 here.
Yep.
I think that's from what I know, what I looked at in the first round, because I didn't really think we had to go too deep into the first round up until about 3:00 today. But yeah, I think Pickering was around this this spot, maybe a little bit higher, but good selection for the Penguins. Big kid, 6'4". Yeah, I mean they're a team that's also in an interesting spot. They locked up Letang, which was an interesting choice. Malkin, as we just mentioned, is going to be potentially hitting free agency. We'll have to see what happens with that. But Pittsburgh just kind of still holding on a little bit there as a playoff contending team. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's got to be exciting to be drafted by an organization like the Penguins that are always pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
And let's give a moment of respect to the Swift Current Broncos uniforms and color scheme. Big thumbs up for me.
The green and blue.
Love the green and blue, like the old Hartford Whalers colors. Looks really, really good. A bunch of people in the chat, by the way, are asking about the Blackhawks goaltending situation. And yesterday, Kyle Davidson met the media and said we should have some clarity on that in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so,
forgot about that comment.
Well, does that mean Connor Murphy to the Maple Leafs here for their first-round pick and Peter Mrazek?
That would be nice. It just doesn't feel like it probably isn't going to take a ton to get if you're just trying to acquire Peter Mrazek. I still would love to see them say, screw you, Toronto. Give us something and we'll solve your problem.
Right.
I think worst case scenario is they just re-sign Kevin Lankin, and if they can't find something to happen this weekend and call him the goalie, and who knows, you're gonna probably have to sign somebody else.
There's some veterans out there you can bring in.
Well, according to NHL.com, Kevin Lankinen is one of the top 10
the
free agent
ninth-ranked
goalies
free
on the
agent
market.
Well, they're not wrong. It just shows you how crappy the free agent
That's
class is
true.
for goaltending.
Mikko Koskinen, Darcy Kemper, Thomas Greiss, Yaroslav Halak. Georgiev was just traded today to the Rangers, or to the Avalanche.
So Kemper is available.
Yes, Corey Schneider, Braden Holtby, Martin Jones, Ilya Samsonov. Yeah, that's kind of where the list of names you would want.
Samsonov's an interesting guy because that's a guy young enough to bring him in here for a couple years to see what you got.
How about Malcolm Subban?
Hey,
didn't he play here before?
He can sing the
He played
national
here
anthem.
before, right?
If Tim Cornelius is sick, he can go out there and belt out the national anthem.
Pretty good, yeah.
Honestly, I could see a guy, and I would have no problem bringing in a guy like Yaroslav Halak for a year, cheap. Him and Lankinen, 1A, 1B. You flip Halak at the deadline for a third-round pick. Everybody's always looking for goaltending, or even roll the dice with a Braden Holtby. Get him in here and hope he has a somewhat decent year, starting every other game, and then flip him at the deadline. Bring in a guy that you think you can get assets for come February or March, whenever the deadline is this year.
That's the mindset. The mindset is, who can we flip? And that's what it should be with free agents, forwards, defensemen, and goalies.
Yes.
Who can we flip? You're going to have somebody finish the season after the trade deadline. So maybe it is one of those names and Kevin Lankinen. Because I just don't know if there's a big market for Lankinen. I can't see teams really lining up around the block to.
I can't think.
No, it's Darcy Kemper and everybody else essentially.
Yeah,
so
essentially.
I bring back Lankinen on a prove it type 2-year deal. Bring in one of those vets, a Halak, and then trade Halak at the deadline. At that point, you've got another 3/4 of a season of Arvid Soderblom with the Ice Hogs. Call him up and then let Lankinen and Soderblom play those last 15, 20 games of the season. Get an idea where you're heading in the next year, because you're still at least 2 seasons away before you're even worrying or mentioning Drew Comezzo. At this point, where the Hawks are at right now, goaltending, as far as getting one that can play now, is the least of their priorities.
Dan in the chat says, is there a guy you want the Hawks to go after in the draft? Anyone we should see them try to maybe trade up to get or prioritize in the next round? Since we talked to Chris Peters, I've really been high on Lane Hudson, the defenseman, very small. They took him to an endocrinologist to see if he would grow. He's 5'9", 148 right now. And you want to talk about looking like a child? Lane Hudson.
Hey, I got him at 5'8", 159. I don't know whose math is wrong.
159. That's
That's
with his gear on.
That's soaking wet with the gear on.
He had rocks in his pocket when he got on the scale.
He did the Johnny Gaudreau. He put pucks in his pants.
Just for our edification, look up Lane Hudson on HockeyDB.com and look at that headshot. See if you can find it, Lawrence.
Hold,
it is troubling.
Well, Lane Hudson, he's a lot of draft experts and analysts have been calling him one of the best, like, mobile, puck-moving, offensive-minded defensemen. Oh no, Lane.
Oh no, that had to be taken in the 7th grade. That's not current.
Chicago kid, by the way.
North Barrington. He's got money.
Chicago is North Barrington is Chicago.
Hey, if Highland Park's Chicago, I guess North Barrington is, right?
I guess, yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
North,
Ryan
Barrington
Hartman was
kid.
from Bartlett, and they said he was from Chicago, so I guess we'll allow
So he
it.
was 9.
I mean,
in this
look
photo?
at that.
Nostroza was Bartlett.
Sure.
Yeah.
That is
yeah.
I mean, you're born in 2004. That's what you look like.
That's a young man.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, maybe 2008, not now.
I think that photo is old.
That's
I give him
old.
some
That's gotta
credit.
be. That better be old.
I don't know.
That is somebody's small child.
It is like his 8th grade graduation photo,
That's like
perhaps.
junior high.
Good Lord.
But
Yes, Lane
and
Hudson is definitely someone that I would love the Blackhawks to try and make a move for.
Nathan Goucher just got picked by the
Anaheim Ducks.
Anaheim
Look at
Ducks.
that haircut.
This was a guy I was actually just going to mention as a guy I was hoping was going to fall in the 2nd round for the Hawks. Big center, so scratch him off my list.
All right.
So more of that.
A couple guys that I've had my eyes on, thinking that it was going to be that 38th pick was going to be the first pick. The other Jack Hughes is a name that comes up.
Jack Hughes.
Not the Jack Hughes, but actually the son of Montreal Canadiens general manager Kent Hughes, another center. He's a guy that could be a good fit for the Hawks. Wouldn't that be fun that we get the 13th pick from Montreal and then we draft the Montreal Canadiens' son's kid?
That'd be great.
The GM's
kid.
That's a guy I've met. I would like. David Goyette is another center I like, and Danny Zilkin is another. Those are 3 centers. You can never have too many centers. I know they drafted one already, but draft at least 3 or 4. Start down the middle. So those are 3
you
guys.
You can draft 4 centers, and 2 of them will play center in the NHL.
Right, exactly. But those are 3 guys I would keep my eyes open. Hudson, I like. Another U.S. defenseman, if they want to go back that route in the 2nd round, Seamus Casey is a kid I've had my eye on. Plus, Seamus.
There were too many Shamai on your team. Well, and Mario, you wrote last month about Jack Hughes, Lane Hudson, Rieger Lorenz. You can read about that on allchgo.com.
Absolutely.
People they should be targeting in the 2nd round. So, hey, they've got a hell of a lot of picks.
And I think, we talked with, we talked with the head coach of the Chicago Steel. Name is
Brock
Sheehan. Talked with him about some of the players that are available in the draft this year from the Steel. And I think a player that could be available in late in the 2nd round or into the 3rd round, where the Blackhawks have plenty of selections, is Nick Moldenhauer.
Yeah,
and I like his game. After we talked with Brock, I was able to look a little bit more into Moldenhauer as a player, and he's a little undersized, but I mean Blackhawks have some time for some of these prospects to mature physically and get to their NHL bodies, because it takes some time with some of these players. But I do like Moldenhauer. I would love for him to be able to get into the Blackhawks system.
There's a look at Moldenhauer on your screen.
It's a great name. There's his little draft profile there. He's played very well with the Steel. Has been a leader with the Steel. And yeah, I think he's someone that we could really hope to see the Blackhawks have a shot at in the 2nd or 3rd round. And yeah, Rieger Lorenz, which I wrote about in my piece for allchgo.com. He's a product out of the Albertan Junior Hockey League. He's heading to I believe it is Denver next year, so that's going to the reigning national champions. He's a big kid, plays a little bit of center, a little bit of wing. He was a high scorer in the AJHL, which take it or leave it, but it's not one of the top Canadian leagues.
But it's a league that's been much better lately.
Yeah, and it's a league that has produced some pretty good talent. One Cale McCarr came from the AJHL.
I hear that kid's got a future.
Yeah,
Look out
pretty
for
good
him.
player. So
he might be good someday.
yeah, I think the Blackhawks could get a couple forwards here in their next few picks, second, third round. But if they are going to get a defenseman, they just getting Korchinski. He's a sizable guy. They have so much size in their blue line that you could fit Lane Hudson in there, and he'd have to stand up on a milk crate to get in the team photo. But he would be worth it if they want to stretch for somebody.
If you can draft Anthony Lewis, you can draft Lane Hudson.
Absolutely.
Yes.
100%.
Let's see here. Lane Hudson looks like Macaulay Culkin in the first Home Alone movie. Yeah. Well,
Daniel-
no,
Daniel-
he's not that.
He's
Home
doing
Alone
this
2.
makes
Home
it
Alone
weird,
2. Not,
Yeah.
I'll give him Lost in New York, Macaulay Culkin.
Lost in New York. Which, by the way, this is not an original bit. This is from John Mulaney. But Lost in New York is a weird title because the streets are all on a grid. It's very easy to get around in New York, and they're numbered.
If you're 6 or whatever he was,
I think he was probably like 12 at that point.
Well, if the Blackhawks draft Lane Hudson, we'll ask him how he got lost in New York.
Yeah.
We'll
That
get
was
it
you,
straight
right?
from
what was
the-
that like? Your
was-
journey in New York.
He wasn't even alive when that movie was in the
Oh, he'll have no
was in the
effing
discount
clue
bin.
what we're talking about. What? What do you mean? I've never been to New York.
Yeah.
Oh man. No, we need something else to happen here, Hawks.
I love
Come on,
my
trade
job,
up.
and then there's times I hate my job when we're talking about kids that weren't alive when certain movies were made.
I mean, that wasn't even close.
Well, we didn't really address it too much, but they did give out the GM of the Year award, and that went to Joe Sakic of the Colorado Avalanche. Big surprise.
Hey,
Weird.
The second place vote getter was Julian Brisebois of the Tampa Bay Lightning. So hey,
Weird
if
how
you
that works.
Creative.
if you can get your team to be really good for a couple of years and win a couple Stanley Cups, you might be considered a good GM.
I think Brisebois replacing Yzerman is, that's tough. But you got the freaking Tampa Bay Lightning. How hard can it be?
Right.
We saw what he who shall not be named did with Dale Talon and Mike Smith's team.
Right. Exactly.
He held on. He was okay for a while, right?
He who shall not be named.
just rumbling through here, seeing if there's any trade stuff going.
It's really quiet all of a sudden in terms of player movement.
Darren Drager tweeted out a couple minutes ago, more rumblings of a trade in the works. Lots of conversation between Ken Holland and Arizona's Bill Armstrong. The Oilers may be creating more cap space by moving Zach Kassian. Sounds like it's getting close.
Okay.
Anytime
something.
you can get Zach Kassian off your team is a good day.
That dude he is the unkillable Zach Kassian. He's just perpetually around.
And he's bad at hockey.
The pick
I don't
is
get it.
in for the St.
Jimmy
Louis
Snuggerud, one of the fighting Snuggeruds.
former Blackhawks connection here. Jimmy Snuggerud, the cousin of former defenseman in the Blackhawks system, Luke Snuggerud.
Yes.
But Jimmy will be going to the St. Louis Blues and wearing a light powder blue suit, fitting for the St. Louis Blues there. And as we were talking about their
Lovely
powder blue
suit.
throwbacks
Good look.
a couple of days ago. So
Yeah, that
there you
I
go.
guess that will work. I wouldn't catch me in a suit like that, but it looks good on you. Looks good on you, sir.
I think you get a
I think
free
it
bowl
looks
of
great.
soup with that suit.
That's a nice summer suit right there.
That is.
I like it.
Is that seersucker?
Could be.
Good look.
I remember a certain Chicago Bulls
Oh,
draft
hi,
pick
Mom.
who wore a
What?
seersucker.
Yes. Yeah, the Snuggerudes.
Whoa, hey.
What happened?
I'm sorry. Hearing the Leafs are trading Peter Mrazek to the Blackhawks. Believe
Oh!
it involves the number 25 pick and Mrazek for 38th overall.
Okay.
Sorry I shouted that.
I mean, that is
That is from Frank Saravalli, who
you
if-
have
if
redeemed
Frank-
yourselves. I almost called him the he who shall not be named. Kyle has redeemed himself.
Yeah.
If Frank Saravalli is saying it about the Blackhawks, it's happening.
I just
So-
felt that when he mentioned goaltending in the next 24 hours, that right away screamed at me, they're going to make a trade with the Leafs.
It's such an obvious move.
So if you get now 3 picks in the first round when you were supposed to have none,
3 picks
that's
in the first round.
that's pretty good.
Wow. So, Jay, if you want to keep saying nothing's
cool.
really happening, just keep going because things will start happening.
What's the deal with no news happening? I did call the Hawks cowards and tell them to do something, so I got to take some credit for that.
Wow. That's awesome.
I mean, there's your goalie, all right? So, and maybe still that doesn't mean you can't trade or re-sign Kevin Lankinen to be a backup to Peter Mrazek.
Because Peter Mrazek is going to get hurt. at some point.
Oh, yes.
It's what he does. And again, Peter Mrazek, Kevin Lankinen as your two goalies.
That will help
That helps you in the overall goal of getting that one of those top 3 picks next season.
Wow.
That's tough but fair.
Yes. So you
Lane Hudson at 25 is probably going to be there.
Is that a reach though?
that's a reach. I don't
Is
want
it?
to. I don't want to take him at 25.
That might be a reach.
He's
'cause-
anywhere between late second round and early 20s on a lot of analysts' boards.
I would rather have, and I'm not saying this because I love his name. I would rather have Jagger Firkus at number
Firkus.
25, or
Firkus.
Brad Lambert. You can get your
Or
Brad Lambert.
You can get your Brad Lambert here.
Go forward. Got to get another forward here. We were just crying
Yeah.
about how many defensemen you have, and now we don't need a midget defenseman right now.
Yeah.
If he's there in the second round,
Little person, please.
very
Yeah.
baby-faced young. No, not at 25. You take him at 39, I'll be okay with that. I wouldn't like that pick.
But he's right there.
I know he's right there,
him.
and there's also
Yeah, it's-
there's also better, larger players right there too.
I guess, yeah.
It's
Well, we'll see what
definitely
happens
tempting.
because they're coming up real quick here. Wow.
That's ballsy, man.
I-
You gotta give credit. That's it was such an it's something we've been talking about that deal for months. It feels like
Yeah.
Yeah.
like it's just such
As
an
long
easy,
as the DeBrincat deal.
I'm just glad the Kyle's made up.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
It
nice.
just warms the cockles of my heart
Yes, gotta have more Kyle
and the
you
heart of
know,
my cockles.
when the Kyles come together, the world just seems like a better place. And Peter Mrazek under contract for 2 more years. That doesn't matter because cap hits don't mean diddly right now, especially since you don't got to pay Alex DeBrincat anymore. And he's a guy that has proven to be a very good NHL goaltender when he's healthy. So he's a guy you could definitely hope for a rebound, and well, we don't want too many rebounds, but an overall rebound.
Nice.
Yeah, save that one. And then maybe that's a guy you can flip, not maybe necessarily this deadline, but possibly next offseason or next deadline, that last year, that contract. If he has a really good year behind a really garbage team, you could definitely move that guy next offseason.
Career 2.64 goals against, 909 save percentage. Down year last year, 334 goals against, 888 save percentage. But again, banged up a little bit. Interesting. It's just starting to make a little bit of sense. It does not excuse not getting enough for DeBrincat, but that's going to become the second jar we have.
Hey.
Or the every podcast disclaimer that we have. But it's starting to make sense. It's starting to be a little more of a reasonable day.
What a roller coaster.
Well,
And
I mean,
yeah,
you-
absolutely.
You could combine the 2 deals and say you got 2 first-round picks,
you combine
a
all
second-round pick for and Peter Mrazek for Alex DeBrincat. I mean, again, it's still
when
not
the,
enough.
when the
but
night is over, we'll be able to figure out what everything was really flipped for.
again,
But
yeah, that's
it's-
why that was one of the things I said when the trade first happened. Like, let's let it all play out.
true.
There's no
It's
way
true.
that's the only move. That
if
gets
they
done.
had only done the DeBrincat deal
then we
today,
could be here screaming. But
I'd be
now, as we
very
see
upset.
getting 3 picks in the first round, that's freaking fabulous. That is an amazing job.
That's it's
That is-
fantastic.
forget the pain for a second. That is tremendous to find a way to get 3 first-round picks in a matter of like 5 hours. When we sat here yesterday and the other day going, I don't see anybody that they can get a first-round pick for outside of Alex DeBrincat, and you got 3 in the same
Make
draft.
it happen. You make it
And
happen.
added more picks for tomorrow and down the road.
Yeah.
You know,
They added
now they have
66th.
right. And
They
39.
added 39.
Now
this
you're getting
is,
rid of
this
38.
was their 38 that they are sending to Toronto.
So you still have 5 picks as you're originally going to have tomorrow. No.
No, you have six now.
4 in the third, 2 in the second.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows what that's going to look
Yeah,
like
and
between
that
now.
could- that can completely
Danilo,
change
you're
as
off
well.
is another. Oh, look at that. Minnesota going right back to Russia. Have they not learned their lessons?
Ooh,
That's
this,
quick.
This is a kid that dropped a lot too, and I think the whole Russian factor played into this. He was a top 10 prospect for most of the season too, and now he's dropping to Minnesota. Minnesota likes their Russian players. They've been pretty good for them lately.
David
He's wearing a
Pagnotta
t-shirt.
from the 4th period does say Cassian from the Oilers to the Coyotes.
Oh,
That's something
okay.
to keep an eye on as well. Boy, things are happening.
Things have picked up.
I'm looking for Danilo.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up over on this side.
You're doing a great job. Seriously, let's take a minute to shout out Lawrence.
Come on
Lawrence
now.
is our guy.
Not only is he producing the show on the fly, he is changing draft picks, calling up player cards, reslotting things as trades happen. It's been fantastic, Lawrence.
Haven't gone to the bathroom
He's
yet.
getting us some airflow.
We got
Yeah.
some. Oh, that's very helpful.
Yeah.
I seriously, when I got up to go to the bathroom, I went and toweled off because it was so
Took a
hot
quick
over
shower.
here. Glad I reapplied my Dr. Squatch before he came in.
We got a super chat.
yes.
MR89 paid
Yes.
$4.99 to inform us that he no longer feels like getting blackout drunk.
Hey, speak for yourself, man.
I mean, you still can. You just have different reasons for it now. You can be a happy drunk as opposed to an angry drunk, if that's in the cards for you. Well, here is Danilo Urhoff, the newest member of the Minnesota Wild. He is a 6'1", 179-pound right winger. Played for Metallurg Magnikatorisku. Yes, that team. I just like Metallurg.
Meltlerberg?
Whatever it is. It's a
fine.
Russian
It's
team.
metal. Come on.
Barely played at the KHL level. Has clouded what he can be as a prospect. He has a great combination of skill, strength, and awareness. Some team is going to be extremely happy with him and might even get him later than he should be available. That sounds very prolific right there. Very telling. Shades of Riley Smith. There he is again.
There you go.
Second mention on the same podcast for Riley Smith. There's the official trade.
That
It is
makes
made official. Peter Mrazek is your
Starting goalie.
There you
only NHL goalie under contract currently for the Blackhawks. So it's his job by default right now.
You know what's nice, and this is the first time we've seen it, the Hawks leveraging the
Cap
team and
space.
saying, you got a financial problem? We'll help you, but it's going to cost you.
Yep.
And they get
And
into
hey,
the
you
first
could have had
round.
Marc-Andre Fleury, but instead we have to take Peter Mrazek off your hands.
Yeah, and if you missed, by the way, Fleury re-signs 2-year deal with Minnesota, $3.5 million cap hit. That's a solid deal. I don't know what the
That's what he was making.
Did I say Montreal? I might have said Montreal.
No,
With
Minnesota. Minnesota, yeah.
I don't know what the Wild are going to look like next year. They've got a lot of cap issues, and there's drama with Kaprizov, that needs to get sorted out. But hey, Fleury wants to win. He wanted term, and he got both opportunities with the Wild, and happy for him. I don't have to throw my Wild hat away anymore.
Yeah.
There you go.
All
That's
right.
exciting.
Well, we did it with the last pick. Who we want with this pick? I want Jagger Firkus or Brad Lambert.
Yeah,
I know you want your mini me.
I want the short kings. We lost to Brincat. We need someone.
I think Lambert makes sense, but
Yeah.
I'm really bullish on Hudson. So if they take him, it will feel like a stretch. But again, you've got all these assets, and if there is someone you really like, by all means, trade up and get them. At this point, you can do that.
You need
At this point,
forwards.
I know. But
Were
again,
you not the guy just yelling that 2 hours ago?
we do need forwards. But if you look
Pick is
at
in.
where in the Hawks' defensive core or defensive prospect pool do you see a top pair guy?
It's not Lane Hudson.
Not yet.
It's Kevin Krasinski, my friend.
Well, that's your
Pick
best hope.
is in, my friends.
Let's-
It is a defenseman.
Our guy? I don't like that.
Sam
I'm not a fan.
Rinzel. Is that the pick? Sam Rinzel?
Sam Rinzel, defenseman from the Minnesota high school ranks. I believe he played at Chaska High School in Minnesota, if I'm not
Also
mistaken.
spent time with the Waterloo Blackhawks. So he goes from
There you
Blackhawks
go.
to Blackhawks. There's your connection.
The pick is in. Sam Rinzel,
6'3", 181-pound right-handed
defenseman.
defenseman.
6'3", 180. It's like a stick figure.
Yeah,
he's
it's
like
a
the
little
he's
thin.
like the wavy crazy arms guy
like
at the car
Chet
dealership.
Holmgren, the new stud for
Chet
the
Holmgren, yes.
Oklahoma
It's a
City Thunder.
little thin, but I mean, hey, it's
The Slim Reaper. Let's go.
you got time to
Yeah, this is a long.
eat some
this,
beefs and
this is a long.
get some poundage on
This
you,
is a
kid.
long-term project type guy. Good puck handler, physical defenseman, good passer. Elite Prospects gave him an overall grade of a B. He was the 32nd overall prospect here. They wanted size. They got it. At the high school level, he had 9 goals and 38 points. At the USHL level, he had 2 goals and 10 points in 21 games. Committed to the University of Minnesota, so he's going to one of the top programs
program to
in
go
the
to.
country. You got 2 of your 3 first round picks going to the University of Michigan, University of Minnesota. Good places for them to develop for the next couple of seasons.
Scott Wheeler of The Athletic says Rinzel's appeal is all about the potential because it feels like he's just scratching the surface. He's a long right shot defender who thrives in transition, is relatively inexperienced, has room to fill out his frame, has already quickly played catch up with his peers along a steep progression, and has time to do more of that. He's a fluid skater with an active stick and an eager approach to playing offense and defense that helps him keep involved in all 3 zones. So there you go.
Awesome.
Literally turned 18 just 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So
there you go.
Not a kid we're going to see for a while, and that's fine. That's good. You don't.
Yeah,
You don't.
that's the thing with this draft. You're not going to run into a Kirby Dach situation where you have to throw them right in because you can't say, oh well, if we wait, then we can't sell tickets. We can't, say, oh, this player is, look at us. We picked him 3rd overall. He's ready to go right away. Like, these are players that will require patience in development. And Rinzel, Korchinski, Nazar, I think this is from having 0 picks in the first round to getting these 3 players. I think this is a very good first night for the Blackhawks. I think this is a very good step in the prospects department. 2 defensemen and 1 forward. I'd like to have been flipped, but you can only do so much. But I think you now have a very stacked, talented defensive core. And if you really want to get crazy, like Kyle Davidson seems to be aggressive, if you really want to be aggressive, you can look at some of your nearly NHL-ready defensive prospects, and not all of them are going to play in Chicago.
No.
So
you've got some trade chips now.
You have some trade chips to make some moves either tomorrow or at next season, at the next season's trade deadline, what have you. You have some flexibility with that with the depth of the defensive core.
A lot of people asking now what happens with Connor Murphy.
This again. Nathan Jenkinson saying that he's calling another shot here. He thinks another trade is coming, that we're not done yet.
Murphy to Buffalo for 28th overall from Nathan.
Yeah, that's what he wants to see that.
That's a guess.
Is that a report?
No, that is
or a guess?
no. That is just he wants to see another pick here.
Okay,
sure. Why not?
That's
Let's get the remainder of the.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
Let's get the rest.
Chuckle Mucko has a super chat for Greg. It says, Greg, you dismissed John Scott out of hand readily on his opinion that DeBrincat is not a superstar. Just curious where that's coming from. Probably on your side politically. Not sure what that politically thing means, but I think what Greg was saying, what John Scott is saying rather, is that DeBrincat's not a franchise player, and I think I would probably agree with that. I don't know if Alex DeBrincat can be the best player on a championship team. He's not a Nathan McKinnon. He's not a Patrick Kane. He's not a Sidney Crosby type, but he's in that second tier, right? Absolutely, he's in that second tier.
You can categorize players as franchise changers, superstars, good, what have you from there. He's definitely in that second tier where he's an all-star. He's a superstar. He's a 40-goal scorer. Like, he was becoming the face of the Blackhawks. Like, I don't know what other qualifiers you need to be considered a superstar talent in the NHL. He's, the stat is in the last 5 seasons, only 2 people have scored more goals than him.
Right.
Like, I don't know what else you need to see from a player like that. And he's rounded out his game. He's not just, I'm going to score 40 goals and 15 assists and not play defense. Like, he's all over the ice. And I don't know. When people say he's not a superstar, I think they're just leaning on the fact that he played with Patrick Kane. And look, like, what is it? Do you limit Patrick Kane early on in his career because he played with Jonathan Toews or vice versa? No, I don't know.
I think
John Scott's saying he's not a superstar.
The term superstar too
irks me.
It's something that's very flexible. Like I would use the term franchise player to describe the greatest of the great.
Yeah.
But superstar is pretty much anyone who's a multi-time All-Star, right? So I think John Scott can't deny that Alex DeBrincat is a star player. Maybe the way he defines superstar is
different.
The way I would describe franchise, which is probably accurate. But again, if he's in that 1B tier, he's about to make at least $9 million, probably more.
Right.
With, either Ottawa or wherever he ends up when his deal's up. He is absolutely a star player. I think we're getting into semantics more than anything.
No, and I'll clarify for our guy Chucko Mucko why I'm dismissive of John Scott's opinion. It's got nothing to do with what I think of his person. I've met John Scott. John Scott's a great guy.
Yep.
He's done some really good things since his playing career is over. I just don't care what John Scott, a player of John Scott's ability, thinks is a superstar player or not. Score more than 3 goals in a season, then you can tell me how good Alex DeBrincat is or isn't. That's why I was dismissive. It's got nothing more to do with that. It's, it's like, great. Thanks for your opinion. I don't care.
All-Star Game MVP, my friend. Have you forgotten?
Hey, Alex DeBrincat and John Scott have made the same amount of All-Star teams. All right?
Exactly.
So, hey.
Exactly.
Call DeBrincat a superstar, so is John Scott.
Then I'm the jerk. Excuse me.
Well, that's been established long ago.
Oh yeah, there's nothing new there.
Hey, let's get some feedback, in the chat. How are you feeling about the day? Right? Give me an A through F, just quick response. I'm just curious how people are feeling. I think we can probably throw A out the window. But now that some time has passed, now that
we've seen the whole
the whole picture starting to come out
so far, at least for the first round.
What do you think?
To go
C+ from the Scoop, emotional roller coaster from Neil, lots of C's,
B, C, B+, B-, C-.
All right, we're definitely in the B, C.
This is looking like my high school report card.
D-.
Ooh,
B-.
Adam,
It's all over the map.
Tough, Adam.
Chucklemucko, you can't say between B and C-. That's the difference between me getting a special dinner or grounded.
B+ from Tom. C, A-.
A-, all right.
Yeah, I would be in the B area.
I give it a B.
Legion Rev going with pass fail. She's going pass. That's good.
All right, that's better than.
Or she's passing on answering the question. It could be that too.
She's passed on the rebuild.
B+, solid B, D-, B, all over the place.
Yeah,
well, you know what? And that's how the day has felt. At times, I've felt like, man, this day has really sucked. This was a D day.
We walked in here, an hour after the DeBrincat news broke.
I was very sad.
Kind of, a little mad, a little.
Lawrence
confused.
was yelling at people.
I was very
for
upset,
no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was yelling about the Chris Sale thing, which is he's a fucking psychopath, and fuck that guy.
There was a little.
Well, that too.
So and then it went to that, and then it was like, we got another pick and another pick, and yeah, I would go so far. I would go B-, only because you could have got a little bit more for Alex DeBrincat, but big picture, it's hard to be that upset right now, knowing going into this season, the idea was to tear it down and start from scratch, and they are certainly doing that.
Michael says F+ for DeBrincat alone. Joel says Twitter poll. No, I'm not doing that.
You're not doing a Twitter poll.
What do you want to do?
I've had enough terrible replies in my Twitter feed for one day.
I'm telling you, people are coming after us about this. We did it, and I think we with the DeBrincat thing, we've been so clear about our position on this, and they're like, you all wanted him traded. No, we didn't. We wanted him traded for a crap ton of picks and prospects. Mm-hmm. They didn't get it. We were all pissed about it. Don't be mad at us. That was kind of what really helped sour the whole thing, as if the trade was not bad enough, the DeBrincat trade. It was just why are you mad at us? We had nothing to do with it. Yeah. And what I think I could probably speak for the three of us is when our words get twisted. You guys are trying to trade DeBrincat. No.
Well, first of all, even if
Absolutely
we were,
not.
we have no
We don't have the power to do so. Exactly.
I guarantee you, Kyle Davidson has not listened to a second of a CHGO Blackhawks podcast. And if he were, he wasn't going to sit there and go, well, that Jay guy seems pretty smart. I'm going to trade Alex DeBrincat.
No one's ever said that.
It doesn't work
you.
that way. We have no pull.
The pick is in.
The Habs pick is in. Philip Mazar? That's
I don't
the
know.
name?
Mazar?
Philip
Messer?
Mesa.
Macer?
I don't know.
Philip Macer.
Messer. Let's get a load of this guy.
Someone accused me of being Kyle Davidson's burner today. That was interesting.
Being his what?
His burner account.
Oh, Lord.
This guy's got.
I can assure you I am not Kyle Davidson in secret.
You did get replied to by the real Scotty Bowman.
Yeah,
Very
that was weird.
cryptic,
And what he just said, we.
We.
It was weird.
Yeah,
Because
I
he
think-
would have had to go to my tweet, hit reply, type we, and hit send tweet.
Can we do a wellness check on Scotty Bowman?
Does
he follow
That was
you?
a very weird. No. It's very weird.
Maybe it's one of those.
Maybe
Who's the baseball writer from Boston? Why am I blanking on his name? That always sent the butt tweets.
Bob
Peter
Ryan?
Gammons.
Peter Gammons.
I don't know. That'd be a very targeted butt tweet.
maybe that is Kyle Davidson's burner account.
Hey, has Kyle Davidson been Scotty Bowman this whole time? Who knows? Let's start that
Einhorn
rumor.
is Finkel. Philip Mazar has two accent marks, umlauts over his name. One over the S
There you go.
and one over the A. So I have no idea what's going on there. I do know he is a forward, center, and wing, 5'10", 174 pounds, right-handed shot. Played in the Slovakia, another Slovakian in the first round. 8 goals, 16 points in 37 games. Loves his edges and quickness. Really gains a lot of speed through crossovers, like Allen Iverson, and he can easily change angles of attack at full speed. Head keeps up with his feet, especially at full speed, and he looks when he shows the ability to read plays. Seems like a talented player, an overall B grade from elite prospects. Good skater, good passing, good puck handling. So yeah, decent pick there for the Canadians are getting very Slavic today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeep Guy has been with us the whole show. We thank you for that, Jeep Guy. He says, I would love to know what the Hawks said to the team that allegedly offered a ton for DeBrincat. You got to keep in mind, too, that as these things are piling up and building up, smoke screens are sent.
Yeah.
Maybe the Hawks are putting some stuff out there like, yeah, we're really getting huge offers for Alex DeBrincat, trying to drive up the market. And it is kind of savvy, whereas it can hurt you if you don't get an ultimately huge return.
Right.
But it's something that GMs and scouts and people around organizations have been doing forever. And if
you plant the seeds out there to get the value up.
yeah, of course. But the problem is when you don't get a big return back, you look like an idiot. And that's certainly what happened to Kyle Davidson today. So,
Yes.
I think that's something to keep in mind. And look, maybe the Hawks, the huge offer in the mind of the Hawks wasn't as big as it was to the team that made it, right? Like, oh, we offered him the 25th pick and a prospect. Like, well, maybe they're not high on that prospect, So there's a lot of factors to consider, but I think you can kind of chalk that up to sources trying to be right, sources talking to different people. One person's idea of a huge return, it could be different from someone else's, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, you got 3 picks for this kid. That seems like a huge return. A top 10 pick and 2 other picks. To somebody that would be huge, right? So it's all these things get lost in the conversation. So it's tough to kind of consider.
Quick shout out to Mike Greer.
Yeah,
the new
there you go.
GM of the
San
San
Jose
Jose
Sharks
Sharks.
pick is
He's about
in.
to make their pick.
First black GM in the NHL making his first pick, and then the camera lost him.
That's
pretty exciting.
I want to
having
give
a
a
tough
quick
one.
shout out to the Dallas Stars. We were talking to Jack Bushman while they were picked. They somehow got Buddy Hackett to go up on stage and make them. Did you see that guy? No. You're gonna have to. We'll have to look it up here. It seriously was Buddy Hackett announcing the Dallas Stars. I don't know how they reincarnated him, got him, resurrected him from the grave. He looked good for being dead for the last 50 years.
For a dead guy, it looks fantastic.
All right. What is Sam?
Yeah,
Greer
Mike
got?
Greer made his
Mike
first
Greer
trade
got for-
earlier and then made his
busy.
first pick.
I love the fact that Mike
big day for
Greer
him.
is the GM of the San Jose Sharks and his brother is the GM of the Miami Dolphins.
Yep.
Perfect.
They love teal.
They love
in
their
the Greer-
teal.
They love
Yeah.
teal in the Greer family. They
Two of the
look-
best-selling starter jacket teams in the history of the world.
Yeah.
I feel like
Not
the
bad.
Dolphins are more aquamarine than teal, but that's just me.
Teal,
There's probably an
We're
official
committed to
name.
the bit here, Lawrence. Work with us.
Come on, get your
official name
Crayola
for
box
it?
on.
Like
We're
the-
almost to the end. Don't lose us now.
I'm
Luca
a little
Del
loopy. I gotta be honest.
Baluz. I want that guy. They're just showing like people available.
Yeah, that guy has 9 names. There's my guy,
Jagger Furcus.
Jagger Furcus is available.
Isaac
his
at
brother
Colorado.
Scott
wouldn't be too bad.
beat up Ralphie.
Scott Furcus.
Oh,
Yellow-
Scott
yellow
Farkas.
eyes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually have a buddy of mine that has a band called Farkas, named after Scott
Nice.
Farkas.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I always
check
thought,
him out if
I
they
always
play
thought
it.
that was Conan O'Brien, like playing
Same
that
guy.
role.
Never seen him in the same place, have you?
He had
I
yellow
thought it was
eyes.
the guy that eventually played Freddy Krueger.
Well, we are taking a long
Make
time
the
to
pick,
get to
Mike.
the San Jose
Yeah, I
pick
know it's
here.
your first pick, Mike, but I mean,
I don't know. We're
I know
not
this is
listening.
historic and all.
Maybe there's something cool going on. I'm not going to give.
but
You know,
it's been 3.5 hours. Let's get moving here.
give the man his time.
And
you
he's
even
not
make a
even
pick?
making the pick. Who's making the pick?
What happened?
Oh, no, I have no. That
What is going on
no,
here?
That's a hockey player, right? Yeah, there he is. No,
Oh, here's who's
here
making the
is-
pick.
Here's Wayne Gretzky in a terrible costume. Who the heck is this guy?
I do not know.
Could that be a Marchment?
Maybe
The selection is Philip Eisted.
Eisted. Cool.
Center from Linkoping, Sweden.
Another Swede off the board.
Oh, he's Swedish? Wow, I'd never guess.
This
By the way, speaking of getting old, you know you're getting old when you're checking out the moms and not the girlfriends of the players.
Yeah.
Like, damn, grandma. What?
You know you're getting old when you're looking at the some of these moms going, I wonder if she likes older men.
And you know you're getting late in the draft when you've got YouTube highlights.
We're back to standard definition.
25
somehow.
frames per second. Oh, that was Doug Wilson Jr. making the pick. Thank you,
There
Emerald.
you go.
Thank you.
Doug
Appreciate
Wilson
that.
Jr.
And that's back.
Oh, and I
Phillips.
guess Mike Greer did say something about Brian Marchment,
Okay.
which is great.
Cool.
There you go. So
Back
that's
to
Boy,
why
back
the,
Phillips.
the
that's why it's
outpouring
taking
for a
while.
guy who played like so on the edge as Brian Marchment did. I know when anytime anyone dies, people will always say nice things, but like people are going out of their way to talk about what a great guy he was. And this goes back to like the whole enforcer concept of usually guys that play that way are real smart, like like good dudes off the ice,
Real
but it's just
likable, yeah.
they just know they have to play that way to stay in the league.
Luke Richardson.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was a not a nice guy when he played.
Nate, to clarify, Nate in the chat asked why I'm checking out high school girls. I'm not. I'm saying I'm checking out the moms, the hockey players' moms, not the girlfriends. Years ago, it was the girlfriends. Now it's the moms.
Yes. And technically they should all be in college now anyway.
Philip Bystead is a great hockey name.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find him on my list here.
Not Quentin
Nothing, huh?
Byfield.
All right, so
Philip Bystead.
the Sabres are on the clock at 28 here. This is the one that
Buffalo Sabres.
one of our
on the
friends in
I
clock.
think
chat
the Sharks
was-
may have reached a little bit because Philip Bystead is the 70th overall ranked prospect by Elite
Ooh.
Prospects. But again, 6'4", 205-pound center, had a really solid season. I think once you get past the exciting players in this draft, Bystead is going to be one of the most solid ones. He's probably going to be the first half of the second round. That's from an Eastern Conference executive. So a bit of a reach
little early,
for
a
Mike
little early.
Greer on his first team. I kind of like that, though. That kind of made me giggle. Once you get past all the good and exciting players, then he's fine, I guess. Chucko Mucko. I think I missed everything on
Sam
no,
Rinzel.
he's
Sam
a
Rinzel. So
big, young.
25th
could be
overall
really
pick.
good.
Big right-handed shot defenseman. Played for the in the Minnesota high school ranks. Also played for the Waterloo Blackhawks in the USHL for a short time. He is committed to the University of Minnesota, which I believe he is actually not going next
No, it's
season.
gonna be-
But it'll
yeah.
be the season after that.
He'll be probably back in Waterloo this year.
Probably going to be back in Waterloo.
So
which,
when they come play the Chicago Steel, go check
go check him out.
your
You can
first
see
round
Sam
draft
Rinzel. Yeah, he's a project defenseman. A lot of people rave about his offensive upside, but it'll take some time for him to get there. Obviously, the size is desirable. So yeah, I think it's at 25. I think a lot of people may have thought that You could have got Sam Renzel in the second round, but the Blackhawks must have really liked him. They make the deal to get Peter Mrazek. You get back into the first round for the third time, which is the first time the Blackhawks. This is from Carter Baum. First time the Blackhawks have ever had 3 picks in the first round of a draft. So that is exciting.
Considering they had 0 6 hours
They go
ago.
from zero to the first time you having 3. Pretty exciting. But yeah, Sam Renzel, 25th overall. I believe Chris Peters, when he did his
I got it right here.
first 2-round draft,
He's got him
Renzel.
29th overall as a prospect. Big, raw blue liner who split time between his high school team and the Waterloo Blackhawks. I think Renzel's stock may have been higher had he played in junior all year. His high school performances were fine, but at the junior level, under better competition, I thought he raised his level a few notches, but you could see he was a little bit behind. Renzel is a very good skater for a player his size and has an innate ability to get pucks up the ice with some incredible skill and vision. What he has in physical tools, though, he lacks in the hockey sense department. I think he just needs time and experience to make better reads and quicker decisions. He might have some of the highest upside of any defenseman in this draft, though, as a 6'4" right-shot defenseman that can skate. He's a bit of a project, but I think a fun one for a team that has time, we have that, and resources to devote to him. So there's Chris Peters' review of Sam Renzel. Chris will join us. The plan now is for Chris to join us on Monday, but he just accepted a new job at Flow Sports. So his schedule might be up in the air, but I do think we'll get a few minutes at least on Monday with Chris Peters, and that will be outstanding.
Well, we're going to get a few minutes with either Brock Sheehan, again, the head coach of the Chicago Steel, or their GM, Mike Garman. We're hoping that maybe Nick, they draft one of the Steel guys.
That would be a lot of fun.
But if they don't draft one of the Hawks guys, we're still going to have him on our recap show tomorrow. And we can ask him about Sam Renzel. We can ask about Frank Nazar. They had to play against both of those guys this season,
Absolutely.
so they can give us a more in-depth scouting report on those types of players as well. And those are, with Renzel, most likely back in Waterloo next season. You can go check them out when they play the Steel. Speaking of people we're going to have on the show tomorrow, our old pal James Naveau.
11 o'clock.
We can ask him about, he's not a fan. His latest tweet about the trade and pick, that's an awfully good apology trade from Kyle Davidson to Kyle Dubas, giving Toronto a bunch of salary cap relief, then reaching for a mid-second round high school defenseman seems like an interesting strategy. So, not a fan of that move by James. But then he also, to be fair, I will also read his next tweet. And look, I'm not an expert. Sam Renzel is coming out of high school. I absolutely do not know whether he will be good. I'm just saying that Toronto moving back 13 picks is an absolute bargain for saving $3.8 million in cap space.
James is such a nice guy. He just refused.
Because he knew he was like, wait a minute, before you slam me.
That was mean spirited.
Yes,
I'm a nice guy. I'm not going to do that. It's been great to talk to him, man.
I'm looking forward to it. James is a gem. He's one of the best.
Pick is in for Buffalo. They go with center Yuri Kulich from the Czech Republic. From Czechia.
This has to be a record for the fewest Canadians in a first round.
Doesn't seem like there's been
Has
a lot
there been
of
any?
them. Yeah, well, Shane Wright.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Shane Wright, Savoy, and Geeky.
Isn't Korchinski Canadian?
Was he?
He plays in the Western Hockey League, but that doesn't mean anything.
Potentially.
He plays for Seattle, but he's probably Canadian.
There have not been a lot of Canadians. I will say that.
He's from Saskatoon.
Yeah, so he is definitely definitely
4.
Canadian. 4 that we know of for sure.
We're looking at the big board here.
McGore is our guy. Rutger.
Rutger's at
Canadian.
U.S.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So it was Shane Wright, Korchinski, Savoy, Geeky, McGordy.
That might be it.
That might be it.
Pickering.
Owen Pickering might have been. Yeah, Owen Pickering might have been. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds Canadian.
It is not. It has not been
is that
5
5?
Canadian heavy draft.
I mean,
he is from Manitoba.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really been. There's been a lot of international.
A lot of European, a lot of Swedish,
international
a lot
players.
of Slovakians, and that U.S.
And the
development
U.S.
team
the U.S. development program is really.
Yep.
You talk about
that's 2 or 3 years in a row they've been dominating the first round.
You talk about the U.S. program kind of catching up and potentially even surpassing the Canadian program as far as bringing up junior players and prospect players.
Based on the numbers in this draft, they have.
It's been impressive to see what the U.S. has done, and what nations like Czechia and Slovakia have done in recent years to develop their young players. Finland is another one that is just really caught up to what was a very North American dominated section of hockey in the youth programs. They've caught up, and some of them have really surpassed some of the powerhouses and become powerhouses themselves. So it's been an interesting draft. We have a trade alert here.
Oh, Blackhawks get another pick?
Oh, God, here we go.
it's the Coyotes.
This is the Oilers sending their 29th pick to the Arizona Coyotes along with Zach Kassian, I believe. This is that trade. So
all right.
Now the Coyotes.
Wait, so the Oilers now have 29 and
pick?
32? Is that right?
They have
Yeah,
they have 29, and I believe they're still.
Yeah,
No,
I mean-
I believe this is a swap with Kassian. I think they are getting 29 and Kassian for 32.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I got to do
Oilers get
some
32,
gotta do
Coyotes
some
get
graphics
29.
stuff here.
So there you go. Little flip flop. So
Denton,
Coyotes on the board.
Denton Matejchuk is another Canadian player. We missed him.
Oh, okay.
I would still think, though, the fact that we have to sort through and find them.
Well, yeah, it should
This has
Right,
to
it
be
used to
a
be
lower,
boom,
very
boom,
It has to
boom,
be a
boom,
record
boom.
for the fewest in the first round. I'd be shocked if there were fewer Canadians ever picked in his first round than this. That's interesting. Cutter Gauthier, even though plays for Team USA, was born in Sweden.
Ah, interesting. Well, I mean, yeah. Once you start playing for Team USA, I don't think you can.
This
have
from
any
Ben.
takesy backsies.
Yeah.
Sorry. From Ben Pope here, Renzel said the Blackhawks showed the most interest in him of any team throughout the season, and when he heard they traded up to 25th, his heart started racing.
Oh wow.
I can read.
Well, again, that's another guy. Apparently, they really were big on Korchinski. They're big on Renzel. So there's absolutely nothing wrong for identifying guys that you want to be part of your team and then doing whatever it takes to go get them.
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's what I want out of my GM. Identify who you want and go get them. Now, if they turn out to be busts, that's a different story. But at least,
and then you wear it. You know?
Right. And Kyle Davidson, he's going to be accountable for this. So he's identifying the guys he wants, and he's going out and getting them. That's all I want from my GM. Have a plan, stick to the plan, and hopefully it works out.
What we've seen in the last two drafts from the Blackhawks so far, last year's and the first three picks so far this year, especially on the blue line, is a commitment to size, which is good as long as they can skate
That's what
and
we
play
heard
at,
a lot about
play
from
at the
Richardson.
pace that the NHL is going to require. And now with the pick of Frank Nazar, I think is a really good pick at 13. And a couple of the forwards that they added last season, one that I'm particularly interested in seeing how he pans out is Victor Sternborg. Was a 4th-round pick last year. But we're seeing a commitment to size on the blue line and getting some more size up front and some speed. And I think you look at the teams that have deep runs, Colorado, Tampa Bay, just teams that have a lot of success into the playoffs. The Blues on their run, size and mobility on the blue line was just every team had it.
Yep.
And the Blackhawks for a few years committed to medium-sized sedans with some good mobility, puck movers, offensive-minded, and it got them nowhere. You traded Adam Boqvist, which good or bad move, probably a bad move in the grand scheme of things. You have Nicholas Baudin, who has not really made the leap from top-end prospect to established professional. And now now you see some of the top prospects in their blue line are all guys with size. Vlasic, Regula, Isaac Phillips.
Yep.
These are guys that
Nolan Allen's a big kid.
Nolan Allen's a big kid, and now you add in
Korchinski
Renzel,
and
Korchinski.
yeah.
Like these are kids that have a lot of size that can grow into their frames, and if their feet keep up with them, you got a pretty good prospect pool of sizable defensemen that I think is the teams that have a lot of success in the NHL. You got to have some size on the blue line. You got to be able to move, and I think we're seeing that commitment coming from the Blackhawks in the last two drafts. Which, look, if you're looking to model your game after some other teams or pick and choose what you want to build a team like, Tampa Bay and Colorado are
Yes.
good blueprints to follow.
That would be fine.
And
Either
now-
of those.
And now the Coyotes have taken a guy named Maverick.
Maverick
Lamoureux.
What's his mom look like?
That's-
What?
Easy.
Definitely think this kid is Canadian.
Yeah.
From Drummondville. 6'7".
There's
Maverick
some-
with no
Talking
K.
about size on the blue line.
So they got a
6'7".
they got a Logan, a Connor, and a Maverick.
You know what's so funny?
There you go.
How the winning teams influence the way other teams
Oh, yeah.
draft.
That's
Look at
every
the
sport,
impact
too.
the Hawks had with we need undersized, fast defensemen like Duncan Keith. That's the ticket. That's how you win. It's like, well, that's Duncan Keith. Like, it's not. You know what I mean? Like, it is. You're right. It is copycat in every league. It's like the NFL. Everyone's moving to a 3-4 again.
Right.
Like everything mimics what's winning. But now the move back to size. Obviously, speed will never go away. But as you were saying, like, how about how they developed before, you can have one Adam Boquist, right? Like offensive specialist, little guy, fast, shifty, offense only. And then you got to have 5 other guys that can do everything, right? Or 4 other guys that can do it. You can't have an entire team of Adam Boquists. And I think that's what he who shall not be named failed to learn.
Right.
Is everybody had this small profile. And then he's like, oh, shit, now I have to fix it. Vlasic, Nolan Allen, I got to get some size on defense. Almost to the point where he was like, who's big? Nolan Allen. Right? And that's kind of how it felt.
Tage Harding.
He who shall not be named.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Frankie brings it up. Ian Mitchell is a good example.
Ian Mitchell, yeah.
Another smallish, puck-moving guy. And look, Ian Mitchell will probably have a role on this, almost definitely have a role on this team next year. And you can have guys like that. It just cannot be the prototype for your team. The prototype should be these bigger dudes. Victor Hedman is your prototype defenseman. Roman Josi is your prototype defenseman. Seth Jones is your prototype defenseman, not Adam Boquist.
For years, being involved in Blackhawks Twitter, even during the cup runs, one of the biggest complaints I heard, got to have size. Got to have size. You got to be big. You got to be big. Well, the Hawks are getting big. You're finally getting what you want.
Oh, and even looking back to Davidson's first moves last year with Lafferty and Radish and Kachuk, they're not huge, but they're bigger guys.
They're more. Yeah, they're more to what you need, more to what you want. So they're getting size. We're starting to get a look at, and I've said this for weeks. This draft is going to give us an idea of what Kyle Davidson, how he wants to play, how he wants to build his team. Fast and big. Fast and big. That's what today's NHL is all about. And I know there's been a lot of knee-jerk reaction to the Alex DeBrincat trade to automatically say, here we go again. It's he who shall not be named. Our GM learned under he who shall not be. He's getting screwed on trades again. He's getting underwhelming returns again. It's very easy to make that knee-jerk reaction comparison. But what we are seeing here, which we never had in the previous regime, is a general manager that has a plan, has a clear vision, and he is trying to put that plan into motion, put that plan into play. This is not what we've had here for the last 12 years. This was, okay, let's wake up this morning, see what the roster is, and worry about what we have today.
Yeah.
Now we got a guy that has a clear vision, and hey, Alex DeBrincat, great player, doesn't have that size. Maybe that's a factor. Kirby Dach has that size, doesn't know how to use it, doesn't really have that speed. Really,
he won the Marcus Kruger Memorial Getting Smoked Every Game award.
Dylan Strome, not going to be back next year, doesn't have the speed. Obviously, he's got an idea of the type of player he wants to wear that Blackhawk uniform, and you must fit the bill if you want to be here. And again, that's all I want out of my GM. If that's right or wrong, we'll find out in 3, 4, 5, 6 years. But have a plan and stick to it. For God's sake, stick to it. Don't tell us 1 year you're rebuilding and then go get Marc-Andre Fleury and Seth Jones.
Yeah, stick with it.
We're getting a guy that has picked a lane, and he's obviously, at least for now, staying in it, and that is encouraging. You got to look at this whole first offseason big picture. You got to put the Alex DeBrincat trade in with everything else he's done today, everything he's going to do tomorrow, everything he's going to do in free agency. and then lump it. And then when we get to opening night and we see what that roster is, they don't even care what the roster is. Don't even look at the roster.
Don't worry about it.
But see what is now in the cupboard for years to come as far as what was made this year draft and how many more draft picks we have in the next couple of years. That's how you grade this offseason. And then 4 years from now, we can go back and look at this draft class and see if they're any good or in the NHL or going to be stars. So you cannot start judging Kyle Davidson's run here just by one trade that got an underwhelming return.
Yeah. That's important, but I have a fun fact about Maverick Lamoureux first. Led
fact.
Drummondville with 69 penalty minutes.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice work by him. But you're right. And I think, look, like, it is a fan's tendency to take something they don't like, be it the Alex DeBrincat trade or whatever, and project from that moment on the person that made that deal is a moron, and nothing else he does in the past or in the future will have any influence on changing that opinion whatsoever. We all agree. Kyle Davidson did not get enough for Alex DeBrincat. However, the way the rest of this night has gone has been encouraging. Again, you're seeing a plan. You're seeing a strategy. You're seeing a long-term vision, as Greg just very eloquently outlined. It's not just random. It's not just like this guy, this guy, this guy. How do they come together? You're seeing how the pieces come together for the Blackhawks here, and what ultimately, if next year they land Connor Bedard or one of those other great, Mitchkov or whoever, to be the superstar of this next generation, you can see what the vision is instead of just like he who shall not be named did. Go from year to year, offseason, draft to draft, and just like, oh, we'll just figure it out. We'll figure it out. I like a plan. Whether or not the plan works remains to be seen, but there is one.
Yeah. It's patience. We keep talking about having patience and something that we haven't been conditioned to have for a long time.
Oh, there goes Brad Lambert
Blackhawks
to
fans,
the
as Brad Lambert watches over.
Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah.
Not bad value there for a guy that could have been number 1 overall a year ago. 30th.
They got Brad Lambert and they got Rutger McGordy. It's pretty good. Pretty good haul for the Jets in the first round.
Go have fun playing for Rick Bonus.
10 points in 49 games with the Pelicans. Alcatraz means pelican. Do you guys know that?
Albatross?
Alcatraz.
Oh, Alcatraz.
I did not know that.
Now you know.
Now I know.
I did not know that.
I hope none of my trivia players are watching, as I am putting that into the conference round this week.
Yeah.
There you go.
What language is that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. That
I
works.
still have some research to do.
Alcatraz would be...
Sounds Spanish.
Spanish?
Alcatraz. Could be.
I only know the first part of the trivia. You can figure out the second part.
All
There
right.
you go.
Thanks for...
I got to get out to one of your trivia nights. I keep saying that, but...
Well, based on the
stupid.
schedule, they will be going away in September, so you only have a few weeks left.
All right. I will do my best. We've not discussed, by the way,
Yeah.
the Blackhawks schedule is out.
Yeah.
Opening the season in Denver. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sounds like a potential CHGO Blackhawks trip.
road trip.
To the DNVR bar.
I know that of a certain podcast studio we can go invade. Yeah, that'd be fun.
It'd be a lot of fun. Hey,
Now Joe is asking for the Renzel scouting
banner
report.
raising night.
We did it already. Several
Twice.
times.
Sam Renzel.
He's a
He
project,
played in
good
high
skater.
school in Minnesota.
Big kid,
Big
good
and
skater.
skater.
kid. Skate. Project. Defenseman.
Yes. And Region Rev was giving me crap that my libations might be kicking in.
Not alcoholic.
No, it's an NA beer. I have not had any alcohol in this body in 1,206 days, so there's
Hey.
no libations going on here.
Nicely
Just,
done. Nicely done.
some well-being Victory Wheat 0.0 beer-like substance.
There you go. Victory Wheat.
Hey,
And
why
Joe,
are there
of
so
course,
many
I was kidding.
NHL
I'm not actually
teams? Why are there's too many teams?
There's too many teams. I agree with
too
that.
many
First
teams,
round should be
32
over.
is
If
too
only
many.
there was some team that can't figure their shit out and is
Yeah.
playing in a college arena with like 3,000 seats, that could just go away.
That would have eliminated 4
I don't
picks
think we're
this
going to
round.
be invited to the PHNX studios anytime soon. But,
Yeah.
maybe DNVR.
Yeah, their studio's small. They don't have a bar. I'm cool. It's too
They've-
hot.
It's a college-sized studio.
It's too hot. Yeah, they've got the ASU arena-sized studio. It's too hot in Phoenix. Just
Yes.
kidding. I love you guys. We'll definitely come visit you.
We'll go in the winter.
Absolutely.
That'd be a lot of fun. Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
I think speaking of the schedule, the Coyotes I think are in Chicago twice this year, both on a Friday.
That works
That'll
too.
be fun.
Craig Morgan is a Chicago guy. Come home for a weekend. I'm okay with that. Yes.
It'd be nice to meet these people instead of just know them from
person,
a distance.
yeah.
I've never
Yeah,
met Craig in
absolutely.
person, but we've talked hundreds of times.
I think we can. I think we could talk to our guy Brendan Spano and make that opening night banner raising road trip happen.
That would be a lot of fun.
They've got 3 couches in the office they could spare for a couple of nights.
I'm sure, yeah.
That'd be fun.
I'm sure.
I'd love to go out to the DNVR bar and see what kind of NAs they got pouring over there.
Yeah. It'd be a trip definitely worth it. I've always wanted to get out to Denver, see the Rockies, see if that John Denver's really full of shit or not. But that opening night, banner raising night in Colorado, the
That wouldn't
Blackhawks
suck.
get to see that up close
And then get beat 13-1 by the Avalanche.
yeah.
Well, they might still be drunk come October 12th.
That's true.
They might
They
still
gotta-
be drunk.
they gotta
Speaking of
sober up.
libations, those guys are.
Colorado will have to sober up by the time puck
Yeah,
drops.
that Stanley Cup might not make it to August at this pace. It keeps getting guys are falling over.
lot of
My
dings.
God.
Yeah, Chris McDermott going down like
Oh,
a-
might be they might have topped the Caps as the drunkest team ever.
They are definitely giving them a run for their money.
Well, I mean, you get that altitude. The alcohol comes in differently when you combine that with the high altitude. So,
Well, I have to thank the Colorado Avalanche because even when I am tempted to have a regular beer, and trust me, the temptation is there all the time, there's none left. They've drank it all. So there's only the NA beer left. Thank you, Colorado Avalanche, for keeping me sober and drinking all the beer.
There
Good
you
job,
go.
Avs. Way to go.
The team that the Colorado Avalanche beat in the Stanley Cup final is on the clock. Their pick is in for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
thank goodness.
We'll
Let's
await
go.
the,
2 more picks.
We will await the Lightning pick. Pick 31 of 32 in the first round.
Don't be Jagger. Don't be Jagger. Don't be Jagger.
Of course it's going to be. Of course the Lightning are going to get somebody who slipped.
Al Murray. That's a very plain name.
If that kid behind him's a draft pick, I swear to God. Look at this
Whoa!
guy.
Isaac Howard. Look at
Isaac
this.
Howard,
That's a
style of
look.
the night.
Is that John Travolta?
He's got
Holy
the Chris Vosser's Colby Cohen porn star look going on.
Yeah.
The white suit, the Avalanche blue turtleneck, and the gold chain hanging out. That is a look.
More like
What a
Isaac
style.
Hayes, if you
Yeah.
ask me.
That is
Isaac Hayes, now,
fantastic.
This guy, if he wasn't a hockey player, I'm pretty sure that he'd be offering me cocaine in a bar somewhere.
Well, you know what? He might be into it anyway.
Well,
You never know.
It's the NHL. Let's get a scouting report on this guy.
Well, he's got great style.
That's for sure.
No doubt. That better be in the scouting report.
Great brain, great suit.
He is
That'd be
from
a suit.
Hudson, Wisconsin.
Oh, he's a cheesehead. Boo.
Oh, where's the mom?
Product of the U.S. Development Program.
Oh, there we
Another
go.
one.
Another one.
Oh, he's got an American flag belt buckle, too.
Of course he
Does
does.
he?
Yes.
He is 5'10", 181
Fantastic.
pounds, left winger. In 87 total games for the development program, both at the under 18 and USHL level, 44 goals and 119 points, if my math is correct.
Pretty good.
He's got good sense without the puck, but not nearly as much with it. I think there's enough there to play in the NHL, says an NHL scout.
Wait. Good sense without the puck, but not good sense with it.
Yeah, not. I think. Oh, I'm sorry. He has good sense without the puck, but not nearly as much as with it.
Interesting.
So he's better with the puck than without the puck. You can say that about almost 100% of all hockey players.
Okay, maybe I heard it differently.
Yeah, I might have said it differently. We've been on the air for 4 hours.
It's been a long show.
My eyes are starting to cross. This print is very small. He is committed to the University of Minnesota Duluth, so he's going to get to go play for a pretty good hockey program as well. He's.
I'm looking at his Twitter to see if there's anything fun on there.
Oh, I bet you there is.
Pretty boring. A lot of retweets.
No, I love kissing titties like
No.
Mitch Trubisky.
Let me see.
Funny
Command
story
F,
about that.
titties.
For
No.
3 years, my fantasy football team's name was I Love Kissing TDs, and I had Mitch as my team
Solid.
logo.
you go.
That's solid.
Yeah.
That works
That's
out.
more or less. I love kissing
Lot
INTs.
A lot of people here on the hockey Twitters saying that Isaac Howard is already dressed, ready for Florida. I would agree. The white suit.
Yeah, no, he already had that
Chain.
Tampa look.
He knew something was
Though
going on.
he looked more like he was ready for South Beach than Tampa.
Wow.
He looked a little more. He had a little Scarface action going there. He looked like he was ready to. He looked like he was ready to hit Miami, but he'll get to play there a whole bunch.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully,
Maybe
he'll,
if he makes it.
I'm sure he will.
That is
Good
just
Wisconsin- good Wisconsin
I can't,
kid.
In terms of hockey draft ensembles and wardrobes, that might be the most like creative and ballsy that we've seen. Like we were saying, like, wow, that guy's wearing a gray suit. It's like Obama's tan suit. Like, oh, the horror.
The light blue suit.
But now we see the whole 70s gold chain turtleneck look with the
Turtleneck
American
chain.
flag belt buckle.
That was the Starsky and
He's
Hutch
ready to
look.
go, man.
just the white suit, white coat, white pants with the turtleneck. Yeah, that's a statement style. Something you don't see a lot of in the NHL right
It's a
now.
confident kid. I love him. Partly I checked his social media too because I want to see if he said anything problematic before I declared him my favorite player. But he's my favorite player of the draft so far.
Oh, there you go.
Don't know much about him, except he is a fine dresser,
Love your suit.
and I love it.
Well, it took 31 picks to find your favorite player of the draft so far, but we are getting to the final pick.
Yeah, the
Last
Sabres
of
on the
the
clock.
night.
The inevitable Patrick Kane trade is coming now.
Oilers on the clock.
Oilers.
The
Oilers
Oh,
on
the
the
Oilers.
clock
I'm looking at
after-
the graphic all cross-eyed. I'm
After
sorry.
flipping with the Coyotes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's see what we get here.
Pick is in when we come back from commercial.
Thank
Bobby
goodness.
Marks up to?
Thank
Anything?
goodness.
Oh,
He's asleep.
He's
Checked
Gotta
out.
be asleep.
He has
Well, yeah.
checked the F out.
This has been it's been a wild day.
Yeah, usually we say these shows fly by. Tonight was not that case. This is felt every bit of 4 hours, but it's been fun.
I just think the roller coaster of emotions definitely played a role, too.
No, and we still have almost 300 people in the live chat, which is
Which is
amazing. We've been on the air
fantastic,
for
yeah.
4 hours,
You guys in the chat.
and you guys are still hanging out with us. Over
Thank you
200,
so
almost
much.
300. We had over 400 at some point. Awesome, great stuff. We thank you guys. Make sure you're members over at all CHGO. Become a member, get a free shirt. You can get that Blackhawks shirt that's right there. You can get it right there and sent to you in t-shirt form, or pick one of our other great CHGO shirts. allchgo.com to become a member.
By the way, guys, we are 12 hours away from our next show.
I know.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah. Any thoughts on what the Hawks will do with their second round picks? I don't know. Centers.
Lane Hudson.
Centers.
Forwards. We got
two defensemen.
Yeah, they took too many
already.
We're done with
defensemen.
defensemen. The
Yeah.
Lane Hudson dream is dead.
Damn it.
Let him go be somebody else's
I
AHL
would
guy.
like them to definitely go forwards.
Yeah.
The player you mentioned, David Goyette, I think is one to look at in the second round.
Jagger.
Jaeger Furcus, if he's not going to the Oilers, would be nice to look at. Owen Beck, I think, is
Owen
another
Beck's a
one
good one.
another name that I am interested in. The Blackhawks targeting.
Jack
But
Hughes.
Jack Hughes, other Jack Hughes would be a good
there's
one.
some really good options there. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting for sure. Yeah, definitely go for forwards in the second round. Best available player. That's your option. I wouldn't mind in the later rounds grab another goaltender.
Mhm.
You can never have too many goalie prospects in your system, especially when you really don't have
You only have
much.
like 3.
Yeah, so get some goalies. Get a goalie, get forwards, best player available. I mean, if you're going to take another defenseman, I guess, but Reed Schaefer, the Furcus dream is still alive, baby.
All right.
Reed Schaefer is the
Reed
final pick.
Schaefer. That sounds like a hockey
the
player
first
if I've ever
round.
heard one.
Left wing from the Seattle Thunderbirds of the WHL, Reed Schaefer will be going to the Edmonton Oilers.
Teammate of Blackhawks first round pick.
Yes.
That other guy.
Kevin-
God, my brain
Kevin
is done.
Korchinski?
Kevin Korchinski. Yes, that guy.
Yes,
God,
Kevin
I am
Korchinski.
fried right now. I wish
He
I
was
wish I
picked
was drunk.
He was
because-
picked last week.
Yeah, that does feel like 10 days ago.
Reed Schaefer, sizable forward. Hey, there you go. From Edmonton.
Oh, there you go. Hometown. They don't have
Home-
to trade for
a
him. They
good
drafted
old,
him.
good old Albertan boy.
Another name that maybe I didn't mention earlier, keep an eye out, maybe for one of those third round picks, is Ryan Green, another center, USHL Green Bay I like him.
There you go.
That could be a guy for one of those third-round picks. If you're going to just keep building up front. You got 2 first-round defenseman picks. It's time to start building your forward lines here.
absolutely.
Got to do it. Absolutely.
I
will say, too, that today's festivities do make our Wednesday free agency show a lot more interesting because there's definitely going to be maybe not the most exciting moves, but I would imagine at least 2 or 3 roster players will be added. So make sure you join us then.
Okay.
We're not wrapping up just yet, but I'm just trying to tease next week, all that stuff.
You could if you want. I'm fine with that.
Oilers Twitter, they're not a happy group. I imagine they're not thrilled with this, despite Reed Schaefer being an Edmonton guy. Elite Prospects has him as the 102nd ranked prospect.
Really?
Again, talking about overrated GMs, Ken Holland, I'm sorry. Like, what in the world are we doing here?
Was he's that lowly rated of a prospect, and he's there on night 1?
I get. Well, he must have known
like
something.
in town,
Yeah,
like, you know?
Yeah,
Wow,
he's
interesting.
101st or 102nd according to Elite Prospects, a C grade, 6'3", 214 pounds, left-handed left winger. So he's a big kid. He can score some goals. He had 32 goals in 66 games in the WHL.
Okay.
So there's some talent there. Not the best skater or passer, according to this, or his hockey sense doesn't get a very good rating either. So,
Not great.
2 years in a row, last pick of the first round is a guy that probably could have gotten picked in the third round. So that tradition is alive. At least it wasn't the Blackhawks doing that.
There you go.
I've seen in the chat a bunch of people saying Duncan Keith retired. I cannot find that anywhere.
No,
I know
not
he
seen
was.
that.
I think our guy Chucko Mucko has had.
Yeah, he was having a laugh, I think.
He's,
Okay,
I
yeah.
think he's in. Speaking
Have
of
not seen
libations,
that.
I think he's had a few and is
Yeah.
having a little fun with us.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he is on the fence about it. So he might. It's odd that ultimate teammate Duncan Keith is not deciding his future until the draft is over. Interesting sort of thing to do to the Oilers. I think they'd like to know what his status will be for next season. But hey, I mean, that's a Hall of Famer. A guy does not need. He can take his time as much as he wants. He's got that right. But I think the Oilers would be very happy to find out very soon what his plans are. So we'll see.
The report is that he had a deadline of July 1st to let them know, and that he asked for an extension to July 10th.
Okay.
So we'll see
That's
what news
inconvenience.
comes. Yeah, very inconvenient. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those, sure, take your time. No problem.
Yeah.
All right, before we wrap up, we have to do the play of the week. The PointsBet play of the week.
Play of the week. Well, I'll tell you.
Are you stalling while we look up stuff?
Yeah, I'll tell you about
yeah,
the
if there-
PointsBet
if
play
Tell
of
us
the
about
week.
the app first, and then we'll...
If there's only
PointsBet
some
app.
way we knew this was coming.
Definitely download the PointsBet app. Use the promo code CHGO. I point to it every time. You can see the full screen there. When you download the PointsBet app using the promo code CHGO, you get your first risk-free bets up to $2,000. The PointsBet app is very easy to use. We all love it. We've been using it throughout the year. I believe we said to get on the Yuri Slafkovsky odds as being the number 1 pick in the draft last week. That was our pick of the week, I believe. So hopefully you took our advice because you probably made some money on that bet. This week, the PointsBet pick of the week, we will be headed to
I got it.
Jay Zawaski.
Here it is. The Cubs currently trail the Dodgers 3-0. Get the Cubs minus 115 plus 3.5.
Is
How's
that
that?
happening right now?
Happening right
so
now.
pick of the night.
There's your live-
do it right
live
now.
bet, yeah.
Play of the
Pick
game.
of the week
You can
right
get
now.
it in,
Do it right now.
You can do in-game betting on PointsBet. So Cubs, you said plus 3.5?
Yeah, wait,
Plus 3.5 is the top of the fourth. They're down 3-0.
There you go.
So you're saying,
They're going to lose by less than 3.5.
okay, I don't. Okay,
It's ballsy.
All right.
sure. The Dodgers.
Something I just learned
yeah.
while scrolling through the PointsBet app. The Buffalo Bills are the Super Bowl odd favorites right now at plus 650.
Really?
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but they are.
Interesting.
Okay. Or make that the play of the week.
I wouldn't
Go
bet
nuts.
that. I wouldn't.
Well,
bet
they're not
that.
the
No, I'm
Sabres.
just saying that surprises me.
My play of the week was that Shane Wright was going to go number 4 to Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
But, we didn't get the read in time, so we got to scramble. Sorry, everybody, but I was right. I was right. So
our apologies to Corey Pronman for
Yeah.
doubting his wizardry.
We will not doubt him again.
Yes.
all right, we're going to be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.
And we'll see you in 12 hours.
for rounds 2 and 3. Then we're going to take a little break, and then once the draft concludes, we'll be back with a full-length wrap-up episode, probably around 4 or 5.
4 or 5 o'clock, yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah,
Hopefully it
so
goes-
we'll see.
I hope each round is not 4 hours.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that would be rough.
That would suck.
Yeah. But the Hawks have a ton of picks to make tomorrow, and we'll be on top of every single one of them. Want to send, once again, special thanks to Lawrence for his fantastic work, not only getting ready for the show with the fantastic graphics, but adjusting on the fly, updating things on the fly. The show would not have been what it was without your help, Lawrence, so we thank you very much.
Again, the graphic package not created by me. Our friends at DNVR and at PHNX were definitely a big part of this, so shout out to them as well. But I'll take a little credit for putting all the crap on the screen when I did. Hopefully I didn't screw anything up too bad, so shout out to everything else.
Take the credit, man.
There you go.
They're not listening.
I mean,
You still had to go put all the words and find the pictures. You did all the work.
a lot of names that are hard to spell.
Yes. Welcome to being a hockey writer.
Good God.
If, at the risk of making you guys angry, we have 2 quotes here that I think we could maybe take a few minutes on.
Okay.
This from
Yeah,
Ben
sure,
Pope.
Mario. Let's do more.
Sorry. This from Ben Pope from Kyle Davidson. Said Alex DeBrincat's contract situation did affect interest in him, but getting a package including a top 10 pick was enough for him to make the trade. So DeBrincat being on 1 more year of a deal and then being owed a $9 million qualifying offer apparently was tough for teams to get interested in.
I can
kind of buy that. I can buy that. It's tough for a team that wants to add him to project potentially $11 million to a couple of seasons from now. That is tough. That is fair. I will allow for that. However, all the stuff we've heard all week was franchise ruining. So
Right.
But again, to be fair,
none
none of that came from Kyle Davidson.
True.
What's the other
The other
infuriating
one from
tweet?
Scott Powers. Kyle Davidson says he'd like to keep Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane, but he admits they need to have some honest conversations with the rebuild being more clear now.
Sounds like a guy that says, "Please ask me to be traded."
I don't think either of those guys at this point is thinking very hard. I'd be surprised if they're here when the season begins.
Both of them?
I don't know. It's much harder to trade Taves.
Yes.
You can find someone to take Patrick Kane.
Absolutely.
You can find someone to take
100%.
Patrick Kane, especially at half price. And I was listening to the XM show coming in, and they said one of the teams that might be interested in Patrick Kane, the Colorado Avalanche.
Come on.
Can you imagine
Come on.
Sure.
the freaking Avalanche with Patrick Kane at
Maybe
$5
we
million?
can finally get Bowen Byron back. Maybe we can finally get him.
Unbelievable. That's like
get
Marion
richer.
Hossa joining the Blackhawks.
Rich
What?
get richer.
Man, it's crazy.
I'd love to see Patrick Kane on that Avalanche
Crazy.
team. That'd be fun.
Yeah,
That'd be like Marion Hossa joining the Blackhawks after they had already won a Stanley Cup.
right.
You know?
God, man.
Jeez.
Just
All
unbelievable.
right. Well, tomorrow's a new day.
Tomorrow's a new day. We'll talk to you in the morning. Thanks, everybody, for
Thanks
joining
for all-
us.
yeah.
By far the most viewers we've had ever. And thanks for all the kind words. I know it's been a difficult day to be a Blackhawks fan.
Roller
but
coaster.
the feedback to us has been nothing but positive, except for on Twitter. And we greatly appreciate your ongoing support. A lot of familiar names, a lot of new names. That's what this is all about. We're trying to grow this community here, not just with CHGO Blackhawks, but with CHGO Sports in general. We've got a Cubs postgame coming up tonight, a White Sox postgame coming up tonight. Just stay on the YouTube page, and you're going to have show after show after show. When we're done, the entertainment continues at CHGO Sports. We'll talk to you tomorrow, 10 a.m. for rounds 2 through 3. Then the
Strava
wrap-up
coffee.
show at night. We'll talk to you on Friday. Have a great rest of your night. Thanks for listening.